coming up next week. All eyes, on the presidential debate after the close, after dinner, after everything tonight. 9 p.m. Like, don't they know we have to get up early in the morning? It's going to be a late one tonight, but definitely worth a watch. There's the NASDAQ back to highs, as I mentioned. Tech leading the way yesterday. We basically closed on the highs after a bit of a choppy session, gapped up, held the gap on the initial test back lower, and then it was just back and forth for most of the session. Oracle to the upside today. We'll talk about that coming up. A decent report for them. What's the fallout going to be for Apple, I think, more importantly, and a lot of people are going to be focused on that after the iPhone 16 event yesterday. It really wasn't anything, I think, people weren't caught by surprise. Nope. There was nothing out of the ordinary in the event. It's just going to come down to September 20th, I guess, when they start rolling off the shelf, what those numbers look like.
Yeah, it was all pretty well telegraphed, Brendo, right? We already knew ahead of time what was going to be coming in. Apple intelligence still going to be released here, but the focus for me today is on digesting exactly what was released yesterday at the Glow Time event, but there's also that $14.5 billion that they're supposedly on the hook for after the ECJ decision. Essentially, it's back taxes for Ireland. That shouldn't eat into too much of the free cash flow, but we'll have to keep an eye on that. Lots to talk about today. Google also under the knife as well, on the hook for some money with the EU, and BABA getting added to an exchange there, making it easier for mainland investors to invest on the Hang Seng. Yeah,
we haven't talked about Chinese ADRs for a week or two, but worth a look today. Here's Apple, meanwhile, 0.7 downside, gapping down 2 days in a row here. It did rally into the close yesterday with the overall market, but we'll see what happens here. Kind of a meh start to the day here for Apple so far. We showed that Huawei, the tri-folding phone that they launched yesterday before the Apple event. I saw this morning the price tag on that. It's going to be $2,800.
But Brendo, they've sold like 2.5 million orders already, pre-orders.
That's just crazy.
That, yeah.
I'm not spending $3,000 on a cell phone. That's nuts. Neil under the weather today. Obi's in, guys. Good morning.
Good morning. How's it going, Sean?
Not too bad. How are you?
Not too bad.
Yeah, that's 2,800 US. I think we're talking about like 3,500 Canadian or something for that phone. One of those or 3 iPhone 16s, your choice. Okay, they're not. That Huawei's going to be a failure. Okay, so just looking here at Apple. This is Tesla. What am I talking about? Well, wait a minute. One says Apple, one says Tesla. What's going on? All right, there we go. We'll change that over. Yeah, as Brendan said, we actually nailed this stock yesterday. We put it right where we needed to, and we let it settle down. We talked about not trading this all event, and I think that was about right. There's the move. And I don't know when the event started. Was it 12? It was 1 o'clock, actually, wasn't it? So it started to make its way back up, and then the drop happened. I don't know what people were expecting. I think they got everything that they expected. I don't know if the new iPhone is going to be hot or not, but at the end of the day, it's what you're going to need to have the AI movement for Apple, right? And I feel like there is going to be a super cycle. I don't know. They only have 18% or something of global market share. I think they can jack that up a little bit higher. I think they can get more in China if there is that 3 million. I heard the same thing about the 3 million order there on the Huawei's. And I'm just excited for what's going to happen with Apple, right? They still have a huge install base. I really like the company. The service is just kicking. The watch is good. I think everything is a jam there, right? We don't obviously talk about the Vision Pro anymore, but if that can get going, I think there's something there as well. So for me, for Apple today, it's going to probably be a wait and see if we can dip into some support levels that we had yesterday. But what we did yesterday was wait for this break to happen. And as soon as it did, we were long here. It's funny because, we have to keep talking about it, but we were long there at 218, 218.20 break, and we talked about that trade. And it ended up for a $3 winner at the end of the day. So that was a really hot trade, and I think you just got to wait for these trades to come through, right? I mean, the 20-minute chart is a good one as well, up to 222. I think we can get to that level today, and then we'll see if there's some action there. So I'm not super excited about Apple. It is down today. That $13 billion, I mean, for many companies, that's a market cap. For Apple, that's Lint.
A little bit of pocket. Yeah, I guess Lint.
Not even pocket.
Yeah, that's
perfect. Like what just fell out of my pocket by accident.
By accident, yeah, I like that.
Apple. So
some interesting products indeed. I think some interesting features.
I don't know if it's
some
going to move the envelope or not. I think the thing is just the upgrade cycle. Let's see if it gets upgraded.
Yeah.
Who are me and you to judge like, oh, that AI was not that good? Like, give me a break. At the end of the day, will customers buy the phone? I think that's what we'll have to wait for.
I think just based off of history with the kind of Apple with the trend setting that Apple kind of does, I think that people will definitely be buying a lot of their products. Yeah. But something interesting to note is that yesterday we ran up into the close, pretty much closing above the opening price. So we reverted pretty much as if the ticker almost never opened, right? Pretty much open and close it near the same place on Apple. Should be interesting. A lot of strength into the end of the day after that event happened. So I will be watching Apple for sure today. We're trading above 18.7s right now on the NASDAQ. So.
I'm excited. I mean, I'm excited for this day again, 18.7. I mean, I'd like to get up to 20,000 again.
Yeah.
You know, let's see if we can get there.
Nice.
I don't know if
nice.
I don't know if we'll get there in September. Ooh.
Red month, September.
Be scared about September, my guy. I mean,
why is that?
This is a big time selling.
It's not even Halloween.
In September. Very big time happening. Trading downside in September. So far, so good for that theory. I think it's overplayed. Let's see what winds up happening over the next couple of days. Look, when I woke up today, the NASDAQ was down 0.5% or more than that. I can't remember. Now you're just cruising to the upside right now, up 0.28, and still motoring here is the market and Apple.
All right, a few things ahead of the debate coming up tonight, later on this evening, that's worth noting. As far as the Fed is concerned, coming up next week with the latest meeting and interest rate decision, whether it's going to be quarter point, whether it's going to be 50 basis point cut coming through. There's still lots of opinions, lots of debate going on whether or not which way they'll go. It's worth noting, this is the dollar index. We haven't been down here for quite some time, but chopping around. This is a daily chart, chopping around just above. This is 100 on the DXY. Hasn't been down here in quite some time. Last kind of stopping point was 106, and then you got to go back to beginning of 2023, we topped out up at 114. So it's been stuck in this range. I mean, I just ran through some of the yields as well. I mean, 10 years at multi-month lows, 30 years at multi-month lows, 2-year looking very similar. So all signs are pointing to, this is the time, whether it's going to be a quarter point or 50 basis points remains to be seen here.
Yeah, it feels like the DXY is pricing in that 1% rate cut that you were talking about a couple of days ago, Brendo, because that's kind of the feeling you get here. Although we may get 25 basis points here, it's a matter about how they schedule them. It's going to be one big one or incremental like the Bank of Canada has done. Here's the 2-year and the 10-year, guys, as Brenda was mentioning. Look at these patterns here. Just continually lower lows, lower highs, whether it's on the 10-year, which is on the right side of the screen, or the 2-year, which is on the left. 3.56 now for the 2-year. We were holding 4.2 for quite some time. Same thing with the 10-year, down into that 3.6. But interesting look here, Brendo. The 10-year now ahead of the 2-year, 3.7 on the 10-year, 3.6 on the 2-year. So that uninverting now.
Finally, yeah, man, it's been, I'd have to go back and look at a chart, but years, inverted for years, the longest in history, in fact, on the yield curve. You mentioned, just to switch gears here, you mentioned this one, Alibaba, nice gap up through to 84. I mean, this thing's been kind of slowly grinding on the daily chart. Back to the top end of the range. We haven't been up here since May, June. Levels coming back into play. Going to start trading on the Shenzhen in mainland. Yeah,
it's a good look here. So they're going to be included in what they call the Stock Connect scheme. I'll get it right. And it's allowing mainland investors to basically trade eligible Hong Kong shares. Goldman Sachs chiming in here. They're estimating approximately $2 to $3 billion of net inflows by the end of the year. And they're saying total inflows could reach 11 billion. Didn't specify a time though, Brendo.
Yeah, it hasn't really done much here this morning. If you zoom in a little bit, this is a 15-minute chart. Gaps higher, kind of grinding sideways, but nice start anyways, guys, for Alibaba this morning.
Yeah, that's good. Morgan Stanley expecting 17 to 37 billion over the next couple of years inflows. So I think that's going to be good in the next couple of years, though. Let's see if that can help Alibaba. I mean, we really like this name. We've been buying this name for a while. But haven't bought it in a while, but we like the name. I mean, I like the name down here. It failed that last run at, I remember when we bought it down here at 71 or 2. And then we were like, oh yeah, it's up 30% or something. It went up $20 almost in a straight line up there into 90. And then it fell as everyone else started buying it on the way back in. And then it could not hold the $80 mark. And back into 72. And that was a bad moment for it. It did come back into this level again, $74 on August 5th, of course. And now you're looking to break higher on Alibaba. It's still supporting the 50-period moving average. I really like the stock. I love to be buying this down at $80. You had that opportunity 2 days ago. You don't anymore. I'm not sure about the break. It's not going to be on the sticky note here today for Alibaba. It still looks too choppy for me. I'd rather trade this thing above this 86 mark. But until we get there, I think it's a stay away for me for Alibaba. I don't mind the volume, 300,000 shares, but 81.50, I guess, could be a spot for yesterday's close. I just don't think we're going down. I think we're going up. So if we're doing that on Alibaba, up 3% today, will they sell the news? I think the market's up. I think we want to trade strong names. I feel like Alibaba on a dip is where we want to look. The 200 period of 82.50, I think, is in play. So we can try that out. I don't know, but you got any levels there? I mean, 82.50 is back here as well. Maybe there's 82.50.
Yeah, I think a little bit of a gap up on that catalyst happening today. So yeah, I like that 82 kind of yesterday's close. Yep. I think that's very fair. That's a place to watch if it can get back down there. But I do agree with you. A little bit of a gap up. Let's see if we can get that gap up continuation. Prior resistances you see here, prior high at that 85.79. So yeah, I'll be watching if it can get through some of those 85s right there. A bit of a head and shoulders if you want to call it, but triple top. We've been making higher highs and higher lows, building up into it post earnings as well. And now we're getting some good news with a bit of a gap up. But the gap up is happening within the range of the past couple of weeks. So I'm going to be waiting and watching to see if it hits any of the extremes of this range. 80, 82, 85.79 is the high over there. Maybe 85, we can start taking a look at it here on Alibaba.
I was just noticing Wells Fargo here having a pretty good morning. Actually just took out the high, still moving up more than 3% now. CFO making some comments. It was a little bit earlier. It started about 8 o'clock this morning, but commenting on loan growth, saying it hasn't changed much. They haven't seen as much downside as they were expecting, saying deposits are still performing well, expects more buybacks coming through in the future as well. So Wells Fargo, pretty good start here this morning. I noticed yesterday, speaking of banks, if you go to, this is a CIBC here in Toronto, Canadian banks are having quite the month. Like this is the beginning of August. Since the beginning of August, this thing has 3 red days on a daily chart. So just straight higher. But anyway, I was just reading about Wells Fargo there. Nice start.
Yeah, interesting look for Wells Fargo, Brendo. I was reading a little bit about them. They're not going to have as much commercial exposure to some of that weak commercial real estate that we were talking about in the beginning of the year. So that's a good look for them. Separately, Wells Fargo was chiming in on Ford and GM, and they made lots of comments about these about different car companies as well. Look, they're lowering their price target for both GM and Ford at the moment. Basically, what they see is lower 2025 deliveries, and they're also seeing pricing pressure, especially when it comes to their EVs and regulatory headwinds coming up. So both Ford, I just wanted to mention these because you mentioned Wells Fargo, but both Ford and GM, Brendo, down 2 and 2 1/5 respectively.
Yeah, not good. As far as higher time frame for U.S. banks in general, nowhere near as impressive. But I mean, this is J.P. Morgan, bit of a pullback. Also worth noting, gapping higher here this morning. I mean, BAC, not BA. Boeing not gapping higher this morning, unsurprisingly. BAC back about $40 here, but struggling a little bit so far today.
Yeah, I think BAC is like the worst one. I mean, I was just looking at, as Brendan was going through some of that story there, I was like, okay, let's have a look at banks because we trade them, but we have to trade them on news and when they're moving around. So this is what JP Morgan stock looks like. Play with the king, and this is what happens. You get into the 50-period moving average, and it just bounces straight off there because people want to buy this name. You know, so again, not much volume today. But if you look at Bank of America, again, it's kind of going the other way here, trying to find its way, trying to break back above now the 50 period, not bouncing off of it. It could be bouncing the other way, which it's done before, and it did that all the way down here to $38. So, I mean, only 100,000 volume today again for BAC. I mean, if you like the banks, Brendan started it with WFC, so let's see if this one again, just 100,000 share volume again. So pretty light today. They all don't look the same. I mean, those Canadian banks are straight up fire, and I think that might have to do with the early rate cuts. We've already had 2 rate cuts here, down 0.5 point in Canada. As the Bank of Canada makes the early move, we wait for the U.S. to go next week I think it's the 18th, right, where they cut half a point. So we'll see, or sorry, a quarter of a point. So we'll see if that can do anything. But yeah, Wells Fargo, nicely done, up to the upside, up 3.5% right now. I like the stock here, honestly. I mean, that's a huge move down, obviously. But what about a break of 57? I still think we're a ways away from that. If you go a little bit higher, I think you could break above 57, and then maybe 57.50 would be maybe the better break spot, because then you could use 57 as our out. Problem is, if you break through 57 here, you may. Well, I mean, it's still a good trade up to 57.40. I think that could be something there. I just wonder if we can get into this area. Let's see what happens before getting super excited about going long through this area. So drastic move down, huge move yesterday, back up to $57. I think that's going to be a trigger area for Wells Fargo. So we got to see the action there. Let's get above and then see if we can hold 57 as a base. So that's something that I'm talking about there, the 200 period. I like that as an indicator. Let's see if we get above and then hold. The Wells Fargo, actually, glad Brendan brought that up. I think that's going to be on play there today with that 57 level. So let's have a look. 50 cents away. It still needs to go 1% higher to get to there. So we'll see if it's possible.
Yeah, I like the look on banks there, Sean. Something I do want to know is if we're looking at all these banks, why not look at XLF, right?
Right.
So XLF has been trending up since for majority of August, right? And we're taking a little bit of a pullback here, coming into September, almost mid-September now. 45.87 highs, but yeah, you can see this thing has been only trending up from the beginning of the year. A very strong trend on the larger time frame. This is a 3-hour chart. Kind of encompassing some of that pre-market and after-hours volume as well. Again, you can see that August 5th, a little bit of a dump there. We've been only bidding up. We're about 5 points above that. And yeah, with some of these banks moving around, let's see if XLF can also get moving as well. I do like the liquidity on this one a little bit better.
Just noting Apple popped up there, but so did the overall market. Back to highs, but nothing new as far as Apple is concerned, just keeping an eye on a few things that are moving around. Let's touch on Oracle here real quick. Coming off that move after the close last night, Oracle is on my stock. There we go. It took a while, but my level 2 wasn't populating. Nice move after the close yesterday. Earnings better than expected here. Really no significant downside initially. We get nice consolidation at the highs. We go out on the highs. We're gapping up 8.5% here this morning.
It's not a bad look at all, Brendan. Let's talk about how they did here. They exceeded Wall Street expectations on both the top and bottom line. Both earnings and revenue grew 8%. EPS was higher. It was an EPS surprise. Revenue was slightly higher, 13.31 billion instead of 13.25. Here's the look. They're expecting revenue growth of around 8 to 10% this quarter. And their cloud infrastructure revenue, which is essentially what we call their AI revenue, surged 45% year over year. They're also going kind of crazy with their data center build out here. They want 2,000 data centers in the near future. They're opening their second cloud segment in Saudi Arabia, so they're expanding essentially all over the world here. Good luck for Oracle.
We haven't talked about GameStop yet. How dare we? But GameStop, another one that reported after the close last night. I was just noticing most of the analyst moves here on Oracle specifically, a maintain type of action of whatever the rating was prior. There is one that I say here, JMP Securities, actually upgrading the stock this morning to outperform with a 175 price target. So another $25 to come here.
Yeah, just to correct Brendan there, because people in the chat are very excited about GameStop. It is tonight. I think that's what Brendan meant to say, but so no movement yet on GameStop here today. We'll wait for that tonight, as there's also DJT on our mind there. But here's GME, just to give you guys a quick little look here. 24.50 coming in, again, up that 1%, kind of barcoding right now. We'll see what happens with GameStop coming here tonight. The other name, of course, was Oracle. Oracle will make the sticky note today, because what a banger that one was. So we'll hit the sirens there, and then one of these, because we just looked over and was like, oh my God, I can't believe that we still had some of these shares. We still have them all of Oracle. We were able to buy it down here, and it was a really good buy down into the $100 area for Oracle. We've been holding this name for a while. I don't even think we bought it here. I think we probably bought it back here in October, actually. Did not average in, just let this thing run, and boy did it run. Nice move there. Taking out this 146, all 52-week high again for Oracle. We saw what happened with Palantir yesterday when Palantir was breaking through 52-week highs, past 52-week high right now, 146.50 on news. So I like the move. I think it's about a little overextended from the move. I thought we were looking at about 6% as the average move yesterday for Oracle. So today it's up 9%. Good move there. I like the stock. I wrote down a couple levels. Let's see if it comes back into 150 and holds that. That would be great. Then 148 to 200 period where we kind of danced around there. Those are some levels I'm looking at early for Oracle. But you know what it might have to be, Obi? It might have to be a break early of 153 or something like that. I mean, I'd rather not play the break, but it looks like Oracle for now wants to dance higher in the pre-market. So beat on the top line, beat on sales. Everything. Got the announcement with Google and with AWS, so more partnerships coming through here with Oracle. We definitely like that one. So thoughts there on ORCL?
Yeah, so definitely after observing that earnings reaction last night, I was like, yeah, this is definitely going to be on watch for me today. Coming in, just defining some of these levels. These are all-time highs here. 153.70 is that earnings reaction high from overnight. So going to be watching that. We're trading at 152 and some change right now. Prior all-time highs sitting at 147.08. So just shy of that 147, 146 area right here. So let's see what Oracle does. Again, above that 150 mark as well. So definitely going to be on watch. Let's see if we get that continuation. Again, strong earnings report like you said. And yeah, maybe some changing fundamentals as well. We'll see.
Oracle actually at the top of the upgrades list here today with that JMP Securities upgrade mentioned on the desk there. DraftKings getting upgraded by XA and BNB Paribas, up more than 1% right now. Meta getting an upgrade from DA Davidson, and Bernstein upgrading GE Aerospace. On the downgrade side, we're kicking off here with a downgrade but a price target increase for Costco by Redburn Atlantic. This name is set to report before the end of September, so COST on watch going forward here. Ford getting a downgrade from Deutsche Bank, but we also have Ford and GM getting a negative analyst note there from Wells Fargo. So a lot of these Detroit automakers absolutely on watch today. Relay here getting a downgrade from Oppenheimer, and QuantumScape, QS, trading higher today despite this downgrade from Deutsche Bank, guys.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, the only thing
Which one of those are you looking at?
Floated my boat there was DraftKings. So, and the reason why is that, so it's an up day in the market. We're catalyst-based traders, I am, and I like to trade with momentum, and I like to trade with the market. So for me, we're going to go long, and we've been talking about DraftKings, and that I thought this was going to be a good buy somewhere in this area. Unfortunately, it's been really choppy around here. You know, if you bought thinking that maybe 30, 32, 33 was the bottom, and then you had a whoopsie moment where we sort of bounced into $30, left it a little bit, but then reclaimed and held. So I really like the stock, but the thing is that $30 is now 20% lower, right? Because you're up $6 off that level. So yeah, DraftKings I think is gone for the moment. I really like this break, I think, of 39. So you got to get above here into this area. I was actually looking at a 38 break today. That could be possible, but I'm almost wondering, just on an upgrade, 1.6%, you had another 1.5% or so, it just gets you into this 38, 39 area, which I think would be a fade back in off of that area. So I think I like DraftKings. I really like the fact that it got upgraded. I think with football here, that does, hey, what's going on, man? I like your haircut. With football coming back and whatnot, and pool, cue balls coming back into fashion as well right there. Thank you for the banana, Randy, as well. You do look really sharp with the new haircut. So it's not. I guess it's not a new haircut. It's freshened up. Okay, watch out. We don't have makeup on yet. The glare is really starting to affect the audience. I'm seeing it there in the chat. No one said anything. How are you doing? Coffee. I would love a coffee. Sure. I would absolutely love a coffee. Thank you, Randy.
Thank you.
We love having fun with that guy. But yeah, so DraftKings, I think 38, 39, I'd rather look at it tomorrow when we're above those levels or trading around there. I think if we get to that today, it could be a fade. But DraftKings, for me, especially for swing trading, I think that would be the name there that gets me going the most.
Yeah, something that kind of stood out to me right away, downgrade. Again, post-earnings, Ford got a little bit of a reaction there prior or post earnings right there that we had on July 24th. Been selling off. A little bit of an attempt at the bid, reclaiming that $10 area, but yeah, a little bit of a downtrend here over the past couple of days. Again, you take this bottom. Again, I'm going to say that that's August 5th right here. You take that bottom there, and we've kind of broken trend now. A little bit of a double whammy with that downgrade. Let's see if Ford can give us some more lows there. But yeah, that $10 level is interesting on Ford as well. Let's see if that downgrade can give us a continuation of this trend that we've been having over the past couple of weeks on Ford. Again, already beat down off of earnings here. A little bit of a sideways action since then.
SMX, I saw a few people mentioning this. SMX up 102%. There's absolutely nothing on this that I can find anyways, but 588,000 share float. So we're back in the world where low floaters are getting huge moves again.
I love these small cap gappers, Brendo. They're right down my alley, but this one's breaking down a little bit here on the way down to 420, double bottom at 420, trying to come back into the volume weighted average price. We'll keep you guys updated. If I get a headline here, I'll let you know, but this one really popped up aggressively right at 7 a.m. You can see that there, Fabian, it really went aggressive from that closing print yesterday at 2 1/5, and we popped up almost into that 590 area. So good look here.
Yeah, 1.6 million on the market cap of this. Wow. It's blockchain related too, so that's great. 725,000 total outstanding shares, of which 588,000 are free. So tread lightly, to say the least, on SMX if you're going to look at that today. All right, let's have a look at the overall market here to get going this morning.
54.79, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES September contract. We're really inching into that 5,500 level. The overnight high is 54.97. So look, if we reclaim 5,500, we'll look to use it as support. If not, we're looking at that 54.50 yesterday's support level.
If you haven't done so yet, go down to the description of this video. There's a link there for the watch list. All you have to do is enter your email address, and then you get all your homework done for you every single day for free. We send it right to your inbox, everything you need to know in one neat package for you every single day, as I mentioned, right to you. Let's talk about Oracle. We touched on it briefly there. A number of analysts with opinions, mostly on the positive side. It was a beat across the board. There was one that really stands out, actual upgrade, JMP Securities upgrading the stock, going to 175 on the price target. But nice look, trying to get back to highs here for Oracle.
Yeah, a big breakthrough 150 there, Brendo, and it actually came back in to test the level here in the pre-market, so good look. As I mentioned, it was a beat on the top and bottom line, and what really stood out to me was the cloud infrastructure revenue growth. It was an eye-watering 45% year-over-year growth as they look to build out these data centers, AI data centers specifically. They also have a partnership with AWS, which is enabling them to offer database services and dedicated hardware, so we'll keep an eye on this one.
Oracle, okay. I know we just sort of talked about it, but we'll do it one more time there, 150. I really like a 150 break on Oracle. It already happened, as Sharif mentioned it. I think it's a strong stock. Back down into the 200 period moving average would be great at 148. The sticky note's coming out in just a couple of seconds. And it has Oracle on it. I like those levels. I like the pre-market break as well. Performing really well. It's up. I think, as I said, expected move. Let me just double check the expected move for everybody. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and talk about it if I don't know. Ooh, Samsara. Okay, September the 9th. Right here. So Oracle expected move. Yeah, there it was. So sorry, 7.7. I said 6.7 earlier. 7.7 expected move. Right now you're up 9% right there. So again, I think it continues, right? We heard that from Daniel Shea. I've been looking at that ever since I heard her mention that. And I think it's been pretty true. You want to trade names that move outside, not inside. So right now, Oracle up 9%. I always talk about playing VWAP back in. So that's 150, 130. It's gonna be early to judge that. It has a good amount of shares, 500,000 right now. But again, breaking higher. I like the deal with Amazon. I like the deal with Google. Those names are actually gonna be on here as well. Lots of opportunities moving forward with Oracle today. I think we both like the stock. I have a feeling we'll be trading this one. I'll buy the dips into 150, but I'm not standing there with pending bids. All right, so what that means is, Obi and everybody.
What does that mean?
Is I'm gonna let it settle down.
Yes.
If it comes into 150, and it hangs around there for a couple minutes and I'm able to see it, then we'll trade that. But until then, I'm going to hold off and wait to see what we can do with Oracle. I don't mind buying a 148. Maybe I'll stand around for, but I'm not going to stand around and take that 150 in case there is a little bit more of a bottom play right there. So 148 I'm fine with. 150 I'd rather see the action. Such a key level, right? It's an option to level there, and that's probably gives people that expected move, 7%. So let's see what happens down there. Obi, what do you think?
Yeah, I definitely agree with that 150. You got to keep an eye on that 150. I like that 148. We talked about that prior all-time high being in and around that 147 as well. But yeah, if we do get a little bit of a dip off of the open and the bid is real, again, I'm going to ask that same question. If the bid is real, where will it catch if we do take a little bit of a pullback? I will be watching for that. The highs at 153, Sean. And look at this. Some of these anchors are from prior earnings here. So I'm going to put on the anchored to last night's earning, and we'll see. So let's see where that anchored kind of falls in. And that's coming in, Sean, at that 149 right now. So let's see. If we dip into that 148, 149, 150 area, and we start to catch a little bit of a bid, maybe there could be some potential decision-making to be had there on Oracle. Earnings day one today, definitely on watch, one of the top names.
We're just discussing some of these Chinese tariffs on EVs. Here's Tesla, meanwhile. Just took out yesterday's high, trying to hold above it right now around that 220 area. Nice gap up yesterday, trying to extend those gains this morning. There's not a heck of a lot as far as news catalysts today. I mean, this was kind of interesting outside of these tariffs this morning, but this was kind of interesting. Elon considering to make the steering yoke stationary while Cybertrucks park themselves. I just was saying to you, I mean, if that's the level of problems he's dealing with these days, things are okay.
I gotta love Elon. I don't know, I'm just wondering, what are people doing? Are they interfering with the steering wheel while it's parking itself, Brendo? Like, why would he want to do this? So interesting look in any event. Let's talk about what's moving Tesla today. Brendo mentioned the tariffs. So Tesla's getting the best deal here from all the other China-made cars. Their tariff is going to be 7.8%. plus the customary 10% that's included on all the cars. Second is going to be BYD with 17%. Geely got theirs knocked down to 18.8%, but every other Chinese-made car that did not comply with the investigation is going to have to pay 35.3% on top of that 10%. And I should mention, by the way, that for them to overrule, and by them meaning the EU, to overrule these tariffs, Brendo, 15 of the EU members representing 65% of the membership there have to vote against it, which has never happened. So it looks like it's going through.
QNEO as well, NIO. Anyone paying attention to that? Down about 2.5% right now, pre-market.
Boy, that Tesla, man.
Yeah, you have some quick ideas on Tesla? Because
I mean,
I'll let you go first, of course.
What I want to know is that 235 from a couple days ago. Right? A little bit of a double top there happening. I do have an alert at that 235 and aggressive selling coming in on Friday. Again, along with a lot of strong market tailwind as well. We reclaimed some of that action yesterday, and we are attempting to push a little bit higher going into that 220 today. But yeah, no, that 235 double top, I think a little bit distinct as, again, it has acted as a bit of a resistance area in the past. You can see early August as well, some strong selling coming in off of that area. We finally get back there at the beginning of September, and that selling comes right back in, coming into the end of last week. So it could, I think that's interesting to me. We are trading much below that level right now, 220. So a little bit of in between that range we've seen from the highs and the lows here. But it should be interesting with the moves that this has been having. I'm curious to know whether that 235 could potentially come into play again. 15 points away from where we are right now, Sean. But let's see if that selling pressure decides to step down as well. That's what I got.
Yeah, so I'm, yesterday Tesla was huge, and we had looked at 218 as a long, but we got a gift early, and it dropped right into the 200 period moving average, and this was just a huge trade for us yesterday. It created some huge opportunities, Fabian. Off of that 200 period right there, boom to the upside, came back in, boom again. It was a great trade until it broke, and we lost a little bit at the end there. Once it broke, but pretty choppy into the afternoon. I mean, all eyes for me were on Apple. We sort of talked about that. This bottom of 215, 216 is what we have written down here for support levels for Tesla. I don't think we're going to come into that, but you never know. Like yesterday, I wasn't certain about this move. We opened yesterday at 217-ish. We fell into 214. That's $3. So if we give us $3 back into here, then we're groovy back into 216 again. And I like that trade, 216, 217 break. But the trade that I like also is a higher take. I mean, why can't we take out this 222 today? Let's go right now. Everybody in Tesla land? 1.68%, that's dirt on your shoulder again. Let's see if we can take out that level right here. It goes back to the 4th. It's where we got to before we dropped back in $4. I like the action. Get this garbage out of here, like we say, above the 200, above the 50. Let's see if Tesla can take 222 today. I like that trade for a long. It's Tesla. It will be in. I'll be trading it today. That is for sure. Obi,
what's going on?
I'm thinking you might want to move that coffee a little bit, and just in case, we get a little excited. Yeah, there it is. Traders stay late. Today I'll be with Brian Shannon, and we'll be talking about anchored VWAP. We'll be talking about all of that stuff. So, no, I'm just joking. You can keep your coffee there if you want to, but if it's more.
No, we might get a little too excited. The way this Oracle and that Palantir from yesterday are moving, I don't know. Things could get a little spicy. But
good trade on Palantir.
We shall
yesterday.
See. I will clear the premise.
Clear the area and clear it for Brendan and Sharif.
Brought to you by Moomoo. They're shaking up the investing game with its cash sweep program, offering an incredible 8.1% APY on uninvested cash, far surpassing typical stock returns. This all-in-one app, backed by the NASDAQ and the SEC, ensures your funds are safe with FDIC insurance up to $500,000. Your cash earns interest 24/7. You can access it anytime to reinvest in the market when it turns. Plus, sign up now, snag 15 free stocks as a bonus and up to $2,300 in cash if you're in Canada. Don't let your money sit idle. Make it work for you. Let's go on to iPhone 16 and the event yesterday. As we were saying, if you were joining us for the first 30 minutes of the show, wasn't anything out of the ordinary. I don't think people were caught off guard by this event yesterday. Coolest moment, I think, for me was the, two things, actually. The black watch Ultra. Yeah. Looks great. Oh, yeah. They completely redesigned the 10, the Watch 10 model. Bigger screen, better screen, better visibility on that screen. The AirPods Pro with the hearing aid technology, I think, is really cool.
Very cool.
I really think, and Google did this as well, I really think it's a good idea that these phone companies or phone designers anyways are going back to a Pro version that isn't enormous. Yep. Like you can pick between a 6 and change inch phone screen versus the enormous one. So the Pro model on the Pixel did that for the first time this year as well. Yeah,
it's I don't personally like holding these clunky phones, so a smaller option. Also good here. The feature that stood out to me was when you can point the camera at anything, Brendo, and it just tells you exactly what it is. Nothing we haven't seen in an app that you can already download, but nice that it's integrated into the system. What I want to cover is the Ireland issue here with the EU. So this has been a 10-year court battle, Brendo, essentially where they're owed $14.4 billion. And here's the look. So Ireland gave them the tax break, but the EU, the European Commission, in fact, came to Ireland and said, no, you need to go collect that $14.4 billion. It was actually Ireland and Apple against the European Commission at the ECJ, the European Court of Justice, and they ultimately ruled after 10 years that money is due. So apparently, they're going to escrow that money. We're going to have to see how that works out, but it's not a big deal because they make about $100 billion in free cash flow per quarter. So
that's the key. Stuck in this range, however, this morning here for Apple. Really hasn't done much yet today. Held that 218 though, guys, for Apple today.
Yeah, so for Apple, I don't even have it on the sticky note today. We sort of talked about why we didn't have it there. I'm not, yesterday was a big trade. It was a monster trade, and it was $3. And it was right there, right at the end of the day, and it was off this break. We waited for the event to end. Volume kind of was dying down there. We got it slowly generating a nice trade opportunity, broke through the 50 period, then took this out. So there's the event starting sort of at 1 o'clock up in here. Came in at around 221, drops into 217. So that's kind of expected. And then once it was just like, okay, nothing revolutionary. Pricing came out as expected. No new sort of iteration of the flip phone or anything like that for Apple. So I think everything was just as expected, and then it returned to sort of prominence. And as Obi had mentioned earlier, basically closing at highs and going green. So that was a great trade opportunity to have that. And right now it's like, I mean, if you could draw a middle line right now, I think that's pretty much where we are right now at 219. We're nowhere near the top or the bottom. So for me, for Apple, Obi is hold on a second, is a puff pass.
Yeah,
I pass it over to you.
All right.
Obi.
Yeah, no, range bound, right? Well within, still trading inside this range we've been doing since sometime last week. Again, strong selling coming in on Tuesday, September the 3rd. Bit of a break in that trend that we've had since earnings, right? Post earnings, again, we had that Monday, August 5th. We've only been bidding up since then. A bit of break in trend happening this past Tuesday there, and then coming into this week as well. A little bit of an inside the range. It's trading inside the range. Even with the Apple event yesterday, we talk about how we closed with some strength. Now, this is a 15-minute chart. Going into the end of the day, that bid comes right back in at that 217 area. Again, you can see that 217, 218, a little bit of a bid, some strength up in the 220s, 225s, comes right back in, and end of day, that bid kind of steps up at that 217. So yeah, I think the look on Apple for me would be, can it get below that 217 prior day's lows, or do we just chop and do some more of the same here in between this range, which seems to be somewhere in the low 20s to mid-teens here on Apple. But yeah, not necessarily a top priority on my list today. But day 2 catalyst technically. Let's see what we do with yesterday's highs and lows.
For fun, last night I was asking a few people that I know have iPhones currently whether or not this was going to get them to pull the trigger, and I'm 0 for about 5 right now. I think you said you might.
I am, because this is the 13, Brendo. But I want to tell you something, that people don't upgrade until they see others using it, and they're like, "Oh, I want to do that too."
Yeah.
So we'll see.
There's one I have that's every year, guaranteed every year, but haven't been able to ask him yet. Anyway, let's talk about Alibaba. Back to the upside this morning. This was actually announced right here yesterday, so we had that big spike in the pre-market yesterday. But today is the first trade day, so. Announcement yesterday, trade day coming overnight over in Hong Kong on both the Shanghai and Shenzhen exchange for Alibaba.
Yeah, good look here for Baba. I won't go over it again, but basically it's going to make it easier for mainland residents to be able to invest in Baba. Goldman Sachs chiming in. They're talking about $2 to $3 billion of net inflows into Alibaba by the end of the year. $11 billion total. Sean had a different number for Morgan Stanley, but nice up 2 2/3 here.
Yeah, it's holding nicely, guys, but not a heck of a lot of volume so far for Baba.
No, I was just thinking, I just read our note. I thought it said 11 to 37 billion or something like that. Morgan number. Okay. Anyways, at the end of the day, yeah, just to that point, 400,000. I mean, the volume's not horrible, but it's already up 3%. And again, I'm not super excited about this. I'd rather it be above this 86 level. I don't think there's enough juice in this story to get this above 86. So for me, I think it's a fade there for now, but I don't want to go short anything because we've talked about the strength in this market. I think we're back. I think we had a horrible week and a half there to start September. And I just think that there's a little bit of a buy action time here now. I think a lot of people wanted to sell the Apple event. That didn't happen. So now the market could start going back up to the upside, especially where NVIDIA is right now. We'll talk about that. Or we won't talk about that. We'll talk about that later as we go. But I think this 86 is something to look at. 88 is awesome. If you could break above 88 on Alibaba, I mean, you guys want to buy some call options. I think 88, we get to that. I mean, that's not bad. That's $5. I think you can get a decent spot there. If the market wants to go, I think Alibaba comes to $88. If not tomorrow, maybe Thursday, Friday. I like Alibaba this week. That's a good story. Let's just see if it continues to go. I mean, how weak is the Chinese consumer if Huawei is apparently getting all these orders? So let's just not Let's play it for what we know. You know, the government will come up with certain statistics, and so will companies. If they're buying stuff, I like Alibaba, man. It's the Amazon of China.
Yeah, I think it's definitely something to consider there. One of the leading companies in that sector when it comes to China there. But yeah, a little bit of a gap up today. We've been trending down over the past week or so since the beginning of September. We're trading above a lot of that September open as well. So the open of the month, we are trading above as of right now with this little bit of a gap up. So let's see if we get that continuation of this gap on, again, a little bit of a catalyst as well happening there. 85s I do like. Let's see if we can get there. 85s or 80s. We talked about 82 potentially as well. Some of this prior days close 82 halves, it would seem. But yeah, breaking that downtrend on this gap up. Let's see if we get that continuation coming in off of the open today on Alibaba.
All right, we're flying through here this morning. Let's give you a few bonus rounds to deal with as well. Boot Barn. I know, right? Boot is the symbol, B-O-O-T. Nice gap higher here. We're trading up here this morning, 153.90. Off better than expected report. RBRK, Microsoft-backed Rubrik, on the other hand, downside off of a miss. This is a cybersecurity name, came to market back in April for RBRK, but trying to hold 30 here, not very successfully.
Just about to say the same thing. Yeah, good look there. Look, they reported second quarter revenue about $205 million. That's up from $151 million, but it missed the street's expectations. Adjusted loss still as they develop a 40 cents per share compared to $1.33 per share last year. They did raise their full year guidance. So you wonder why we're selling off here. They raised their full year guidance to about 830 to 838. The street was looking for high 700s. So we'll see how they do. 16 analysts, Brendo, cover it, and most of them have it as a buy with a medium price target of $44.50.
How much of influence does Microsoft have, I wonder, in that? But yeah, back right at the lows, essentially, on the higher time frame for RBRK this morning. Palantir, on the other hand, huge trade yesterday, ends the day at day highs. We just took that out, $34.87, $35 even coming into play. Bank of America this morning going to 50 on the price target.
I mean,
oh boy.
I mean, Obi, we've been talking about Palantir for a minute here, and I think it just continues to climb higher. I mean, yesterday, I didn't want to say it because I know Neil didn't really have it the same way, but you and I completely smashed Palantir yesterday. So congratulations to that one, Obi. And you know, it was a great trade opportunity yesterday for sure. We had that inclusion into the S&P 500 that happened Friday after the close. So then it kind of gapped higher on that, obviously. And then when it opened up, it was just like, let's get going here. We had indicated yesterday on the sticky note that this was going to be the #1 trade. It was probably your best trade of the month, I would think, right? I would think so. And same as mine. So that's why we're talking about it. But there it is, man. A nice break of that 32, 33. It just kept on going at the end of the day. That this was past 52-week high. We took that out. We came into VWAP. We supported it, sort of. I don't know where VWAP was at this time, but it looks like we probably did. Then we probably supported it there again. And then we just basically ended at the highs, which is awesome. I mean, normally you don't get that on a stock that's up 14, 15%. Sometimes you'll fade back into the end of the day, but it looks like the buyers didn't stop, man. They really supported the 200 period VWAP. The 50 was pretty choppy on the 1 minute chart, so we maybe won't use that so much today. But hey, 34.40, 34.50, right into there. I feel like those are good buy spots. The sticky note is out, so thank you for everybody for yelling at me in the chat there. But $34, I think that's a decent dip buy opportunity is what I wrote down. But I'm also Smash City again at 35. Why not? Good upgrade. I think there's a chance for this name to go again. If you smash 35, you could use VWAP. Remember, we did hold it. The better trade yesterday, though, the break was great. I'm pretty sure you had something like that. But we were able to play this dip buy early as well.
Oh, yeah.
So let's see if that could happen. So that's why I write down 34, 34.50, just in case we do get a dip buy opportunity. Yesterday, Obi, there was a monster imbalance of 1.5 million shares affecting it. Today, there's absolutely nothing on imbalance whatsoever. I mean, we talked about Ford a little bit. There's Oracle with only 80,000. XOM, we talked to Randy about this oil space getting hot again maybe after a couple bad days. But for right now, man, yeah, Palantir to me is a trade. The order's already in. So if it breaks above 35, we're going long on this name as well as Amazon. Those are the two trades that I like. So far, so good, man. Palantir, a huge move. I really like the stock.
No, I really liked that move yesterday. And yeah, that dip off the open, that was pretty crazy. Do you remember what your first entry was?
3250.
3250. Wow. I had 3271s. I remember I hesitated just a little bit when it reclaimed that 50. I was like, oh, I got to get in. I'm like, I thought I was going to get 60s. I crossed in. I was like 71s. I'm like, all right, whatever. I'll take it. I'll risk 20 pennies. Just
so it
below
came
the half.
down. So the thing is it came down into those levels. And I remember saying to Neil, I'm going to try some right now.
Yeah.
And I think it was 58s.
Okay.
So if I'm going to be honest, I think it was in and around the high 50s. Are we able to do that? Then we punched more in and around that level as well. 70s. And then we talked about how many shares we had as we smashed it again through 33.10. So
when it comes to like an opening drive, I think that was definitely that was a good one. If not A plus, at least an A minus opening drive trade on Palantir. It did all the right things.
It did all the right things. We talk about real trading all the time. That was an awesome opportunity with a catalyst. And something we've seen before. We've seen many names being added before. We've seen that in action, and that's exactly what happened. But what are you looking for today?
I'm looking for that continuation, Sean. Again, throwing up an anchored to yesterday's run right here. Look at that. Sean said he likes that 34. That anchored, Sean, is coming in right shy of that 34. 33.87 is the anchored from yesterday's reaction, or Friday's reaction on that S&P ad news there. Yesterday, only holding that VWAP on every dip. So I do like that. 34s and some change holding as pre-market lows, closing very, very strong on the day. Again, looking at some of that relative volume that we were doing yesterday, over 5 times, and almost pretty much sustaining that relative volume going all the way into the close. Now, for sure, today we're not doing as much, but I'm looking for that continuation. Let's see if we can get through that 35 mark as well. Looking left on this chart, we want to look back at it and see. These are not, I don't think these are technically all-time highs. This trader has traded higher before, right here. 45 is the all-time high. So we are coming into some of these previous levels. Now, this is a 3-hour chart. The next level I'm asking myself, what is the next level right here? 36, potentially a little bit of a bounce happening there. And then some of these highs at 39s. Let's see if we can get that continuation through 35 into 36. Yesterday was quite the move. I'm looking for that continuation today, guys. So let us know if you guys will be trading that Palantir anytime today.
Idiot's brains. There's our friends over at Firefly Neuroscience with an announcement this morning, teaming up with Zito to integrate and distribute their BNA technology with EEG device platform from ZETO. So AIFF on the NASDAQ. Not much volume here this morning, but shout out to our friends at Firefly.
Yeah, they're doing well here, Brendo. So essentially AIFF, so Firefly is obviously developing neurological and mental disorder solutions for those who are afflicted with such, and they're teaming up with Zito, which is an innovator in the EEG brain monitoring technology. So they're going to act as a non-exclusive distributor for Zito's FDA clearance of their EEG headset devices. So we'll keep an eye there. Well, it looks like they're flat right now, but we'll keep an eye on them.
Yeah, more to come from Firefly in the next few weeks here. We're going to have them back on the show, get an update on the company since it was a reverse merger. They got public.
I'm going to be involved in
Nasdaq a couple of weeks ago, so we'll touch base with them coming up here in the next few weeks. But yeah, nice positive announcement for them today. Meanwhile, market taking out the highs here, 0.4 for the Nasdaq, about the same for the S&P 500. So I guess all is well in Stockland.
Yeah, 18.7. Looks like we're on our way to 18.8 over here. The NQ is already up 0.4. Keep your eye on the Russell trade as well. We saw that one underperform the indexes yesterday, being the lowest of the 4. So we'll keep tabs on that one for now.
Yeah, a lot to look at this morning, guys. Final thoughts here. We have 5 minutes or so to go.
Long. Final thoughts, Obi?
No, I like that. I like that.
Yeah, I know.
Find places to get long. Yeah.
Yeah, find places to get long. I mean, we're not going to be punching long everything off the open, but a name that I really like long that we haven't really talked about was Amazon as well. AMZN right here, up 1.6% and still going. I like to talk on the contract with Oracle there coming through. Yeah. I tweeted it out right here. And thank you again for all the support with the note. But there it is right there. I like Oracle. I like Amazon. 178.50. I mean, I just wrote down here something pretty simple here. As you can see, 178.50 break, Goldman Sachs upgrade, news of more deals with Oracle, strong name. Is that Kathy Wood's? Yeah, Kathy D. Wood. Okay. Is also buying it.
Yep. It's there. It's
Hold on
almost there right now. It's trading 178.
Oh, wow. She must be watching. But no. So anyways, long story short, I like 178.50 to try to break here on Amazon. So Brendan just said final thoughts. I'm just thinking I don't have any short ideas. So that's why I'm saying long right now. NVIDIA at 110 should be interesting. We didn't really get a touch on that yet. We already talked about Tesla. I sort of like some of those dip opportunities and a 222 long break there. I really like this 178.50. It's been here for a couple weeks. Hasn't really broken above it except for one moment there. Now we get Catalyst, I feel like. Nice move, nice restructure there. Nice structure, sorry, off of the 50 period and the 200 trying to hold. So I really like Amazon. This will probably be the first trade that I get in. To be honest with you, will be this 178.50 break. It looks like it's going to happen early. Might be a mistake, and we may regret doing that. But hey, man, I mean, as a trader, you regret lots of decisions. It's just about how you manage with them. Yeah. Palantir with a little bit of a buy. Oracle with a little bit of a buy. Mara, we did not talk about that. That's a buy there today. Polestar with a sell, 155. That's not going to do anything. That's only at 400,000 shares. Other than that, there's my Amazon. Oh no, it's a sell. So we're looking for a long. We'll see if we can take advantage of some weakness early and get into some Amazon. But right now, not much on the imbalance locator as we get ready to rock and roll. I mean, I think it's going to be a great day again here, but one where patience may be key, because I was actually going to look at the TQQs as well. And this level that we had written down yesterday was $60. It's come back into play again. So I think that this level, we wrote it down yesterday when we were down here at 58s. It didn't really get going until just now. 60 is a huge level. This level here of 60.50 could be the next little level upside there on the TQs. I actually really like this one. 60.65 or so as a break on the NASDAQ gets us really going. So yeah, man, lots of opportunities here today. We'll get Obi's ideas in just a second when we get back from Sharif.
Guys, we're continuing our talk about trend this week. We're going to talk about these accelerating or decelerating trend lines with the fan principle. If you're into that kind of thing, catch that with Adair and I on How to Trade at 11.
All right. Yeah, no, I like that. Accelerating and decelerating trends. I vibe with that, definitely. We've been seeing a lot of that kind of happening. And yeah, Sean, I'm looking at kind of the spider trading just shy of this 550 mark. That strong selling coming in off of that 550 failure to follow through on Friday, selling off for majority of the day. We're coming into some of those levels. So the question I'm asking is, what do we do? What does the spider do in and around here at that 550 if we can get up there? We did kind of gap up above this end of day consolidation from Friday on Monday, which was yesterday, and we traded up into the close. And now in the pre-market, we're trading a little bit higher than prior day's highs. So 548.30s as of right now. Friday's high coming in at 551.58, but that 550 mark a little bit more significant. Let's see what we do. A little bit of an over/under potentially for me in terms of a compass. I always say SPY is my compass for the most part, like just to give me a little bit of direction on some of these larger cap and high beta names. So yeah, we'll see what the spider does in and around that 550. I do like the look on TQs. You said you were looking at that 60 mark. Again, that selling on Friday on the TQs coming in off of that 62 price. So we'll be watching some of those levels if and when the TQs or the spider get into those prices. What does price action do? What does the tape look like? What does the market look like? What are some of the futures looking like? So that's definitely going to be some of the questions that I will be asking when we get there. But for me, off of the open, I think Oracle, a little bit of Palantir, and yeah, maybe some Amazon as well. Got to keep an eye. I do. Once you pointed that out, I was like, oh boy, yeah, I do like that Amazon look. It's coming into some of these levels. I do have some higher time frame resistances / support levels marked out around this area. So I do like that as a look. It is coming in quite strong off of yesterday's action.
Yeah,
so
I saw that, yeah.
only about 30 seconds left here, Sean.
The Amazon's coming in nicely here off the open as well. We might not get that 178.50, and I mean, dropping down into 176 could be something. Let's keep Amazon on watch as well. So we'll get ready to go. Yesterday, my clock was off here, and I didn't reset it, so I don't even know what time it is, but here it goes, 50. I'm just going to hit it with my Apple Watch, and there it is. Right now with 10 seconds left as we will go 9, 8, 7, 6, and we're getting ready to go. Hi, Dare, how are you feeling? Right now 2, and I believe 1-ish. Okay, there we go. We are now locked and loaded. I have the, like a website here that I follow world time on, and yeah, that's what I will use, but yesterday was off apparently. Amazon with a little bit of a dip down in here. Palantir's right at 35. That could break and get us long immediately. Nice little drip down for Amazon. I may take this long here at 177.
Oh boy, look at that size at 35.
Not exactly. Yeah, we're getting ready to punch that long, baby. There goes Palantir. We are now long at 35.04 and not working out. We'll wait. Did it go to 20 there on that break? I don't know. But we are long right now, 35 and change. And we did get long Amazon. And guess what? Amazon right now, almost $1 in the money.
Yes, sir.
Is $1 in the money.
Let's go.
Not bad.
170. So you're long 177.
177.40.
Let's go. That's solid. Here we go on. I guess Oracle. Oracle's trading at 154s. Nothing too crazy right off of the open in terms of that strength. Kind of trading just above some of those earnings reaction highs. Now again, you have to remember that Oracle. These are all-time highs on Oracle. And again, I'm going to be a little bit patient. That 35 did have some significant size here on Palantir. We printed all of that size, and then now we're trading just shy of that 35. So maybe maybe poised for a little bit of a pullback. Yeah. We did trend up all day yesterday. Again, I think if we are to catch a little bit of a bid, I'm asking myself, where do we catch it? 155 is coming in here on Oracle. So Oracle starting to get a little bit of a run, opening range break to the highs. The spread is a little bit nasty here, 154.30. So by 154.60s. What do you got going on?
Oh
Amazon.
man, we are absolutely monstrous right now on Amazon, dude.
Go.
It broke that 178.50. We were long at 177.30s, but there it goes. It's a nice move to the upside. Palantir can basically just chill out for a second now and take a back seat because bang, that's exactly what we're talking about. This is what the sticky note's all about. One more time, it gives the goods right there. We did get some out on Palantir, but there goes Palantir. We just got out some 90s right there on Palantir, by the way, and then it dropped back in. So that one is a fail there on Palantir. But oh man, what a mover on Amazon. It's already a multiple right now and going a little bit higher. AMZN continues to climb, man. That's hilarious that we missed a lower on 117, 177, but that's a good trade there. Palantir coming right back into view up. I told you we'd be involved there, Obi, but we were involved a little bit too high on that one. Let's just try it right now, see if we can hold that bottom. We'll get back into Palantir here at 61s. But oh boy, it is a monster on Amazon, Obi. There it goes, man.
Nice trade.
Huge. There we go. I appreciate the compliment there, Obi. Thank you.
Yeah, again, I'm not watching Amazon right now, but congrats to Sean again. For that 177 to 179 is trading much higher there on Amazon.
Wow.
I am watching this Palantir. This Palantir is pulling into view up, pulling into some of these, some of that anchored from yesterday. 34 halves incoming right now. So let's see a little bit of a pullback right coming in. So I'm looking for that bid to show up once again on Palantir. That same bid from yesterday. Oh boy, Sharif, those eggs smell amazing.
I told you that's the problem with this guy.
I'm telling you, like it hasn't even been 5 minutes off of the open, and I'm thinking about eating, and I'm like, I wasn't even hungry like 3 minutes ago, and then Sharif comes in with the eggs, and I'm like, oh boy, all right. Is it lunchtime?
Is it an oh boy moment?
It's time to eat though. This 34 half holding as of right now.
I mean, let's go. I mean, this has just been, what a day, man. What a day again. I always say, and I'm actually, this Amazon. Okay, let's let Palantir cook a little bit here or we're going to get cooked again. on this name. I'm going to give it to 34.40s. If it does break back down below, one last shot here on PLTR. Let's puff and pass on that one. As we've given back some of what we made yesterday. I mean, let's be honest with what we did there, right? I mean, it did not work out for us, their PLTR. I'm going to take some more out on Amazon. I mean, I really love the story here. But honestly, for us to get about $2 straight to the upside right there on this play, and I just told Sharif, like, man, did we nail this trade? And I mean, the thing is like, that's exactly what we're doing. It's a sticky note nation, and it's just finding those levels. And I mean, even a name that was not on the watch list, was not really traded by us yesterday, and then again today, you got to do the work, you got to dig in, you got to try to find the names that you like to trade, and that was one of them. I really like to trade Palantir, but I can celebrate Amazon, but I will have to flush myself down the toilet because we've been wrong here on PLTR. You know, we'll try to buy that dip, as we said there. It just has not worked out for us today. And I'm trying to hold on to as much of Amazon as we can. We still have about, it's tough because we had shares early. I'm going to say we have about 25% of this trade on as we get into the highs right now. So if this name can keep going, I'm going to take one more piece out. Wow. Okay, I'm going to take one more. Wow. I'm going to take one more. I can't even talk. I'm going to take one more piece out here as we continue to climb higher. It's now $3 in the money. Sorry, $2.50 in the money there on Amazon. And boy, oh boy, Obi, we're at half of our net yesterday, and it was a pretty good day there. Let's go over to Adair, and then we'll come over to you and see if we got some more ideas cooking.
Small cap on watch here. It's going to be BKYI. This is BioKey International. We have a float of about 1.8 million shares, $2 million market cap. They're currently at highs of days up about 120% with really strong volume off the open, announcing they received $500,000 in government orders from a leading government defense ministry. Did not specify which one, but it has to do with their biometric work. Worth noting too, with a market cap of $2 million, this $500,000 award, pretty significant here, guys. BKYI.
All right. So there it goes, man. I mean, again, we can talk all we want about hot trades, but Palantir definitely not hot today. Actually, the complete opposite. So trying to find some levels there for Palantir. I think we might as well leave it alone. It was a good day up yesterday, up huge, obviously. And today we tried it twice, and we'll lose.
See where we find the bid.
So we won't lose nearly what we made yesterday on the stock, but we'll go for 2 early, and we did get excited about it. It was on the radar today. And that's about real trading and real talk. You know, like I said, I feel like, you know, you'll get that from us here. And that's what it's all about. So looking at this level, we're coming into one at $34 again.
Yeah.
I just don't know if we want to.
34.
Yeah.
That's where the anchored's sitting as well.
I don't mind it. I don't mind it. Down there at 34, I just feel like I'm chasing a little bit at this point, trying to make the stock right again. And, you know, I know we have MAGA tonight, making America great again. We don't need to make Palantir great again. We just need to try it to see if it wants to go. Look at Amazon, by the way, just pulled all the way back in. So good thing we had got out. We just talked about getting some out. Getting some out there at 179. We got this, Phil, unbelievable. 179.67 as we pull off of $80 again. So Palantir, one last try here against 34, and we'll see if it works out. But right now, yeah, the market's pulling back pretty decently here. We're not going to give it back, but Amazon also falling into the 50-period moving average here. I don't like that move.
About 600 lots there at 34.15s here on Palantir. And yeah, I like that 34 level. And we did talk about this area being somewhere in and around that anchor that we pointed out in the pre-market. Right now, I have it sitting here at 33.91, just shy of that 34 mark. We're holding these 34.20s with a little bit of size. You can see right here, 600 lots sitting at that 15, and that 15 gets taken right off the bat. Let's see what 34 has in store for us there. Is there any size? Let me pull up the book here so we can get a little bit of a look. See at that 34. I can't really see that low just yet, but that 34 incoming right now. 34.90s, we talked about that anchored. Where will the bid catch? Is the bid even there from yesterday? We saw that nice little buying all day yesterday. But something that is going, Sean, and I have definitely missed out on it, is Oracle. Oracle coming into the 156. Have the spread a little bit better as of right now, only about 15, 20 pennies at a time. So before it was about 30 to 50 pennies there on Oracle, but 166 is incoming here. A little bit of a pullback. 34.15s holding as well on Palantir. I will stay patient. I will stay seated on my hands there, Sean, to see if that trade that I'm looking for is either gonna show up, is it gonna fall into my lap. I have no idea, but I'm waiting for that next trade. Got to practice some patience sometimes, but yeah, that Amazon, oh boy, that trade was definitely a solid one right off of the open there. We are pulling back a little bit as of right now, 178. But yeah, the market doing a bit of a reversion of this pre-market action, 18,580s all the way to 18,760s. Look at these 15-minute bars, nice little trend, and we've broken that trend with this opening candle here as of right now with a very strong top wick wicking off of 1880s and some change. So let's see if we can get that reversion of this pre-market price action as of right now on the break of this trend that's been happening since 4 a.m. here over the past over 4 or 5 hours on the futures. So we'll see.
Yeah. Okay. So I know there's some people wanting BLMZ or whatever that stock is. We'll have to go over some of those stocks, when we can, because right now I'm in 2 positions, and it's going to be Palantir here at 13 and change. We just bought a little bit of a dip there against 34. I mean, again, me and you just sort of sat here, Obi, and talked about that 34 level, and I'm guessing that we should have maybe trusted it just a little bit more, but there's a little bit.
I still trust it. I'm waiting.
It's still there. I know. Yeah. It's still there. All right. So we're long right now on Palantir at that level. We did buy a little bit more on Amazon here. Just trying to see what's going on over there with AMZN, trying to find a bid. It came into the 50 period. I decided to wait for 77s in case that came through and watch out for the 200 period. So we're not super layered into this yet. We had 20% left. We just added a little bit more. Now we have about 25% of our initial position. All right, Palantir. Rocket boosters engage, maybe. If we can, we're long here at 11s. We just long at 13s. Nice. We'll see if we can take a dime there. We take a dime there at 23s. We get a little bit of a fill there. Now we're waiting at 26 and see if it can't get back. There you go. Give me that 26. Give me that fill. No? Okay, so we'll wait to see if that can come through. And again, pumping back up to the upside a little bit here is Amazon. So if we can get something near view up would be our flat. We're long at 178.45 right now. Come on, Palantir. Let's go. Make it count, man. Make it count. We'll take some more out there at 26. There we go. We'll take a little bit more. We took 2 fills at 26 as it seems like it wanted to stop there. I just put an offer again at 33s. We'll see if we can get that. And then I put one at 34.40 as well and see if we can get a nice little topside play on that as well. So far, so good. Come on, Amazon. I'm going to put a little bit at 50s there. It looks like it wants to fail. But look, if the market goes here, and I'm just sort of still need to focus on the market here. If it can hold, then I think we can get going. But right now we're under the 50 period. We have to be very, very cautious of some of our longs, Obi. Yeah. Not 100% convinced on what this market wants to do right this second.
Yeah, so I did get a little long there on Palantir. Not as good as of a price that you have, but again, holding that 34 as of right now is the risk. Again, if we trade below that 34, that's fine. I'm more than willing to get out and reassess. But something that is continuing its trend to the upside, Sean, is Oracle. Oracle trading at 157.80s, 158s coming in with 120 lots right there. 158s gone on Oracle. So Oracle, all-time highs. That opening drive has held the opening range highs. Opening range break coming in at that 155 mark, trading about over 4 points above. 159's coming in, Sean. That 160 is real close. Well, I don't have any fills on that one there, but
it's the talk. We talked about
exactly. We were like,
it held it.
I was looking for a little bit of a give, a dip down into some of these pre-market levels. That never really came. It just held the opening range lows very well and broke through those opening range highs right off the bat. 5 minute right there, confluencing with that 155 level.
Oh, damn.
159's coming in as of right now.
You're dropping the confluencing this early in the day already?
There's a lot of things confluencing.
There is a lot of things confluencing. Okay. I'm feeling that. Right now what's confluencing is long on Amazon. I mean, so far we'll do that, and it's a nice little battle back here for AMZN. Next spot out in the 80s, and here we come. Let's go into the 80s right now. Take it out right here, and we'll see if we can put on another 25 cents in our pocket. We are 15 and 16 cents in the money on Palantir, but Adara is eagerly waiting.
Beware of Boeing here, BA. As of this morning, we had Reuters reporting that there's going to be a 6-month production delay for one of the key production deadlines here for those 737s. Now, just minutes ago here, we do have the FAA, so the Federal Aviation Authority, saying that it will, quote, take years, not months, to fix Boeing's culture. So FAA not looking too positive here about Boeing's future and the culture changes as we have that report from earlier today, guys.
Me and Obi just said to our, thank you, Adara. Me and Obi just said to ourselves, I don't think the futures are going to hold this level. And I think we both meant that maybe we start to go to the downside right now. We got to watch out for this 18.7. I mean, that's what we sort of just mentioned there. And yeah, so we'll wait to see if we can hold. So I'm getting a little bit nervous. We did get some more out on Amazon right here. I know it's not like a super, sexy trade right now, just trying to get out for flat, but we already,
oh boy,
we nailed this stock already. So the profits are already been had here on Amazon. Doesn't mean that we, don't think there's more upside protection here or upside surprise, but we have to protect the downside is what I'm trying to get at. And I mean, right now we're under the 50-period moving average. It's 944. We've given it back, man. I told you we had half of our day. We did early on that Amazon trade, but then we did bleed out some profits on Palantir. So definitely bled some out. We were long at 13s. Remember, as our average price, as it came back in, our average price was 13. If you guys remember that. And then some of these outs, our worst out was 19s and our best out was 28s there or so. So it was a good re-battle back for Palantir, but we are getting ready to dip through one more time here on Palantir. And if that happens, that will not be very nice. But what's happening right now is a good one. It's a chicken dinner winner. Thank you for helping me pay for some of the products that we get on Amazon a little bit right now. Amazon was a name, Obi, that I dip bought on that bad report. So this is one of the names there, and I've been buying up some NVIDIA as well. We haven't even looked at NVIDIA. All right, so a little bit more out on Palantir. We still have half of that dip buy position. I am waiting to get some more out at 33s, which would be up here. If that can hit, great. And the next stop, VWAP after that. Amazon good out there at 70 as it's trying to just battle back around a little bit right now. I'm just talking because I see you just have the one position. Let's see if we can find some more. Oracle's touching that 160.
160, yeah. Wow. 160 11s are the highs on Oracle right now. Oh boy, that definitely was a banger trade, and yeah, no fills on that one. 160 halves now, Sean. So this thing is accelerating. That momentum is definitely picking up, and something to note is that there is still expanding volume on this ticker as it continues to tick higher. So I'm kind of waiting for a little bit of a distinct difference there, maybe taking the reversion, but earnings day one is the case here on Oracle and all-time highs. So do I really want to revert it right away? I want it to show me that the bid has really dissipated, that it's gone. Let's make some lower highs. Give us some places to risk off of there on Oracle. But oh boy, that 160, that definitely was a missed trade. What is the next trade though, is what I'm asking. No FOMO over here. Definitely going to continue to give us opportunities on Oracle today. 160 is a little bit of a struggle happening as of right now. We've only been printing green candles since the open here. I'm looking at the 3-minute chart. And let's see what this one prints here. This opening price of this current 3-minute candle is 159.98. We're trading just in and around that level here. Prior bars still haven't broken. Prior bar low all the way at 158 on Oracle. So that's about 2 points away. So that's a hefty little bit of a width when it comes to levels you're looking to risk off of. But yeah, let's see what this 160 does. Again. I'm going to mention this again. It is trading at all-time highs as of right now on some pretty decent news, pretty decent fundamentals as well. 159 coming back in. Let's see if that bid has dissipated, Sean.
All right, we'll go another trade right here. We're into NVIDIA. I'm not sure if it's going to work, man. I just want to take this as a try. So we'll do exactly that. Here comes NVIDIA trying to get back in. We are long right now. And what I mean by a try is that we are near some lows. And it's not like I'm in love with this trade, but we do have shares. So let's take a piece off right now. There it goes. Holy, Obi. All right, let's go, man. We're long at 107.20s. Let me put another offer. I was not expecting that kind of a move, just real quick like that on NVIDIA. So there it is right there, a quick move. Out at some 60s or 55s. We'll see if we can get another 55. Let's go meme crazy. It's not doing that now. What I mean by that is just takes it. There it goes. Now it's starting to go. There it goes. There it goes. There it goes. There it goes. All right, man. Nice little 40-cent winner there for NVIDIA. Palantir.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Amazon. All right. We are on one again here, Obi. Hopefully for right now, we have 3 trades on, all winners. Palantir 40 cents, NVIDIA 40 cents, Amazon 40 cents. It's a 40-cent spinorama right now.
Yeah.
I mean, so far, so wow, there goes Amazon now 60 cents. Amazon now 60 cents in the money, trying to go higher, breaking through 179, now 179.50. All aboard. It is the Amazon train, or it's the Amazon yacht. I mean, if you wanted to hit up your boy, Jeff Bezos. He'll send you around for a couple of spins around that thing right now. But there goes Palantir as well. Shout out to Alex Karp, dancing in the streets these days as well, as his company gets the big ad to the S&P 500. And oh boy, it's a good one here. We battle back. We are now at our unrealized highest spot we've been at all day. So good little reload there, and a lot of it is thanks to NVIDIA, but NVIDIA's pulling back.
Yeah, nice. Congrats on that, Sean. Market did go a little bit red to green there. We were talking about that break of that trend, that 18.7 potentially coming in. That candle rips up and closes a little green there. Second 15-minute candle starting, or already started. We got about 10 minutes left for that one to print. But yeah, the market is definitely catching a little bit of a bid here. Let's see what it does, though. It's still within the opening range of that first 15-minute candle. Range lows just above 18.720s, and then highs at 18.820. So about a 100-point range on the first 15-minute candle here on the Nasdaq. We're still trading in between that range, so I'm gonna stay a little bit patient. Something else to note is that the ES is pulling back off of 5,500. So nice little 5.5s right there. Let's see what that can potentially bring in for us. There it goes. Oracle with that initial prior bar low break happening as of right now. 158.50s pulling in as of right now. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a reversion down to VWAP. VWAP sitting at 156.95 there, Sean. So only about 2 points away. But I don't know if I want to take this trade. It's about a 1-to-1, risking up to that 160 and looking for that VWAP down at 157s. We're only about a 1.5 away from that 157 as of right now, as the market takes a little bit of a breather back down to the downside. I don't know if we're going to get stopped out of this Palantir, man. This 34 hold has been decent so far, but yeah, that market coming right back in. So let's see what we got.
Not good. I'm going to flip over short a little bit here on NVIDIA and start to get out of many things. I'm not super happy. I'm happy. It's been a positive day. The day has been great. But we will wind up going red on NVIDIA there on that drip. So I just flipped over to the short in the 70s. The reason why we did that, again, I don't know if the market's going to hold VWAP, but if it doesn't, I know NVIDIA is going to bleed down. So let's just try that. I'm going to try it to the 200 period. This is generally a trend move that I like to trade off of. We'll flip it up. We've done good flipping things up in the past. We still have long. I mean, Amazon, we just got some out there when it broke through VWAP. We've been getting this name out. This has been a good name for the long, and so has Palantir off that 34. So I don't want to bury ourselves here with NVIDIA. We're basically flat on it. What we're down is this current position. So we're down 20 cents right now. I want to try it off 107. I'm going to take a little bit more right now. It's just this 200. Let's just see. It's been red today. It's under. Prove me wrong, NVIDIA, and we'll just get out of it. And we'll tap out. We will literally just tap out and rethink this trade. But that's too bad. We were just long this name as it dripped back down through and took out the day's low. That's the day low right there, 106.80. I can't hold it through that, honestly. We've made mistakes like that before, and we're not going to do it again. Thankfully, though, Palantir keeps on singing, and so does Amazon. Good hold so far, Obi. I like that trade right now. Let's see if we can go over to Adara. And make sure you guys, before we do that, make sure you hit the like and the subscribe. It's a little bell. You can hit that to get notified as soon as we go live or post something. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, hit the share, hit all of that. But right now it's over to Adara.
It's brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Tired of being late to the trade? Always playing catch up in the market? Missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else. Pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial.
Darn it. All right. Gosh darn it. All right, right there. So NVIDIA, let's not pull any hair out because we don't have that much left. So, I mean, if we start doing that, then we're going to be in a problem.
Boy.
Right there. Yeah, I don't have. Wish I had the man bun, man. I love the man bun. Okay, coming back in here, 107.50 for NVIDIA is going to have to be the tap out spot right now. We're not short that bad. We're short at 107, but we were just long down here, and we could have had that trade back in, but it did hit the day's low, and now we are out of it. Hi, Ramin. How are you doing?
What's going on, Ramin?
I'm easily distracted. All right. So, all right, nice move up. Amazon right now, 75 cents in the money. There it goes. Let's go. That's a little bit of a diamond hand, man, for sure on that play. But we are going to get, out of this NVIDIA trade momentarily as it goes all the way back up into 107.50s. Again, that's too bad because I feel like we did have that, but the market bounces off VWAP. So lesson learned right there. Don't take something until we actually break. But right now, NVIDIA is just hovering around. We don't want to punch out immediately, but we're getting pretty close to doing that. Our best fills on the top side there, 107.60. So feels like that's coming in. I may just unbleed this a little bit, get something out in the 20s, and then if we can hold for a nice little move southbound right now. It's a Dollar Club winner on Amazon. I wish we didn't drop that right there when we thought the market was in trouble, because it ain't. And then look at Palantir, looky on this one. I know Obi's getting reloaded over there, but we got Palantir reloaded down here at 34. And look at it go. It's a nice move there for Palantir. We should get something out as we approach the 50-period moving average right there. So it's a good little play there. Let's go. We just get that fill. So right now, my whole morning is it's not hinging on this NVIDIA. It will be pretty much, we have Palantir still going to be red, but this is like our only red name because we have just sort of thrown money at this and not been able to get anything out of it. Like at least Palantir, we squeezed back a little bit right there. NVIDIA just bounced off 22s, which is where we were bidding. So that's not good. It literally just bounced off our bid there. It looks like it's going to go higher. All right, we're going to have to watch out for this VWAP, which is at 107.70 right now on NVIDIA. It looks like it wants to take that. Bad trade there on NVIDIA, but we'll own that one. $1.50 in the money on Amazon though, and still going higher. What that call for me is one for the ages because we nailed that one. We found it kind of out of nowhere, and here goes NVIDIA up to 108. That's frustrating, man. All of our trades were long, Obi. Yeah, too much noise there.
The market is moving up quite aggressively. We're coming right back into that 18.8. We're trading above 18.8 now. 18.820s is the day high here on the Nasdaq, and then 5,500 as well on the ES. We're trading right there, and yeah, Palantir, a little bit of a push back up through that VWAP. I have VWAP here on this chart sitting just shy of 34 halves. My other chart 34 half as well. Palantir. So yeah, with that 34 got bought up quite nicely. Day low right now is 34.02s. Sean trading at 34.60s. Ooh, why don't I have more on this trade? This little consolidation break, we were talking about this. 34 teens come in, and then orders below the bid try to punch in, and I'm like, oh boy, I might get stopped out on this one if we trade a little bit lower. And yeah, that kind of bid comes right back in and pushing above VWAP now. Let's see if VWAP can sustain. We saw yesterday all day long, Palantir got bid up, and those VWAP buyers were definitely there, kind of showing themselves. A little bit of a wash of VWAP. It is an area. It's not necessarily, yeah, it is. It's calculated at a specific price. But again, the market is not necessarily going to be acting in and around that specific price. It's always going to be a little bit of an area. But yeah, sometimes you do get a little lucky, and it comes in at that exact price. Oracle with a little bit of a pullback here, so it did get to VWAP, so that reversion to VWAP was quite nice, so a little bit of a one-to-one. I did not participate in that one. Let's see if VWAP holds at this 157 here on Oracle, but oh boy, was that opening drive trade the one to be in today. Again, earnings day one. So far, it's done about 11.5 million shares traded on the day on Oracle. Again, coming in with that pretty positive earnings report on the day today. Let's see. Let's do a quick review of what those. I mean, I didn't really necessarily look at their guidance or anything like that. I don't necessarily look at those fundamental things as much. Maybe I should. But again, price action is king for me. Yeah, some earnings surprise about just above 4% in revenue coming in at about 0.5%. What's going on, Sean?
Saved.
Go.
NVIDIA.
Beauty.
Look at
Those
that.
are shorts.
Yeah, those are shorts. Those were almost like, shorts send me down the river there on those shorts. But yeah, they come back in and there it goes right now. Let's go.
Another one.
Fabian, screen please when you get a second.
Another one.
We should have just waited. Why did we? So again, our idea to flip it was wrong. We flipped the short there. It is wrong. That's why I'm saying like, this is honestly a pretty lucky, luck. I think it's just bad trade management, to be honest with you. We didn't have that many shares. So that part is fine. It's just like, if I think the market's going to break VWAP, and I've identified that I thought NVIDIA was weaker than the market because it was at one point, that doesn't mean that it's always going to be weaker than the market. It doesn't actually mean anything. So we have to be able to judge that a little bit better, and that's my bad. I can talk about all I want, but right now we almost have $1 in the money. So there it is. We'll bid some 95s and get out right there. So just wait for your spot, and you'll be able to hit it. OB, I'm kind of like a little bit humbled to say this, but we're going to be at the high spot we've been at all day, and that was pretty irresponsible. In a way, it wasn't actually. It was fine. It's just I wish that I would have been a little more cautious of the levels. That's all. So we nail NVIDIA there, and look at this out on Amazon. And then we don't have the top on Palantir. We have 55s, but so far so good there as NVIDIA now bleeding back in 70 cents in the money. I'm going to take another piece right here at 05s and get another piece out. That was a pretty good trade. I'm asking Randy for a reload. You all good?
I'm good with this. Thank you.
Adara?
No economic data today, but it's been a pretty exciting morning so far for these markets with some earnings both coming up and that we're reacting to. We'll get into that in a minute. We have Fed's bar set to start speaking here at 10 a.m. 12:15, we'll get comments from Fed's Bowman. And of course, at 9 p.m. tonight, we'll have the presidential election. So keep an eye on DJT as that unfolds. We have GameStop here and watch. They do report tonight after the close. We know this one's been moving since we had Roaring Kitties return to Twitter last Friday. ORCL, meanwhile, they actually reported last night, Oracle beating earnings, getting an upgrade from JMP Securities and some other positive analyst notes, and announcing a collaboration here with AWS. And last but not least, Tesla, TSLA here at high of days, getting this positive note from Deutsche Bank with a $295 price target. Also, Bloomberg reporting that the EU is going to be lowering its tariffs for TSLA from 9% to about 7.8%. So interesting look here for these markets. Let's see what's in store for the rest of the day, guys.
This action is what I'm listening to.
Oh man, there it is, man.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Congratulations to the hot dog man over here to my right.
VWAP hold. I got to get more, man. I'm trying to find places to get more and actually be a little bit more cognizant on where it makes sense to get more and really get a lot more. Like, sure, VWAP hold, you can get a little bit more, but is that really worth skewing my average by punching in aggressively or being a little bit more patient and waiting for a more significant level to kind of punch into and get a lot more aggressive with? And that's kind of something I'm trying to work on right now in my trading as well. That 35 potentially coming in, only about a quarter away. Day highs at 35.20s. If we can break that wick high, Sean, on Palantir, oh boy, have we accumulated some buying pressure?
I mean, Obi, look, I just looked right now, and we don't say this too often, but I'm very, very pleased, obviously, as we go. There's not too many traders behind us. I wish there was a few more, but you and I right now have got this one. And it's just really on one trade for you. That Palantir was a monster trade, and I want to say I appreciate that. You're right, Adam DeLuz, man. We are going to keep throwing those punches, man. It doesn't... You know, we just keep on believing in what we're doing here. And I think that that's the number one thing. I mean, I sit beside this Obi guy, and he and I are going to be 1-2 today. And it's just about trading the strategies that we had. We came in here. Obi even mentioned to me, is like, if Palantir gets down, one of us, like, we have to be involved. And that was very important to me. You know, being able to hear ideas like that, bounce them off of, again, a guy like Obi. Thank you so much for that, Randy, as we go. All right. I'm hearing Faraday futures bouncing right now, popping a little bit higher. FFIE is what it is. Let's go have a quick look at Faraday futures. 475. Nice move up there from 435 up to 475. Faraday trying to go there as well. But I just said to Obi, I'm going to let this ride on NVIDIA. Let's just be right on it. You know, we're back. We're flat on the stock now, by the way. So I feel like pretty good about that one. I don't know if people are going to come in and buy this name. But for now, we'll go short on NVIDIA. We had written down that we really like the 110 break. It didn't get to that, so no worries on that play for right now. Our Amazon trade has less than 5% of a position left. This came back into there, and I actually just had a pending offer at 179.87 or 89. I like to use 89s. Right there. I used to really like Alexander McGillney. That name makes mean nothing to you at all.
No idea.
So that's good. Former Buffalo Sabre, former Toronto Maple Leaf, Russian hockey player.
Okay.
I liked him. Pavel Bure was another name there that we really liked as well. But anyway, it doesn't matter. We were sitting there at 90. I never get out. I don't know about you. Maybe we could talk about this. Do you care that much about those kind of prices? Do you have any superstitions? Neil likes to hit
About what?
a price level. So he likes to use 42s. So like if he's trying to get a bid at 40, he won't bid 40 or 41, he'll bid 42s. Like for me, I'm always 1 or 2 pennies ahead of the dime.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So I like.
So if I'm selling,
Yeah.
what was that? I got these are good trades on. So if I'm selling at 90, I'd like to get out at 88 or 89.
Okay.
And if I'm buying at 80, I like to buy at 81 or 82. Generally, it makes no difference at all.
Yeah.
But it's just something that traders, we have these little quirky things. So do you have anything like that?
Potentially, like I like to use I like psychological levels. I like the holes like multiples of like 25s and halves, like the 150s. I like the 125s. But in terms of like getting in, getting out, not really. I haven't really had anything like that. But yeah, no. If I can ever get anything at like a 42.69, I will definitely go for that one.
What? You're just that guy, aren't you?
Yeah,
you are that guy.
Like if that price ever comes in, if something is trading at 42.69, I will maybe potentially take a fill there. But other than that, no real superstitions. Nothing too crazy there.
I just said I would hold off on getting out of some NVIDIA, but I just put another bid out and got some out at 21s there.
I mean,
so nothing. So no superstition.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. But like psychological levels, I do like to kind of watch for to see if there's anything happening there, especially if something's at all-time highs, right? If something's at places where things have not printed or prices that have not been printed, I definitely give some more consideration to those psychological prices here. The Nasdaq trading just below that 18.8. So we still have not gotten out of that initial 15-minute range on the Nasdaq, but distinctly different is the ES here, pulling back significantly off of that 5,500 level on the ES here. So let's see where that will come into. There is the Nasdaq a little bit behind. Are we going to get that flush coming in on the Nasdaq as well? I have no idea, but oh boy, is the ES taking a little bit of a pullback here, Sean. And Palantir also coming right back into that VWAP, 34 halves. Let's see what we do with these levels.
I mean, give me this pullback like immediately, guys. I mean, this is a big trade alert. Again, we are now $1 in the money on the short now for NVIDIA. So I'll put a bid there. We just touched down into 80s. So there it goes. I just put an 81 bid right there again. Shout out to, again, Phil Kessel. Nothing about that either.
No.
Nope. Okay, good. Former Maple Leaf. And he's won like 5 Stanley Cups or something like that.
Wow.
Like Phil Kessel's amazing. Yeah,
that's impressive.
He's done really well. That number might not be right, but did not win one with the Toronto Maple Leafs because the Maple Leafs have not won since what year, Obi? 87. I wish, man. 1967.
1967. Damn.
Yeah. The year Ramin was not born.
Yeah.
Nor me, nor you.
Before our time.
And nor Adara at the desk.
This part of the show is brought to you by Firefly Neuroscience. Firefly Neuroscience is revolutionizing brain health. Our groundbreaking brain network analytics technology is transforming care for patients with depression, dementia, anxiety, concussions, and ADHD. With 15 years of research and a wealth of brainwave data, we're set to illuminate the future of diagnostics and treatment. Pharmaceutical companies and medical practitioners, get ready. FDA 510K cleared BNA technology is here to supercharge your clinical trials and enhance patient care. Join us at Firefly Neuroscience, traded on NASDAQ as AIFF, and be a part of the next big leap in neuroscience. Ignite hope, one brain at a time.
here. I mean, look, I know that,
Amazon stock.
excuse me, I know that Firefly is a sponsor here, but I feel like that stuff is super important, man. Brain care, brain health, figuring all that stuff out, ADHD. Okay, so right now the market, anyway, thanks to Dara. I definitely think you guys should all check that out. I have no idea what just happened in the market. The market just ripped like crazy right there. Is it Apple related? Apple, nice move. You mentioned Softy, possibly catching a bid there as well. Let's go and find out.
Straight up.
Yeah, straight up. So if there's any news, obviously we will get that coming through. So
Amazon's
Adara's
coming
on
into
the
that
desk
breakout
there.
level, dude.
NFL and Amazon Web Services expand partnership to shape the future of football. Okay. That just came through the wire. That obviously has nothing to do with this move. Nice move upside right there for the market. I like the move because we do have that Amazon and that Palantir, and I know it's great for you as well. But we were eventually trying to look at this short. We'll try it one more time here on NVIDIA, but without knowing the news, there's no way that we're going to give back this play. We're already getting stopped out on a break of 108. Let's play a little bit of a reversion play here, Obi. And take that, look at that, man. We just took that short at what, 70 what? There's 78s, just drips into 50s again there for NVIDIA. So let's put a bid at 51 there. I mean, Obi, man, this is going to be good. We just take that short right there again off the top. When you don't see news, I'm gonna take another bid right here. When you don't see news, I feel like you wanna take advantage of the plays. We just take 2 fills there. We get the reload at 80. Now it's just spilling back in. And I do remember that Hans Beer and everybody there. We do have a Fed speak, I believe, right now. Let me just check it. Let me check. I know we got to go to a dare. Maybe that's what the news is. Let me just check it. You can get it on our watch list right now. Economic events, yes. 10 o'clock, Fed's bar speaking. So go grab our watch list immediately for that one. And we're going to go grab a Dara and figure out what this is all about.
I have eyes on Fed's bars comments pretty much only speaking about Basel III, so not much that I'm seeing as of right now with regards to economic data or the Federal Reserve FOMC related things. I'll let you guys know if that changes. We also do have Fed's Bowman at 12:15, but Microsoft on watch here, MSFT, though I did not see anything specific about NVIDIA. About 4 minutes ago, we had the information reporting that OpenAI is looking to release its Strawberry model, which is its reasoning specific model. This has been reported since late June. Basically, they're planning on releasing this model as part of ChatGPT within the next 2 weeks, again, according to the information. So MSFT's OpenAI here with this model on watch, guys.
Dumped a little bit there. What's going on?
I mean,
The reload.
No, I'm not good, actually. I'm not good. I mean, it's just, there's the reload. It's just like when things work out, it's like, there it goes. And we did not even bid 107 there. But let's just see if it we just got filled? Oh boy. Thank you, Adam DeLuz. Thank you, everybody in the chat that's saying like Sean is really in the zone here. I don't know if I'm in the zone or not. But we're here.
Oh, the
and we are definitely feeling it right now. We just talked about a dollar club before. This is a reloaded dollar club right now. So there it goes, man. I mean, these are real trades. These are real trades. Really glad to be here with Obi today. We always have good show. We'll hope that Neil can get back into the saddle tomorrow as well. But yeah, so far so good here today. Amazon, 90 cents in the money. NVIDIA, 90 cents in the money. Palantir, 50 cents in the money. It's a 3 for 3 kind of day right now, although Palantir, that hit early sucked. There, wow, okay. We are now riding that bear, baby. There goes, like, for everybody behind us, for everybody watching this, we just reloaded NVIDIA at 107.85 there, 107.79 right there. It is now $1.10 in the money as we will take that piece out. And now we will. Thank you, John Von Sowers right there. Thank you for that talk in the chat, man. Real trading sees real trading, and you got 2 of us right now. So let's go, man. Good trade there. Obi, let's see if Palantir can hold that level. What areas are concerning you about PLTR?
Yeah, so that 34 hold looks interesting right now. Let's see. The market is coming in quite heavily. You can see the ES distinctly heavier than the Nasdaq as it has retraced over 50% of this move since about 4 a.m. here on the futures price action. So let's see what will come in to some of these tickers here. 18,720, that little bit of a double bottom opening range low on the NASDAQ. Let's see if we can hold that level as well. 18.7 potentially incoming, but yeah, these tickers are starting to sell off a little bit. Again, Softy, that was extremely strong right off of the open, is starting to get a little bit of a pullback. So is Amazon, and Alphabet is about to print a fresh low of day. So, and Nvidia is already starting to print low of days. So I see that you are still in that short. Nice short there, Sean. Beautiful.
Nice short.
108. Let's go.
Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that talk. There it is right now, $1.55. Now in the money, down to 106 and change goes NVIDIA. You're gonna have to tell me that one more time in my ear, Fabian, and I'll get to whatever it was. All right, 106 right now. Coming back in for NVIDIA. We had written down some low levels of 105 support. So as this comes in, and you're probably right, Adam Deleuze. Adam Deleuze is like, if this guy's not in the zone, then what does in the zone look like? Yeah, so right now we're in it, Adam. So you're all right. 106 and change. Coming back in, let me put a bid on right there. Then Obi, I got to prepare something, so can you please take this over for a couple seconds?
Yeah, no worries. Palantir coming into 34.30s, 34 quarters, trading above that right now. But yeah, the futures strong flush. We did break that 18,720, bit of a low there. Opening range lows on the 15-minute here on the NASDAQ. And we traded down into that 18.7. So I was talking to Sean a little bit earlier. I'm like, oh boy, if this kind of cracks, that 18.7 is definitely coming in, or the likelihood of that 18.7 to come in is quite significant as of right now. And that did, I guess, come into fruition. Let's see what we trade, how we trade in and around this 18.7. Are we poised for a little bit of a lower push, or are we going to do a little bit of a bounce? We can see that opening range held for the first 30 minutes or the first 45 minutes of the trading session, and then we finally cracked it going into the just past this 10 o'clock mark. 18.7 holding as of right now. Let's see if that 34 can potentially come in here on Palantir. The markets are pulling in quite heavily, so that's selling coming right back in, Sean. So I'm looking at Microsoft. Microsoft potentially it's still holding above VWAP, so that's a good sign there. But NVIDIA fresh day lows happening. Amazon taking a significant pullback as well. Prior bar lows coming in for a break at that 178. Apple, still nothing really too much. Apple has been trading sideways, relatively muted to the rest of these Mag 7 tickers. Alphabet, Google is attempting to push some fresh lows there. Low of day as of right now is 149.31, and we are trading at 139.40s on Google. Let's see if the market does a little bit of a bounce. Can we hold this 18.7? We did do a little bit of a crack there, but some of these prior structures here from the morning session being held as of right now. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a pickup. Softy with the pullback after some serious strength seems to have pulled the market down a little bit there, as well as it's starting to get a little bit weaker. Can or will Softy revert back to the downside, or are we going to get that continued action here? High of day on Softy, 416.30. What do you are you?
No, like Mike Jack in the chat just goes like, "Hey, dude, JPM's down $10."
What is going on?
And I'm like,
there?
Key? Like, is that what or who? I don't know. But what? Is it? I don't know. But down into 208 right now? Huh? All right, we talked about the weaker banks. WFC was not the weakest. I felt like it was BAC was one of the weaker names to look at. Bank of America right now, where is that cliff? I don't know if it's going to be jumping off of one soon, but 38.60 right there coming into play. 38.60 right there. Wow, NVIDIA, we got a piece out there at 106. We are now light on NVIDIA. 10% left on NVIDIA. Less than 5% left on Amazon. Less than 5% left on Palantir. But right down into there, 38.50, 38.60. I think it's a buy the dip opportunity on BAC right there. Might even be more so on JP Morgan. Brendan came with the story. I thought it was more WFC specific there, but banks have been pulling back. We did look at XFN as well. Okay, thank you. We will get that story in just 1 second right here. Right now, oopsies, I'm on the wrong chat, of course. We'll get that in a couple seconds for you, as I was on the show chat and then I was not. So right now, the story here, JP Morgan current 2025 NII. Expense estimates are too optimistic. Expense estimates are too optimistic there for JPM's Pinto current 2025 All right, hold on a second. Okay, so there's talk now about AI in my ear. I missed the story again, but let's just address this real quick. It's Amazon. So that JP Morgan, we'll get more on that in a minute. But Amazon right here as a trade has fallen back in. I'd want to respect this 200 period moving average, 177.60s. So I think if we can get a drop into that, we'll try it, and then we'll see about holding it a little bit lower. But I need that bid first and foremost. Don't want to take too much risk here on Amazon. We've already taken that risk. A hold on Palantir seems to be good as well. So we'll wait to see if that can hold. DraftKings, we looked at $38 for DraftKings and talked about that as possibly being a high. Where are we on DKNG right now? Okay, well, I mean, I think we were pretty close to being right there. The high of the day on DraftKings, 37.40 right there coming through. So nice move downside there for DraftKings off that high. Nvidia's still there, Palantir's still there, and Amazon. Yeah, we could have rebought that, man. We could buy a 178. I just want to give this one a little bit more room. We've been doing really well here so far today. The funny thing is the chat was on Randy because I was asking Randy for that coffee there and I forgot to switch it over. So thanks, Brendan, for that news there on JP Morgan. So we'll give it a shot at that level again. But yeah, Amazon making that move, AMD making the move. We said we would look at SOXL. Again, today, SOXL was the third biggest stock yesterday for us, and it was just an afternoon trade. So SOXL bouncing again. Look at that trade off the daily chart. It comes almost right into a perfect support level of 25.50 there for SOXL. We're at the highest spot we've... Uh-oh.
Oh, look at that bounce.
Russia...
Look at that 18.7 bounce. Something
about Russia using ballistic missiles. So again, we have the Benzinga Pro in our ear, and we just got that ad read from Adara. But I'll just, if I do hear anything that could possibly be moving, I will get that. And I do not want to avoid this super chat because it was a big one. Thank you so much to Kyle Burdett right now, cranking up the Pantera and Metallica. Let's go right now. Get that guitar out and start just riffing on it. Putting on my Michael Burry Halloween costume. Send a picture of you dressed up as Michael Burry. And I don't know if that's obviously the market coming back down in. Whenever I think about putting on suits, we always think about GameStop because the infamous there, right. Roaring Kitty going to be possibly tweeting out more today. Right now, I don't know that. I just made that up. I don't want anyone holding out for any possible tweets. I didn't understand that Toy Story tweet. But again, one of the, yeah, I know it's Chewy, yeah. I get it, but let's just see if this actually, I don't want to play with you anymore. Okay, I get it. I don't know if this has anything to do with anything right now, but we'll wait to see earnings today on GameStop. I don't want to promise any kind of a tweet coming out, but what we do have over at the big screen, Fabian, if we are ready, is Adara with an update.
Pretty consistently strong volume here on the way to the downside for the IWM, making a little bit of a bottom here, but pretty much at low of days, down almost 1% is the Russell 2000. Repeat runner here, WHLR. This is Wheeler Real Estate. This is a REIT. This one up about 40%. No news on this, but it has been running semi-frequently. Lots of retail attention, a float of under 2 million shares. We have Design Therapeutics here as well, DSGN. This one announcing that it's going to be participating in the 2024 Cantor Global Healthcare Conference. They do have a short float of about 5%. And last but not least, SMX. This one is called Security Matters. They're not at their high of days here, still up about 50%, but worth noting due to the float, we have about a 590,000 share float and $1.6 million market cap for SMX, guys.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Darren. I do think it's very, very important. We talk about it all the time that we have the advantage right now of sitting on a trading floor. And I also want to tell everybody in the United States that there is an opportunity for everybody right now as well. Check out what's on our screen right now. It is tradethepool.com. Becoming a funded trader means trading with a firm's money instead of your own. Always a good choice. At Trade the Pool, you first complete an evaluation by hitting profit targets, which makes sense, while managing your risk. Once you pass, you get access to up to $260,000 in buying power. You keep up to, and this is a big one, 80% of your profit while the firm covers the risk. It's the perfect way to trade big without risking your own funds. Ready to become a funded trader? Join Trade the Pool TradeThePool.com immediately. Scan the QR code on the screen or click the description in the link in the description below on this feed. So Trade the Pool, we want to thank them for coming on. A lot of you guys have asked for funded programs out there and how do we get involved? Of course, we're on Real Trading here, but that's a big one. Again, go find them out, TradeThePool.com. Again, a great opportunity. We want to thank them for supporting the show here. Thank you, Trade the Pool, for that. But okay, so GameStop, again, we're not really trading that. We're pretty light on all of our positions right now. So looking to do something here. Crude, I'm hearing in my in my ear. If we can flip over there, Fabian, it's been a minute. Right there. Okay, so USO would be something that we'd want to look for if we were talking about crude. So that would be something here. Look at this move down. Sharif.
What?
You get to drive in on Friday and put a little less money in the tank. USO down 3 and a bit. Ramin, you get to save on gas. Obi, you talked about driving in today. Save on gas today as there it goes down, USO. I filled up the other day, believe it or not, everybody that's in this area, 138.7. I thought that was a good price. Looks like it's getting lower per liter right now as down goes USO. And again, we've heard some ceasefire talk again over the last couple days and weeks. It doesn't seem to be happy. I hope it happens. That would be great, obviously. But you could see for oil prices, obviously very sensitive to news coming out of anywhere, any part of that world. We had threats from Iran and things like that. So we'll just continue to watch out for this as this comes back in. And again, kind of an important action tonight, right, with the debate. Yep. I mean, energy, although the policies, obviously, you can hear from the conservative side, is going to be a little different. But as you go back and forth there, energy always a hot topic. So we'll see what happens there. And I'm just going by the betting sites. I actually logged in last night, and it was Bet365, a popular site here in Canada. It was 50-50. The odds were 50-50 on the election. So it's going to be a great November, needless to say now. As I always ask ChatGPT, how many days left until election? I haven't done that since 80. So I'm going to guess it's about 60 in change right now. I believe it's November 8th. Is that right? But at the end of the day, it's going to be a fun couple months for not only stocks like DJT, but energy stocks, and of course, big tech as well as we watch out for that US dollar.
Yeah, definitely got to be watching
November 5th.
Some of those tickers.
Thank you, Adam.
November 5th. Okay, cool. But we still got a few days until that comes in here. I'm watching the Nasdaq that bounce off of that 18.7. What is currently quite aggressive. We are retracing right back into that opening range kind of area here. Oracle as well, 156 hold, so only can get below VWAP by just about a point before aggressively bidding right back up into these 159s as of right now. Like I said, this thing is probably not going to be done right off of the bat there. Nice little, so it's given a lot of opportunities, right? Nice little opening drive off the open flush. Break of trend, reversion into VWAP, kind of breaks below VWAP a little bit, and now we're getting a potential push back up. Let's see if we make any lower highs below this 160 high of day, or do we kind of continue to the downside here? A JKL with the super chat. I need NVIDIA to get through 107 to 110 like Phil Kessel through a pre-game hot platter. I have no idea what that means. But I'm thinking you might know if you want to comment on that.
He put on a little bit of weight near the end of his career, but Phil Kessel. And it's funny because there was like pictures of him. He went and grabbed like a hot dog here when he was playing in Toronto. He's just a character and he's a great guy. I've actually met Phil Kessel before, so
nice.
It's not a huge deal, but he's just Pittsburgh. I got Carolina Panther, Pittsburgh Penguins player there. So all right, Phil Kessel, Las Vegas Knights as well. All right, a 106.50 coming in. That was a good one. We just reloaded again. So right there, we'll see if we can get a fill. I was just looking at where we'd want this fill. So we just took a couple fills there short against the 200 and against VWAP. And I'm not trying to hold this stock down by any stretch of the imagination. We're just trading what we see. 106.80. Yeah, let's go to 81 since all this Phil Kessel talk. There we go. So that's what I'm talking about. We don't really care too much about the exact pennies here because although you could miss it, for sure. What I do is not rocket science, and thankfully it's not, because then I would be failing at it. you know, I'm just looking for some levels. So, I mean, that's 86, 87. That little drip down there is 73. So if we can get a fill in and around here, now everything I seem to say, his name is Phil Kessel. Now every time. Anyways, if we get a little bit of a drip down in that one, we'll watch out for NVIDIA take an 81 fill. I am out of this if we take VWAP. We shorted it again. If we take it right there at 50, let's get out and then just, you know, be lucky to be green on NVIDIA. And a lot of it starts from, Obi, and you and I talked about this, having that trader instinct and flipping it upside down. We were long early, and then we were mad that we flipped it into the short. But then the thesis worked out. We were able to hold on to it, put a big winner on there to the bottom side. So we just bounced off of right there, 87s.
The futures.
There we go. Now the future's starting to go. So again, we'll take another fill. We know where our stopping spot is on this. We're short at 32. Let's put a bid now in the teens, maybe because we just got reloaded on that. Then we'll take a 107 and change. We have more shares now. We just got a nice little fill coming through. Here comes NVIDIA, like cutting through that 50 period is the futures. Watch out now. We could possibly get stopped out. We are now flat on this trade. Stop out spot on NVIDIA, breaking through 107.50 to be exact. So we're just going to do that. We also have some bids here. If we're able to get out, we will do it. I'm talking really fast because we do have an update with Adara.
Interesting story and graphic here ahead of the presidential debate tonight at 9 p.m. Gemini here, so that is the crypto exchange run by the Winklevoss twins, actually did this survey of 6,000 crypto owners asking whether or not they'll be looking at crypto with regards to the election and if it'll impact their presidential vote. 73% saying it might have some impact, 37% saying it would be a significant impact. So interesting to think about the role of crypto in the election and with regards to that debate we have tonight. In terms of Bitcoin on the daily chart, very fascinating as we continue to have lower highs, but decent support at that 54,000 level, which some crypto analysts have mentioned as well. Currently around 57,000. We did have a pretty strong wick of resistance here to that 58,000 level yesterday. So let's see how we hold up here. Up about 3% on, up about 3% of the day here for Bitcoin. 2.5% for Ethereum, nicely above that 2,300 level, and strength across the board for a lot of these other cryptocurrencies and crypto-related names heading into tonight's potentially interesting debate here. 3% for BNB, 6.5% here for Solana, 5% for Dogecoin. Let's see what tonight and what the election brings with regards to crypto, guys.
I was actually...
What's your opinion on that?
No, my opinion is crypto could rip tonight because if you think about that, what she was just talking about right there, I don't think Kamala will mention it. But if Trump does, you know, people that are potentially, I just think it's low-hanging fruit for either candidate.
Yep.
Like, if that's going to be true and people might vote where their crypto money, like a lot of people have invested in Bitcoin. I think we can talk about that. And they have just the same amount of votes as a Wall Street guy. So the thing is that if Donald can come out tonight, talk positively on crypto, can he gain some support from the crypto community, in which could mean a couple thousand votes here or there. And we know that if it's going to be a tight race, then potentially, you know, just some swing states there. And I don't know, is California, is New York? I don't know where all the crypto hodlers are located. But at the end of the day, I think it's a good sign right there. And oh boy, Obi, we're doing it again, man. We just reloaded NVIDIA off VWAP. So here it comes back in. Let's take some more bids out right now. We'll bid some 14s. We just shorted 40s again, or whatever this level was right there. 40s, and now we're getting out at O's. And there it goes again, coming back in, Obi. What a day to trade. It's 10:30, and there we go again and again and again, man. We are reloaded. We are losing our voice, but that is par for the course.
Yes, sir. No, definitely some exciting moves there on NVIDIA as, Sean, you keep reloading that VWAP, and that's what, a 50 moving average there as well. I know you like to use that one there. So a little bit of a resistance coming in with confluence with some of those indicators, and Sean keeps on reloading. Those are solid trades there, kind of churning that NVIDIA out as it dances along the lines of that VWAP. Again, futures oh boy, we kind of we flushed
right,
down.
baby.
We broke that opening range low. We bounced off of that 18.7. We ripped all the way back up. We look like we're about to test that 18.8, and now we're pulling right back in. So a little bit of a consolidation, chop happening here on the NASDAQ today. The ES sold off quite aggressively, significantly more aggressive than did the NQ. But some spicy action nonetheless. And JPM, we were talking about that earlier, Sean. Yep. JPM still trading to the downside there, still getting sold off as of right now. So that something's definitely going on over there. 34 teens still holding here on Palantir. Will it continue to hold? I have no idea. But we will kind of continue to observe this ticker. 157.30s on Oracle. So we did make a lower high there on Oracle, just shy of that 159, and we're coming right back into VWAP as the futures, well, the NASDAQ trades pretty much sideways within its opening range. ES, distinctly different story there as of right now. So I'm looking at some of these tech names here, kind of flat, again, trading within their opening ranges there as well. Softy still surprisingly holding that VWAP, Sean. So that thing has still, and again, opening price was 408. High of day is 416. So we did almost an 8-point move right off of the open, and we're sustaining the hold above VWAP. So Softy definitely relatively strong on the day here, and so is Apple. Apple did give us a little bit of a flush off of the open, 216.70s, and then that 220 high of day incoming as of right now. So let's see if Apple can continue to push to the upside. Alphabet still holding near its low a day there, and Nvidia still doing a little bit of a chip chop to well, not really to the downside, but more sideways on Nvidia. So we're going to keep that one on watch as well. There, Sean, I see that you're still holding on to that Nvidia as it comes right back up into some of those levels. So what is the plan on for you on that one there?
Yeah, so we just got out at the 50 period. Again, we only hold less than half now of what we had there because, and thanks for bringing it up, Obi, because I think it's very important that we have to decide what exactly we want to do, right? I mean, it's 10:35 right now. We can do nothing. We are, you know, because of some of these reloads, we are going to have a decent spot right here and be comfortable with what we're doing. The one trade that we just put on, our newest trade, was a reload of Amazon, and we reloaded another 5%, a whopping 5%. So we now have 10% of the position that we'd want here on Amazon. But the interesting thing about this one is, although this is above VWAP right now, and we find with the market right now, we may switch over into TQQs very soon because I'm not trusting some of the reads. And I'll tell you that because we really like the long on Amazon. Did it get exhausted up there at 180? Amazon by far. I made more money today on Amazon than we did on Palantir yesterday. More money on Amazon today than we did on Tesla yesterday. And those were our top two stocks. So we nailed this. We're upping our shares on some of these plays early, and it's been paying off. But the one thing I don't want to do is throw it away late. So we are still going to respect this 200-period moving average. I want to get a little bit more in there at 177.75. If we're able to buy that, great. And then if we drop below 177.50, honestly, I'm not even waiting for these bottoms. I'll give this to 50 and then we're out. So that's a quick little talk, a small one there on what we're doing on Amazon. So there was, let me go find this guy in the chat right here because it was a good move there. No, so unfortunately in fantasy football, I had Marvin Harrison Jr., so thank you so much, Profit Monsters. He did absolutely nothing. We'll go 0-1, but thing is, I still beat half the league, but I faced the guy that came in second. The guy had Saquon Barkley and Joe Mixon, each put up 40 fantasy points in our pool, so I couldn't do much about that. We'll be back, man. And then my quarterback, of course, I have Jordan Love and Justin Herbert and Will Levis. And so I got to go now with Levis and Herbert, which could be a problem. Okay, the TLT tracks long-term U.S. Treasury bonds, again, at 20-plus years. So we have interest rates on the 18th of September, so coming next Wednesday, so a week tomorrow, we will get that quarter point cut. And as you can see right now, Treasury definitely understanding that one. And looky what I see right here. Oh, and it was, I'm trying to find who mentioned it. There was John Del Segno. I hear Sharif often mention that guy's name, so shout out to John Del Segno, who's definitely been here for and often for a minute. Big John, he goes, reflects market sentiment of futures interest rates and economic conditions on the TLT. So that continues to go higher as we push. As the NASDAQ trying to find its footing, it looks like rates upside right now, TLT pushing higher. So we'll have to wait to see about the relationship between the TLT and the NASDAQ and some of the US dollar as well. So a good look there, Mr. Del Segno, for that one. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Yeah, I got that. You know, I don't want to say he's one of my boys because he comes from God's country. That's not right. All right, so here we go. Upside move here. We just bought some more, and we got a decent fill. 176s. Oh no, Fed's bar talking right here. So we'll figure out what's going on. Let's get a piece out at 90 if we can for NVIDIA. Take 15 cents on the reload, and then see if we can get VWAP. But again, 25 cents of a hit downside right now, and we will get out there. Palantir is what right now? Okay, you're still in it.
I got out and then
you got out and back in. Good level. Yeah.
That when it broke through that 34, that selling did come in quite aggressively.
Amazon, wow.
Definitely taking out a bunch of stops there below that 34 mark.
75s.
What are you doing with Amazon?
Oh, go ahead. Tony Sharif.
No, so that 34. That breakdown was aggressive. I did get out, and then it flushed. That 34 came in real hot, printing low of day right now at 33.85, trading just underneath that 34. So yeah, we did hold. I guess we've been holding underneath VWAP, so that is something I do have to consider and respect on Palantir. A little bit of distinct different action than yesterday, where we were holding above VWAP, and today we're holding quite a little bit under it. So not a little bit, definitely under it. So VWAP selling is definitely, I guess, in charge as of today. Something else that is to the downside there, Sean, is Meta. Meta coming into 503s. But before we talk about that, I'm going to pass it back to Dara for Sector Watch. What's up?
Yeah, Meta, part of one of the more kind of mixed to positive sectors here, technology services. Microsoft nicely green. We did get some updates from OpenAI as reported by information. Oracle also strong here after earnings. In terms of electronic technology, it's a little bit more mixed. Apple to the downside with regards to that fine here with back taxes for Ireland. We have Broadcom and NVIDIA sharply to the upside. The rest of the sector kind of mixed. Let's talk about the rest of this board because there are some really interesting things here. Energy minerals weak across the board. Both crude oil and diesel futures here actually reaching their lowest levels since December 2021, so almost 3-year lows, sending energy minerals to the downside. We have finance also very interesting here, both JPM and Goldman Sachs weaker. Both companies actually having their Goldman Sachs CEO and JPM president releasing weaker than expected guidance or some guidance updates not well received here by the market. In terms of strength, though, retail trade actually not too weak here. Amazon and Walmart both to the upside. Health technology has some strong players here as well. Bit of a mixed board here as we have almost flat trading for both the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. Let's see what happens from here, guys.
Thank you, Adara. Right now, okay, we got reloaded again on NVIDIA, and we almost got the other way on that one. But there it is, another 50 cents. I mean, we just went short there at 107.50. I mean, it was the VWAP level. We went short there on NVIDIA, gave it 10 more cents. Oh my, Obi. This is coming in again into 13s. There it goes, NVIDIA. Flushy, right there, a quick 50 cents again on NVDA. We only have one red name today. It will be Sir Palantir and Alex Karp right now today. He maybe took some profits, but we're coming back in. If this breaks 75, we gone on this one, man. 75, we're coming into the 50 period moving average, which is at 62. That could be a spot. We could look to reload that one right now, but yeah, man, today's going to be a big, huge day for us. And I was sort of, when we were talking about it, it was this name, Amazon. Got a good reload there and a couple outs above 178 as we're falling back in right now on Amazon. But oh boy, it's another 50 cents here on NVIDIA as we reloaded that and the market coming in and hurting some of the longs right now, but it's a good thing that we're short. Right now, Amazon 177.80. We're going to give this 20 more cents. This breaks 177.50. We're gone. We took 20 cents there. We'll give it right back in a couple seconds. It's the reload on NVIDIA that's making them dance right now. 106. Are we still at that Phil Kessel level? Let's put one there right now. 106.81. We'll see about Uncle Phil and giving us that fill right there on the downside. Palantir, unfortunately, my friend, Obi.
Trading much lower.
Yeah, not a friend of ours, I don't think, today, as Palantir continues to make moves lower and lower and lower. We're trying it right here at 75. If that's a breaker, then we are gone. Palantir giving some back today, man. I mean, in an up market, I would have lost a bet that Palantir would be red. So, we'll just sit there and wait for it.
Yeah, no, I think waiting is the right game to play with this one. Here, 34 is broke down. We're trading below that anchored from yesterday as well. Kind of that S&P 500 add anchor that I did point out. So we did kind of attempt to hold that. I did attempt another long right there for a potential hold of this level, and we didn't quite hold it or sustain it quite well. So we're trading much lower right now. 3370s incoming here on Palantir. So yeah, VWAP. Couldn't really hold it there. Attempts at another push towards VWAP, not really there. Getting stopped out on the push on back through some of this consolidation right here, trading further to the downside. So yesterday, let's take a quick look at some of yesterday's levels. 75s potentially right here. We're trading at those right now. Down here, 3340s as well. That second time it held VWAP yesterday. So let's see if it can come into there. Only trading about 30 pennies away from that. As I'm watching the tape here, a lot of dark reds coming in. So below the bid, hitting on Palantir as it makes its way to the downside here. And again, futures looking a little bit red as well, especially on the ES. Rather than the NASDAQ there. So let us know in the chat what you guys are trading here. So the anchor chain broke, says FinChain. Yeah, exactly. So that anchor did break the anchor that was anchored to prior day's push off of the S&P 500 ad news there. So we are trading below that. That's something I do want to consider. That 34 has been or was a little bit of an interesting level for me. I did write it down in the morning session, and we were trading below that. So Softy also coming into VWAP here. Let's see if that can break VWAP with the market pulling back in that aggressively. I'm curious to know whether we trade a little bit lower on Softy, but something that is printing day lows right now is Alphabet. Alphabet trading at just shy of 149s, 148.96 is here on Alphabet today. So that thing is definitely the weakest of the bunch, it would seem, Sean. But something else that's pretty weak is also Meta. Meta is definitely up there when it comes to top constituents. And that thing, high a day, 514, trading at 502.60s as of right now. So, oh boy, that thing has been sold off quite aggressively since the opening session there, looking a little distinctly different than some of the other Mag 7 names here on the day. 3370s, I'm going to stay patient. I said today, I'm mainly going to be focused on Palantir and Oracle, and maybe potentially other things if they happen to fall into my lap. But we'll be patiently waiting. Let me know in the chat what you guys are trading. So Nick W saying, Obi, been short Meta off of 512.50. Oh boy, congrats on that trade. That trade is definitely coming in real nice for you. As again, we talked about where Meta is trading at. Meta is trading at 502s. So you are more than 10 points in the money on that one. So congrats to you on that. Now, something else that's continuing to sell off here, Sean, is JPM. JPM continues to make lower lows. 204.89s trading. Last time we looked at it, it was at 207. The time we looked at it before, it was at 208s, 210s. Oh boy, these banks are definitely selling off. Let's take a quick look at XLF and see what XLF has been up to right here. So XLF 45 breakdown, look at that. A little bit of a consolidation chop happening right now. Tight consolidation, 44.30s to 44.20s here on XLF. So we've got to stay patient with that one. What do we do with that range? I have no idea. I'm still watching Palantir as it attempts to make some fresh lows there. Day low right now, 33.71, trading at 33.75. No sign of a bid as of right now, so not really looking anywhere. I don't want to chase a short. I don't want to catch a falling knife on the long, so I will stay patient, stay seated on my hands for the next trade to show up here, Sean. But what do you got going on? I see that you are in a couple of positions yourself.
Yeah, what's up, Nick W? Getting some inspiration from me. Thank you. I hope you are. I mean, that's what we're trying to be here for, is give some good feels, give some good trades, and some good talk. And I'm really, really Obviously, always honored to be here with Obi. So good talk there.
There is definitely.
And in the stubbornness, hey, it's me. Yeah, we're gonna give Palantir one more try.
I like that. I mean, I'm waiting for that as well.
The only stock, okay. I'm long right now at 80s. Okay. The only stock that we've lost on today, so I guess that would be appropriate, is Palantir. We are back long at 80. It just went to 86s. Maybe let's take a piece out at 85 there because, these pops happen, and we've been involved in them, but we haven't gotten out fully when it's popped. I mean, this one was great. Actually, I guess we did. This was really the only pop, and we did have a good out there. It didn't pop recently for us, so we'll take an 85. All right, and then we'll take a 90. Okay, Obi. We back, baby, temporarily on Palantir as we just get some out there at 90s. Sorry, it was 88 on that break higher. Let me put a fill at 90, and if we can get that, then good for that trade. We did get our Phil Kessel down there as NVIDIA does bounce off of 80s, and it does go as low as 66s right there. So that would be, of course, someone that you definitely know, this player, Mario Lemieux. Obi,
no. Who?
Okay.
Go Sports.
Go Sports. Yeah. Yay trading and yay sports. Okay. There it goes. Nicely done to the upside. Right now, you do live in this country. Nothing about, you don't know the team, the sport.
I fly in from Oceania every morning.
This guy's a living avatar over here. No, but of course, Pittsburgh Penguin great. Okay. Canadian hockey legend,
okay,
Mario Lemieux, who unfortunately did have a battle with leukemia and had to end his career slightly shy. I believe it was 34, 35, which is pretty early, needless to say, and probably would have just been doing amazing otherwise, but did pass the torch off to who? Sidney Crosby.
Lemieux did that.
Lemieux did that. Good one. Yeah. Okay. No. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Yes. All right.
Hey.
All right. It's 10:50 right now. Someone who's made a lot of money in hockey are both those individuals. So we will go right now over to Adara and figure out what's going on with Money Talks. That was fun.
We're continuing to find really nice support here on the DXY daily chart with our third straight green candle here after making that very bullish looking candle for the US dollar here on Friday. Let's see if we're able to clear this potential resistance at that 101.70 area on the daily chart. In terms of events here, no economic data to speak of. We had Fed's Bar speaking at 10 a.m., mostly about the Basel III proposal, but Fed's Bowman coming at 12:15, notably hawkish, so keep an eye out for those comments in just about an hour and a half here. Again, we also have the U.S. presidential debate coming at 9 p.m. tonight, so stay tuned for that as well with regards to how that could move the U.S. dollar. Then we'll get CPI and PPI, our biggest prints of the week so far, Wednesday and Thursday, respectively. So keep an eye on those ahead of the FOMC meeting next Wednesday, September 18th. Also, in terms of currency, be aware of the CAD to USD here, falling to about 3-week lows. We have Bank of Canada Governor Tiff Macklem making some comments saying that, quote, if inflation is weaker than we expect, it could be appropriate to lower rates more quickly due to lower than expected here inflation with regards to consumer spending and labor market. So interesting notes here, causing the CAD to the downside, guys.
The CAD, right now, we did take some more out on Palantir right here for flat as it does break below. We get out of another 10% at 80. We still have 70%. Each one of these tranches were 10%. So I was just telling that to Obi, the best we got was 88s. There's another 87, which is Sidney who? Crosby, did you say?
Yes.
Good job. So now 33.80 coming into play again. Let's just hold on to this one and see if we can get a little bit higher, Obi. I see both you and I are back in this name. 34 seems like it could be a little bit of a wall there. Yeah. We've had some ticks there, but if we get 34s, I think both of us would be pretty happy. Yeah. So let's see if we can get back to the upside right now with some 34 action on Palantir. I do have an offer, though, Obi, at 90s, and then that's it. So we'll see if we get that 90 one more time, and then we'll wait for like 98s. We'll see if we can get that, which of course is Connor Bedard.
No, I like that. Kind of we're holding underneath some of those levels from before. But yeah, we did break below the opening range lows quite significantly. We did hold VWAP as resistance. We broke below this low as well through 34, and we're holding 33.80s right now. Couldn't really print below 33.71. Bit of a doji kind of action there, but again, maybe not the best place, but definitely a place where something did show up just a little bit there. I did like the tape on that, as well as the bids came in rushing into 90s. The ticker. So 33.90s printing right now as the NASDAQ rips right back above 18.7.
Isn't that crazy?
Sean, oh boy. Look at all this volatility, but we're getting nowhere.
I know.
All this volatility, we're getting nowhere. So it is like, I'm trying to look for anything that's ranging right now. Like, what is ranging right now that could potentially be kind of like churned or farmed? I'm not seeing too much, but maybe, yeah, I guess NVIDIA, right?
I was going to say NVIDIA,
yeah,
and
straight
I think
up,
Palantir.
You're doing that already. Like, what am I doing?
Yeah, I appreciate the look right there. Yeah, we are turning through NVIDIA. Look at this. Short, more shorts, thank you. Yeah. And you're right back in here, although we have noticed, obviously, that we did drip a little bit here on NVIDIA, and I didn't get out. So I'm just going to adjust my stops here and make sure that we're still all good. So I did put a bid down into here. My bid is now at 50s. I was letting this thing really come back in, but as Obi and again had mentioned there, we're not going too far. It's funny because Brendan said, like, what's the look here? And I was like, long. And the number one trade today and been really put in our pocket. There goes Palantir, by the way.
It's
was this Amazon long. I'm up infinitely more on Amazon than anything else. I am pleasure to sit with P&L master over here, Obi. But there goes Palantir, man. Right into that level. We'll put this into the gates of hell today. It's the only red stock that I have on board. But that's because we took some shares there, thought we were like really cute with it early, and then really made back a decent chunk. And I don't want to say we're going to be red on this name because I don't know. But for right now, I think we've got it, and we've got it good. Hopefully that's understood. Look at Tesla. News is out.
Tesla news.
I have Tesla in my ear. If Adam's going to say something in the chat, I know.
So XLF broke that.
Hard to find real traders. He is a real one. I know you're a real one as well there, Obi. So Tesla right now with the nice little move back up. We were looking initially at 222 breaking long. That has just been a great support level, and I honestly missed it. We hadn't been looking over here, but it is on the sticky note if you want to go find trade ideas. I actually haven't showed it once today since we started, so let me just bore everybody and show them one more time here. What we were looking at today, oracles, man, 150 long. That, unfortunately, was a great call, but hard to get as it kind of went straight up to the upside. Palantir dip buys into 34. Well, that's where we're at right now. So we'll see if that can work out. We have got a little too early on Palantir. We talked about that because we did look at VWAP. It did not break 35, but we did look at VWAP holding. It did not do that. There's the Tesla 222, looking at 216 as a holding spot there. As I said, we'll be up today, not as much as we were yesterday, because we do have that L on Palantir. Yesterday, I think we were close to 5 for 5. Amazon was a good long, and then there's the NVIDIA back and forth. So that's what's on the sticky note there today, just some ideas that I jot down, and I have about, we've been doing them every day since the show started, so 200 and by the way, I know Neil's on a sick day today. We're feeling good. We'll be here. And we're pretty much, I don't think we have one sick day registered yet this year. And I don't think we had one last year. So far, so good. Feeling really good. And the sticky note does come out every single day. They do force us to take vacations around here. But anyways, there it is, the sticky note. We've been doing it every single day. So market's open, what, 230 something? 250 days
something, yeah.
A year. So over 1,000 sticky notes or so. So far have been produced. There goes NVIDIA now, 70 cents. We are looking for that bottom. We do have Palantir, buddy. That's going to be a good one. Any target areas for you on PLTR? Again, up in the money now, 25 cents.
Here's the thing. We've been selling off of VWAP, off of the open, right? So VWAP comes in off of the open, can't really hold, sells off. We try to claim VWAP. VWAP holds for a little bit there. It attempts to push. 34.80s, 34.70s highs, we can't really hold anymore. Our rebid here off of 34.20s, which looked pretty interesting, pushes back up into VWAP, can't really get quite to VWAP, and then flushes in through the day low. And now, essentially, we kind of broke through that 34, couldn't trade below those 70s right here, 33.70s day low right now, and then we're pulling back up. So the question becomes, can we get back to VWAP? And are these sellers that have been there since the open on Palantir in and around that VWAP, will they show back up? So in terms of target, I'm waiting for price action if and when Palantir can get back up to VWAP here. VWAP I have on my screen at 3430s right here in and around some of those prices. So let's see if we can get, we're only about 20 pennies away from that on Palantir. Now, something I do want to ask is what is Palantir's ATR? So I do want to kind of play off of that as well. Again, not doing as much relative volume as it was yesterday. Today I have our vol at like 1.3, 1.4. Yesterday, significantly more. Again, we talked about it, kind of sustaining an average R vol of 5 and above for the whole day. So yeah, significantly less today. Again, coming in off of a high R vol day. Not earnings catalyst. Catalyst day 2 is the play on Palantir today, and we are holding some of those levels from yesterday. Again, yesterday's very last VWAP hold was 3340s, and we've held above that at 3370s as of right now. Let's see if we can push into VWAP. Again, 3430s, only about 20 pennies away from that level, and I'm going to stay watching to see if that VWAP, if the VWAP selling kind of persists. Maybe we don't even get to VWAP, Sean, right? Maybe we get close to VWAP and the selling is so aggressive or so distinct that we just pull back off without even getting all the way there. So again, all different things that I am kind of waiting to notice on Palantir in terms of a target, but no real specific prices other than let's see what it does at VWAP to look for that continuation.
I know, again, an absolutely fantastic show. Thank you, Obi, as we get ready to wrap this thing up. I want everyone to make sure that they stay tuned. Just because me and this guy, this handsome gentleman, are now done, we have another handsome gentleman ready to go. It's going to be Sharif as well. And of course, you've been seeing Adara all morning. She'll be joining Sharif right now as we talk about fan principle. So we'll see about that. More strategies. Look, the thing about trading is, like, I've never heard of this principle, but
about that trend acceleration.
I like that one right there. And the thing is that you got to trade off something.
Or decelerate.
And I definitely like that one. I missed that. I don't know what exactly.
Accelerating. No, switching through the gears. You know?
Got it. You're in your Model S. And I did want to say also one more note there. I think a snooze notification just went off on my phone. It's not 11 at night, man. It's 11 a.m. We're not shouldn't be sleeping at this time. But I did want to say one more thing, and I now forget what it was. Oh, JP Morgan, its worst day all year, down 6.5%. And we did have that story early. Thank you for you guys in the chat. Thank you, Brendan, for that one as well. They'll be covering that. But there was one more thing I wanted to say, and I lost my train of thought. So that's all good. But it is now 11 o'clock. Thank you to Obi. Let's see what happens now with Palantir. Let's see what happens with NVIDIA. And let's go see what happens with the midday show. Get your learn on with Sharif and Adara. I almost said Adobe again. There it goes. Adobe's still coming to report Friday. Very, very soon. All right, let's get our trade on with the midday show. Thanks, everybody.
Yes. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the midday show, or formerly known as the Midday Show. Now it's called How to Trade. Welcome, everybody. We're going to wait for everyone to come on in from the other chat. But this is your girl, Adara, over here, Fabian. And I'm Sharif, and we're going to as well wait for everyone. There we go. We got Darwin dancing up a storm. We got Botrix and Mr. Jonathan Jeremy Newman. Pillsbury's also dancing up a storm. It's not just you, Darwin. We got Fabiro, we got Mateus Lane and Rivian Millionaire. He's dropping that Rivian money. Dave Davis, Jonathan Sung, and Mamin Adam DeLuce. We got Vic Yan, Novak, CJ, the Day Trader. Big Smile or Big Style. He takes it. However, shout out to him. George Brothers, Oliver, Castros. We got the world's greatest mod, obviously Bears versus Bulls, and Derek B. Christopher Wagner and Brian Rubin, JD roaring on 20s. I like that. Skoll, we got Midnight as well. Oscarito, AP, Crypto, FOMO, Alexander joining us as well as Leo Rios and Brian Rubin. We got everybody in the house today. Thank you all for joining Adara and I on the How to Trade Midday Show. Good morning, Adara. What's the look?
Good morning. Hello, everybody. I'm good. How are you this morning? You're good?
I cannot complain.
Not complaining is good. I'm not going to complain, but I am going to do a little at my Palantir trade, mostly because I'm like, Adara, why did you? Okay, to be clear, I love this level. I love the 3411s. I like that we have not one, not two, but three candles here to the upside. Now I'm aware, and this is where I start questioning my judgment. 34, not because it didn't work out, just because I'm thinking about the processes, right? So 3411s, I liked that level yesterday. That was a level Sharif and I both talked about yesterday on Palantir. And it was, in retrospect to Dara, also, not only is it a lower high, it's also resistance support flip. So come on now. Why are you not shorting this? But it's all good. I tried to go long because that momentum up. Risk 10 cents, which was, that worked with my risk units there. Like I said, I've been working on risking portions of my risk. And that format's helped me so far. Lost my 10 cents, got out. I managed it appropriately. I'm just like thinking back at it. It's like maybe watch it for a little bit longer. Wait maybe till this candle, right? Wait till another pop. Wait till you see all this beautiful green in the book. So just always trying to figure out how to make the trades a little bit better, a little bit cleaner. Though again, not upset that I lost, upset that I did not think, like I didn't look at the balance of the evidence as much as I wish I had. But also guys, if there's any stocks you're looking at, please get in that ticker, let us, or chat and let us know. Exclamation point. Join, space, $, whatever ticker you are interested in. Maybe it's Palantir, maybe it's, I don't know, maybe you want to look at Blooms, BLMZ, maybe you want to look at GameStop, which by the way, I have lots of thoughts about that I'll talk about later. Whatever ticker you want to look at, get in that chat, let us know, show your confidence, figure out if you're confident, OB-confident, whatever you want to look at. Maybe you want to like have OB use his powers of observation on Amazon. Whatever you want to see, just let them know in that chat. I'm happy to be here. Yeah, I'm looking at also just because I'm starting to do my side chart roundup. Things on my side chart today, GME, AMD, SPY, ORCL, AVGO, IWM, F, and Palantir. What are you looking at?
I'm in Amazon right now. It just hasn't showed up on the position board yet because I haven't taken a fill. But I'm in the Amazonian at the moment. I saw umpteen amount of bottoming tail candles, followed with preceded by an inverse hammer candle here on the 5. And it had been holding the 50. So I saw a bit of a bounce up on the future. Look. We're going to give this one to the low of this candle over here. So the 5-minute candle over here closes out at 12. So we'll give it the old community college try to 11s. But right now, it is not showing me what I want. If we make a newer low, I could base it on this one over here. This candle's low, which is 18 as opposed to 11, but the stop's already in play. Could have got filled at the $0.50, chose not to fill there. I'm long at 33s, looking for something in and around low 70s, high 60s. The only reason is that's where we kind of consolidated at the 50 exponential on the 5, so we're going to give this one a try. Shout out to, I think, Juan Alejandro Castillo, because he did yell out MVIS. So I'm not sure what's going on with this one. It did pop aggressively there on the right at 10:55, right before we started the show. There was a few candles there, each with about 300,000 shares each on the 1-minute chart. 5-minute chart, excuse me. But topping tail candle through 112, coming back down to 107. I'd like to see how this trades at $1 if it makes its way down into the dollar. That is. Because there's an entirely different trade to be had there. So we'll keep an eye on that. The Zon is having trouble with 50 pennies. I won't be convinced otherwise. This is the second attempt at 50 pennies, both of which right now, at least for the moment, have rejected. So I could wet my beak here. I'm just too stubborn to do that. I'm going to wait for my exit. If it doesn't come, then it doesn't come. Then I get stopped out, and it's as simple as that. So we're going to continue to pack our patience here, looking for a bigger move or a move up on Amazon as it comes back down into the 30s. Again, no surprise there. We're going to have to pack our patience. So that's what I'm looking at. We'll get to the small cap gappers after the lesson, but we do have, yes, of course, that lesson du jour. We are talking about the fan principle as introduced by the Katina Man and Obi. So in case you're wondering what this is all about, as Obi prefaced right there, it's about accelerating and decelerating trends and to draw trend lines that reflect the acceleration or deceleration. That's all it really comes down to. A couple of rules we'll talk about there. Again, some of the stuff that we're introducing today may not be specific for intraday trading, but absolutely specific or applicable for swing trading. So let's get right to it. By the end of this lesson, we should be able to understand the FAN principle as discussed by John J. Murphy in his book, Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets, off which this lesson is based, and as well as how to apply it to those real world scenarios. So let's get right to business, baby. As we typically do, let's introduce the topic for those who have never broached it before. The FAN principle, essentially a concept that helps traders analyze market trends and potential reversals. It revolves around the idea that trends don't reverse all at once. Sometimes they do. But for this case, they don't, okay? They don't reverse all at once, but rather in stages often delineated by a succession of lower trend lines or upper, depending on whether you're looking for a long or short. As the trend weakens or strengthens, doesn't matter, the slope of these trend lines become less steep or more steep, creating a fan-like appearance, and I'll show you what that looks like in a hot second. So the definition, the technical definition of the fan principle essentially refers to a sequence of progressively flatter trend lines drawn on a price chart signifying the gradual weakening of the trend, and its purpose essentially is to help traders identify where a trend might reverse, as well as providing them with entry and exit points. So that's kind of the crux of what we're doing today. Let's get right to it. So the key characteristics of the FAN principle, let's talk about that. It's composed typically of 3 trend lines. Not a hard and fast rule, but that's how John J. Murphy posits it, okay? It involves 3 trend lines, as I said. The first trend line here represents the steeper part of the trend. So in an uptrend, it's gonna be the most aggressive angle. The second trend line is when the price breaks the first trend line, a less steep trend line is drawn to reflect that newer trend now that it's decelerating. And then the third trend line, essentially a carbon copy of the second. If the second trend line is broken, a third, even flatter trend line is then drawn, kind of giving you the idea that we're hitting those breaks. And the gradual reversals, right? That's kind of what this principle is trying to push through. It's positing that, trends sometimes, not always, gradually revert back or slow down or decelerate. So rather than a sharp reversal, the market undergoes a gradual transition as each trend line is broken. The slope starts flattening with each successive line, showing the decreasing momentum from the prevailing trend. And what it ends up looking like, and I'll show you in a hot second over here, is a fan-like appearance. So when viewed on the chart, the sequence of trend lines as drawn creates a visual effect similar to the fan. Like the angle becomes wider as the trend weakens and the price fluctuation becomes less aggressive. And this is what we're talking about right here. So we have the initial trend, higher highs, higher lows, but that all ends up here as we break that first trend line.
It actually does.
Ram says this looks like Bart Simpson's hair, and she's absolutely accurate there. So shout out to her. So essentially, this is as good as it's going to get for this trend. So that's the area crest, and then you come back down and you're drawing a new trend line. But this is why I always say extend your trend lines as far out as your software will allow you. Looks like I'm printing there on the Zon. I didn't get printed on the Zon, Adara. It popped up. It popped up right into 60s and I didn't get printed. Yeah, very frustrating, but that's okay. Now maybe we can wet our beak here, Daryl, because I'm sick of waiting, right? And I won't let the area run. Okay, so I just took some profits there on Zon. Back to the lesson. So this is why I say extend your trend lines as far out as your software will allow. You never know when that same trend line that you used as support will actually factor as resistance. We know that's the case with horizontal areas of support and resistance. They flip. Sometimes they're acting as support. They get breached. All of a sudden, they're resistance lines. The same holds true for these diagonal trend lines. Case in point, this number 2 trend line over here. Yes, it initially acts as that level of support, but once it gets breached and it bounces off that flatter trend line number 3, look where it finds resistance. Right at that area over there. All right, there we go. The Zon is up into that 2/3 of a dollar. I'm greedy, baby. I want more. Let's go. Let's see if we can get up into that 3/4, Katina, man. We're gonna put the beak wetter in and around that 3/4. Thank you for that. We're gonna put that beak wetter around there, and shout out the Katina man over there in his trades. Now, well, yeah, we're gonna shout you out too, Katina man. So this is the opposite side. So we looked at the bull case scenario over here, higher highs, higher lows, the trend starts fading. The principle equally applicable for downtrends. As you can see, the trend line starts getting flatter. Number 3 is obviously much more an acute of an angle as opposed to trend line number 1. So this is the fan-like appearance that we're alluding to. And here's one IRL, one that Adara loves to trade, not the RUT. She likes the IWM. Here's a look at the Russell back as it was in 1998. Wow, the Russ right now, Adara, the point-wise, that is, 2092. Back in the day, it was 460 back in 98, but that was before Adara was born, so it's all good there.
It is,
Yeah, right? So there's the area crest off which we base a trend line because this is a downtrend. We draw in trend line number 1. That ends up getting breached. We got to redraw the trend line to take into account the new slowing trend. That's what number 2 is for. And there you go, number 3. Once number 3 gets breached, or so the textbooks say, that's when you look for that impending reversal. Not a hard and fast rule, but something to account for when you are looking at these here charts. Now, what are the practical applications? Great to understand the theory, fantastic. What are the practical applications for this bad boy over here? Well, first and foremost, the one that we're going to talk about first is identifying trend reversals. So traders use the fan principle to detect when a strong trend starts losing its momentum. For instance, if a steep uptrend starts breaking its first trend line, it signals a weakening trend. When it breaks the second trend line as drawn, traders should consider that the uptrend may be ending and be on the lookout for an all-out reversal. It's also good for your timing, your entry and your exit points, when to get in, when to get out. So the fan principle helps traders time their trades by recognizing when the trend has weakened enough to make an entry in the case of a reversal, or exit to avoid all-out loss if the trend dies out. It's also good for adjusting your stops, right? So especially trailing stops, I would submit to you. So as each trend line is broken, traders can adjust their stop loss levels to protect themselves against even further downwards. So multiple applications here, IRL, and however you choose to do it, just make sure that you've got that base covered. But it's not always good to use these principles or these methods on their own. And we've said that with other indicators. I think it's true for this as well. So how do we combine the fan principle with other technicals so we can get that more confirmatory look? So the first one I'm going to submit to you here is the Relative Strength Index, RSI for short. The RSI can certainly help confirm whether a trend is overbought or oversold, seeing that it's a momentum oscillator, and it can align with the trend line breaks in the fan principle. So how do we use it? So if the price breaks the first trend line in the fan formation and then the RSI simultaneously is showing you overbought conditions, it strengthens the case for a potential reversal. So if you've already breached the first trend line on the way down, yet you're still above that 70 print on the RSI, you should be on the lookout for possibly the winds of change. Go Amazon. Oh. Moving averages as well. Shout out to the Katina man. Moving averages as well. Especially the 50-day and the 200-day moving averages, some of the most widely used MAs, they can serve as additional support and resistance. So how do you apply this using the fan principle? So if the price breaks a trend line within the fan principle and simultaneously crosses a key moving average like your 50, like your 200, this serves as further confirmation of the weakening trend. Moving average convergence divergence, MACD for short, one of my faves here. This can also provide further insights into momentum shifts, but how do you use it? What's the practical application? So here's a look. If the MACD line crosses below the signal line, we know there's two lines on the MACD chart, right? One's a derivative of the other. Remember, back to our MACD lesson. So if the MACD line crosses, it's a bearish cross below the signal line at the same time, that or very close to, the price breaking that first or that second or third trend line in the fan principle, it adds weight to the argument of an all-out trend reversal. So keep that on the lookout. And last but not least, the other technical indicator that I think most of us use, volume. You don't really need to have any lines on your chart to show up volume here. It typically shows at the bottom of the chart. So if the trend line is accompanied by a higher than usual trading volume, it's suggesting to you that the move is significant and could lead to further breakdown in the trend. So you're going to ask me, Sharif, how do I know that the volume print there is above or below average? So simple cursory view with the volume bars that preceded it. Is it standing out? Yes, no, kind of. If it is, I guess maybe you're going to have to make that decision there. But if it's a yes, obviously you're looking at giving it more weight. If it doesn't stand out and it's a breach of the line on lower volume, well, then that's not really the look there. Okay? So to summarize, here are the key takeaways from the fan principle. It provides a structured way of analyzing trend weakening and reversal. It also helps traders anticipate trend reversals by observing a series of progressively flatter trend lines. And last but not least, by combining the fan principle with other technical indicators like we just explained, RSI, MACD, volume, whatever, traders can certainly improve their timing as well as their decision making in the market. I hope everybody prints up a storm.
We always hope everyone prints. Shout out to Sharif so much for printing every day with those lessons and for printing on Amazon.
Thank you, Adara.
Also, I'm in Oracle. I would like to talk about it. I have thoughts. Okay, I will say, I think the level, the 156. Oh, okay, we just did a creep down to the downside on the ask. Okay, I feel better about this now. We're gonna see if we can keep dropping that ask a little bit lower. But this PLTR. ORCL. Shout out to Obi, I guess because they just pinned it on his face. But ORCL here, I like that flat bottom break. I was looking at this 156.50. I was just about to get short, and then I quit doing. So I'm like, okay, guys, come on now. So then I'm like, you know what, Adara, and I do this sometimes. I find it to be like not always effective, but it can be an effective strategy. Then see where we move next. Then use that initial level you liked as your stop. That worked. So I get involved at 156.25. So when we broke below that, we were just like quitting. So I was like, cool. Got in 156.25, risked into 156.50s. We kissed the 156.50 level. We just pecked it on the cheek, and then we came right back down. I was like, dope. I like this level. I have decent risk on this. I'm using 2 risk units on this. I usually use 1. I feel good about this trade. I think if we break decisively below this level, I think it's Gonzino. Shout out to Ben Zino and his daughter, Coyle Ray, I guess. Let's see what happens, though, because right now we keep, and also shout out to Benzinga. Shout out to you, Fabian. But let's see what we do here at 156.25. We seem to try to be finding it a support, though, after briefly resisting. Let's see if we can keep resisting this. We're going to shout out, I think we have a couple minutes till that, but I also want to look here quickly at Palantir. So we have someone tagged me with this. It was M Sensing. Shout out to Sean and Obi with that. We have M Sensing. Palantir's moving back up. What are we waiting for it to break? The last time I thought 34.60 was the number. I was not right. Hashtag help ? I don't know if I'm going to be your girl in Palantir here, and I say that because the long at 34.10, which I tried, that would have been right. Didn't work out. Got stopped out. Didn't get back in. It kept pushing. Then I tried the short, wasn't effective. So I'm not sure I have the levels. The one thing I will say, though, is that I honestly, like, my levels can be a little bit lower, 34.40, 34.25, 34.10s. I would say, though, if we can't make a higher high, if we can't get above the 34.70, to me, that might be dicey. We'll have to wait and see what happens here on the Palantir one. But right now, I'm just still watching Oracle drip to the downside. I'm not in Oracle. Oh, my God. I love that I traded both Oracle and Palantir, which are both things trading the future. That's actually really funny. So I can't see the future, though I have been involved in ORCL and PLTR. If I could see the future, I probably would have traded Palantir differently. But let's see how this Oracle trade goes. Right now, happy with it. I'll be so much happier, though, if it breaks below 156, at which point we might be adding a scintilla of shares. But we also want to shout out our friends at the Benzinga one.
Adara, I know you're not, but are you tired of being late to the trade, always playing catch up in this market? Are you missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? If so, Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else and pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving. And yes, join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Are you ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? If so, visit benzinga.com/pro and get yourself that free 14-day trial. Now, I know that's for a fact what this gentleman here was saying. So that's a look. All right, so Amazon trade good but bad because it went up, 40 pennies more than where I got out. So Amazon on the way up over here, but I'm looking actually at the volume weighted average price on Amazon. And that's hanging out near the $0.50, right around here. So intersecting this middle area consolidation before we drop below that. So 178, let me give you the exact level on my 5-minute chart over here, 44, so mid-40s. Not going to be first to the party, need proof that it's going to reject off there, especially if the future wants to make another attempt, possibly at 18.8 on the NQ September contract. It's the future, this is, still putting in lower highs, so I'm not really, on the lookout for something massive coming to the high side over here. As we see, there's the IB high, successively lower highs. Let's see if we're able to weasel our way into a new high. A new high comes in an 18,790 break. That changes the trend of lower highs. So we'll keep Packer patience. I'm very, very aware of the umpteen amount of bottoming tail candles, all of which bounced off the closing print of the NQ yesterday. Where is that closing print? Just a skosh below 18.7. 18,691 from what I can glean here on the charts. Look at all these bottoming tail candles. We defended this. This is not by accident, okay? Somebody or whatever. I'm not going to speculate as to who or why or whatever. The point is, we defended that level, so if we can curl back up, make that new high, I'm a little bullish on the market. We'll have to see, obviously, with that 100-point level, what the sitch is, but my first line in the sand that I want to look at is that newer high. So we'll pack our patience there, and we'll see if we get that. Simultaneously, I am looking at the Amazon volume-weighted average price. I don't want to be first to short this, nor am I even very interested in shorting, but if it does reject off VWAP, I will. Why am I not that interested? Well, it's up 1 2/3. So it's strong on the day. It's gapping up. I think you chose it as one of the stocks to go long in the morning. Were you not bullish on it, Amazon? You were. It's a #1 stock, he says. So he was obviously bullish on it on the morning because I did hear you say that, and I think you did take it long. So I'm not. Yeah, go to the Katina Man's chart there for a sec. There it is. Yeah. So he bought it at the bottom. Yeah. Yeah. I have to agree with that. Say it again. He has a 180 out essentially, which is literally the high of the day. So I'm not, super eager to want to short this, but if it rejects VWAP, it rejects VWAP. That's as simple as that. The other look, AAPL. Now, this seems, for the moment, to have a bit of a top at 220. How can I tell? Oh, I don't know. Let's see. 1 rejection. Oh, 2, then 3, 4, 5. Okay, 5 rejections at 220. There must be something with that level. So we're going to wait and see whether we get that flat top break. We're going to be negative on the day on Apple, even if we break 220. Because we just closed a little bit below 221 yesterday after that big buy up in the afternoon. So I'm very interested to see how Apple does. I don't want to say I see an inverse head and shoulders over here because I didn't see a downtrend to precede it, but it was a big V-shaped recovery of sorts, and I kind of see this as a bit of a right shoulder, but we'll see. 220.02 HOD on AAPL, but that doesn't mean bupkis to me. We got to clear it by a little bit more than 2 pennies. The future's on the way up, as we kind of suspected, but we're going to wait for that 9-0 break to confirm trend. Other than that, I really don't have a whole lot in MagCap world except to say that NVIDIA has been awfully respectful of the volume-weighted average price as a level of resistance on the day. Sure, you have wicks here and there that breach VWAP, but look at every single closing print south or subsequent to that 9:35 5-minute candle, essentially after the open, every single closing print rejecting off the volume-weighted average price on NVDA. However, much like Apple, it has a bit of a V shape with this area being, the lowest point, and we've recovered a little bit, so we could get a curl here. It looks like I guess maybe I'm just seeing things today, but I see another possible inverse head and shoulders on the in the making if it does break that level aggressively, but it could also just reject VWAP for the remainder of the afternoon. So those are my looks right now on the future. I feel like NVIDIA is trying to break VWAP. What do we have here with Tesla before we send it back to Adara? Tesla, the strongest of the Mag 7 names, without question, up 3.5%, was up higher at the peaks. It's above VWAP, but in this consolidation range where it has some resistance, Adara, at this 224 area.
Yeah, TSLA, interesting look. I have levels in that kind of more in the teens, but I'm going to talk about Oracle because I do not like what I did with this stock. And by that, I mean, like, I should have been managing this way more actively. I was not an active manager. There should have Kathy Wood, who we know is an active manager. I was just kind of like, sitting, I don't know. I have no excuses. I have no words. I am disgusted. It is not a good vibe. But you know what's great? You can always be bullish positivity, and you can be green positivity even when you're not green in the trade. Basically, what I should have done was I should have moved my stop to 156. I don't know why I didn't. I didn't, because I know yesterday one of my biggest issues was my stops were way too conservative. Like I kept looking at all my charts yesterday, I'd be like, oh, that's a nice trade. And then it'd be like, oh, you got out like a cool, 1.5 too early, that type of thing, right? So I think that got in my head a little bit. Not super proud of the mental there. Big yikes, but you know what's great is you can learn from that. You can keep moving forward. And yeah, I should definitely have been more kind of cognizant of the stop. I wasn't. I was just kind of like, oh, what? And then it got away from me. So don't like what I did there. But where's the next trade? As Obi says, shout out to Obi. Palantir actually might be the next trade for me. So I was saying to someone in the chat here, I think it was M-Send, I said, if we make a lower high, to me, I think it is kind of bearish, but I would not be getting short. I don't think I said this there. I know I've loved that 34.40 level. I'm obsessed with that level. If we break below 34.40, I am shorting this because to me, look at that. So this was, I'll show you guys yesterday because there was some interaction at 34.40 as well, which is why there you go. So I guess you can't see it as much. There was a bit of a, topping tail candle here, held the support, dropped below, came back up. There was a lot of chop and trip within that range. And then when we get our last pop to the upside, we bounced off 34.40. So that was a level that I really enjoyed. If we break below it, then I do think there's a short there, potentially speaking. But also, speaking of NY names, because apparently I keep trading the NYSE, shout out to Sean for getting me some shorts here in GME. Cheers. Shout out to Real Trading as well. They do bring you our audience segment where you can vote for stocks of your choice, exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever tickers your fancy. But, you got to have a lot of confidence to trade GME. So I wanted to use the confidence button there. I initially liked a flat bottom break here. That 24.60 level was the level I liked yesterday. Waxed a little bit of poetic about it yesterday. Look at those lower highs. I thought we'd flat bottom break, but then we actually make a higher low. One of the levels I liked on the way to the downside was this 24.45. So if we can hold this, I would actually like to take this long. I have my shorts, and I was going to say shout out to Real Trading because you can get shorts there. 1,000 GME shorts for $1.20. That is very affordable, so shout out there if you are on a budget while shorting. But yeah, basically, I was saying to Sharif earlier, I said, if I short this thing, it's going to be like Andrew Left. Who? He's going to be Andrew Left in the dust by how hard I short this thing. But at this point, I do like it long. If we can bounce off 24.40, I like the stock, but I don't have a plan on it quite yet, so we're going to wait. I have a very detailed short plan, but not a long plan, and I don't want anyone to think I'm a massive GME bear or anything, so I'm actually going to pull up my notes I have on this so that we all know I am not inherently bearish GME. I said if it keeps up with the higher lows, it's a long. I don't want any misconceptions after that whole Andrew Left related pun. But we've just bounced off 40, so that's a nice look. I just need to figure out where I would risk into in a way that makes sense. It's also a position I would build into. I wouldn't go hard with all the shares right at the start because it is gamma and it might not give you everything you want right away. How are you doing over here?
I'm good. I'm in BKYI. We're going to give this one the old community college try at VWAP over here with the stop already in place. I like my levels. It holds, it holds. It doesn't, it doesn't. Simple as that. So we obviously have an area crest over here off which to base resistance. Initially, then when that resistance gets breaking, technical analysis tells us that it sometimes acts as support. Let's see if it does. So that's why we're in the trade. Let's see if we can get up into the mid 40s. That's where I'm waiting to wet my beak. There is size at almost every level, quite frankly, but that's to be expected from a small cap gapper. Here are the details of it. Up 133.5%. It's got a staggeringly large market cap of 4.75 million shares. That's just too big for me to trade. 114 million shares traded on the day with the float of 1.7 million shares. And let's bring down trade ideas here and shout out to Nos Boss and his crew. BKYI. BKYI. Kind of. Hello, bro. Hello, BKYI. Let's find out what the short float is on it. Negligible. 0.5% of the 1.7 some odd million shares is shorted there. So not much to talk about. Not really expecting any sort of short squeeze, but it does have a smaller float. So in and of itself, by virtue of having a small float, it can become parabolic in nature because it'll lack liquidity. And so that's where I'm waiting right now. I got in, where did I get in? 34s. We're printing 39s. I'm waiting mid 40s come what may. Now, let's bring in the side chart over here composed of mostly small cap gappers. But as you'll notice on the side chart over here, we have AVGO, which is having itself a hell of a day, as well as Oracle because it did report. So that's what we're looking at today in terms of non-small cap gappers on this SAR chart. A new entrant, though, has emerged over here, given that it doesn't have a ticker next to its name, AILE. This one is awfully directional and awfully strong. 95% right now up on the day. Big boy moves. It's just moved into #1 gap scanner on my, the #1 gapper on my scanner since the open, up 70%. Here are the details. About $200 million market cap with 28 million shares traded today, and it's got a float of 23 2/3 million shares. And let's find out what it has in terms of a short float, Fabian. We'll show them trade ideas and shout out the NOS boss over here. Okay, decent short float, nothing to write home about, but 6 1/3% of that 24 and change is shorted. Perhaps maybe squeezing out some shorts over here. We'll have to pack our patience and keep an eye out. I'm not going to trade this right now, and you know why? Because it's extended off the 10 exponential on the 5. When these small cap gappers get super extended away from the 10 EMA on the 5, I tend to stay away because usually they mean revert. It doesn't mean they're going to break trend. It just means that they're going to come back in. Do they always come back into the 10 exponential? The answer is no. So you might have to front run that level, but I use a 10 exponential almost as an informal gauge of overbought, oversold, at least, momentarily there on the chart. So AILE, moving big boy over here. We're going to have to keep an eye on this one. BKYI did breach 40, but it was met with some selling. So we're in the money, but we're not printing anything yet as we need to get into mid 40s. Now we're printing 42s. So it's not a bad look. We weasel up a little bit more. I'll get my first print. So that's the look there. WHLR, a holdover from yesterday, but having a decent day, not tradable under my system at the moment as a breakout because it has given up the ghost at the volume weighted average price, which is trading at 8 4/5 right now. AILE, I already talked about. This is kind of weird. Upstart and Affirm are having awfully weak days, and I haven't seen news. So when Adara sat down, I asked her, I'm like, Adara, there's like these umbrella patterns on both of them now that they've kind of turned into hockey stick patterns, but both of them looking awfully similar here, and I don't get it. If you guys know why these bad boys are dropping, or that group, that sector in general, please tag Adara and I in the chat. I'd love to know. AFRMUPST, week today, Adara.
Yeah, I am in 2 trades right now. I am shorting the SPY, and I am long GME. SPY, I had a level I liked on that 547.50. I'll show you guys the chart in a bit. I'm just watching the book, letting it cook. We'll be taking out half La Position at 547s, and it looks like we just had a big slam to 547s. In the meantime, as we let our SPY, hopefully get us some gravy, get us some bacon, all that stuff. I am watching the book, though, because like I said, with the SPY chart, it's always going to be, every SPY trade for me is at least a little bit book-based. In this case, it definitely helped. But the GME long, which we're basically flat on, I liked, like I said, I tried to do things in terms of risk units. Basically, I liked this 24.45 area. I said that I was interested in that area earlier. I was initially kind of tempted to go long 24.40s, but I said, Derry, you like 45s. It hasn't gotten below 40s, so just kind of go with that. Also, I'm going to get out a SPY here because we can't really get below that 15-cent line. There we go. And as we get out, we push lower. It's all good. You got to trust what you see, though I will be journaling about that, as I do with everything. But to just get back to GME before I recap the SPY trade, why I like this is because I can risk into 24.25. That's 20 cents for GME. I don't think that's unrealistic. And look at all these wicks we have into 24.25. To me, this is massive support. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 green candles. I like this trade, Sharif. I'll be adding at 24.55s. I'll be adding again at 24.60s. Really small adds. Okay, we're getting into 55s. Got to get that trigger finger at the ready, Sharif, because I want this game to not stop quite yet. We'll start taking profits once we break into this 24.80s level. Do I have intense ambitions for this GME trade? Perhaps I do. Maybe I do. That's very valid. But you know what? You got to trade what you see. You got to trade what you like. And I know I like trading a lot of these spreadier tickers, but what I'm realizing is you can apply those strategies to other stocks as well. Oracle curling back up. I did very iffily with that stock, but if things present themselves, they present. I'll keep watching. I want to talk about my SPY trade, though, why I traded the way I did. Though I was a bit overzealous, perhaps, and that could have been because I was also looking at GME. But I took this short because look at this 24, like 50s-ish level, right? Or sorry, 24, I'm talking about GME. 547, 50s-ish level. I'm going to pull up the 15 because that's the level I usually look at in the side chart. We double topped this 547, 50s yesterday. I love this. I love this. We come into 547.50s. I was looking at the book. I said, if we bounce, you go long. If we don't, you go short. We went below it. We went short. I should have been, and I don't love what I did here. I should have just been waiting for the 547. Took out at 547.15s. It's all good, baby. If we get another opportunity to short 547, I will go short, though I do not necessarily like shorting SPY retests. I've said this before. I only ever have 2 playbooks in the SPY, trading previous levels that I've looked at on the book and the chart, and trading whole dollar breakdown. So that was the former. We'll see here if the latter comes in as we get another whole dollar break. The other level I love is this big old tranche here at 546. No, I guess not tranche, just a big old kind of trough. 546 here in the SPY. That was also a higher low. So if we break below that, I am getting aggressive with that trade. That is for sure. 545 also kind of interesting to me in terms of the fact that we double topped and double bottomed a bit. On the 15-minute chart, we are 5 cents in the money in GME. Woo! No, as I said that, we're back to flat. So exciting times. Also, speaking of GME, there's this super chat from Michelle Bear. Thank you very much. It is addressed to Sharif. So I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting to it. I'm sorry, I didn't see it.
No, it's okay. I didn't see. I mean, I'm trading GME, so I can address it too.
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you very much.
Shout out Michelle
Sharif, but either way, hello, Michelle Bear. My GME prediction. Big red on earnings, then an RK SEC form, and the next day confirms he sold Chewy stack, then a rally. Where will he spend that money? Around 245 million USD.
Wow.
More GME. I mean, to me, it's kind of hard because you don't really know, right? It's just a prediction. We can look at Chewy, though, and what Chewy's done since that whole situation of Roaring Kitty. Yeah, sorry, guys. Sometimes the French pops in. Also, I feel like DJ Kelly because you got the bio key there. Wow, Chewy actually really strong today. Higher lows. Look at that topping, some topping tail candles, but it kind of looks bullish to me. Bull flag bouncing off the 90 MA and VWAP. So Chewy, not a bad look. I mean, like I said, it'll be really hard to tell. I have no idea how Roaring Kitty's going to spend this money, right? I don't want to speculate. We'll have to see how those earnings go because if there's anything GME likes, it's a surprise.
Oh yeah,
and it's excitement. So we'll have to see how it's going with Ryan Cohen and GME and Roaring Kitty and all that. That'll be pretty interesting updates. That is for sure. So I don't have any predictions as to how he'll spend it, so I apologize for that, I guess, lack of answer. But we also have to thank our lovely sponsors at Firefly. We'll flit over to that. Ad read. Thank you very much to Firefly Neuroscience. Firefly Neuroscience is revolutionizing brain health. Our groundbreaking brain network analytics technology is transforming care for patients with depression, dementia, anxiety, and concussions, and ADHD. With 15 years of research and a wealth of brainwave data, we're set to illuminate the future of diagnostics and treatment. Pharmaceutical companies and medical practitioners, get ready. FDA 510K cleared BNA technologies here to supercharge your clinical trials and enhance patient care. Join us at Firefly Neuroscience, traded on NASDAQ as AIFF, and be part of the next big leap in neuroscience. Ignite hope, one brain at a time. How you doing over here?
Fantastic. I almost got stopped out for the remaining little amount on BKYI. I was able to get printed, so I'm happy about that. It almost came down to stop me out at 2.25 over here. 2.25 is where I'm placing my stop. It did find a bit of a bid, so we'll see what we get there, and we won't get upset. We're also printing on Amazon. Happy with this trade, but let me tell you something. I've been watching Amazon for a hot minute now while the market rejected 18,787. Amazon's stronger than some of these other ones. I got deeper red candles on Nvidia, on Apple, on Google, on Microsoft than I did on Amazon. So I chose the wrong dang stock to want to take short on this little market pullback. In spite of that, I'm still printing on it. Let's see if we can get 20 cents. We'll take 20 cents if it comes down to the $0.50. Because look, quite frankly, I think I got the wrong stock here, especially with the future coming into VWAP. Now, by virtue of it coming into VWAP, it could find a bid, which means Amazon being the strongest, at my estimation at the point, could find the strongest bump off that VWAP touch on the future. So we'll see if that manifests. That's why I got out some there at 60 on AMZN. I'd love a print at 50. We do have these lower highs, lower lows, kind of looks like it's doing a rounded top. I don't want to paper hand the trade in case we do break below the volume weighted average price on the future, and that helps Amazon come back a little bit more over here. But as we mentioned, Amazon put some respect on it. its name, 1.88 or 89% up on the day. The second best only to TSLA, which is up 3.25. So maybe the wrong move here for me to take this bad boy short, but we already printed on it and we moved down the stop. So that's a look there. Now, it looks like we will be stopped out for the remaining amount. Okay, so this was a little bit of shareage over here. We take a bit of a loss on the BKYI long as it does break my technical level. So there's nothing more for me to do on this until it reclaims that level. Back to Amazon here as it's creeping into that 3/4, but catching a bit of a sell back into the low 60s. This is where I wet my beak last time. I don't want to take it out here, right? But, you know, is the market going to give me more than this? Well, I have 3 successive candles on the 5-minute chart, each with lower lows and lower highs. What am I getting worried about? Making stuff up in my mind. So I'm going to hold this. I already have my out set exactly where I want it. I'd like a flush to the mid to low 50s. In fact, so much do I like it. Let's put our beak wetter right there, just in case, you know, it does flush. But I have a feeling that it will not. So that's a look there. Let's talk about NVIDIA, because NVIDIA did do the VWAP rejection in kind of the way that I was hoping Amazon would. But this has been a love affair today between NVDA and VWAP. Look at the amount of rejections at VWAP with NVIDIA. Now here's the look. It's coming into that closing print on the day. So it's starting to do a bit of a range. VWAP to the high side, yesterday's closing print to the low side. Save and accept, as usual, with this IB low over here. You're going to have outlying events. That's just the way that this business is. You can't expect everything to bounce neatly off your levels. But for the most part, it has. VWAP to the north side as resistance. Yesterday's closing print at 106.5 to the downside as support. Let's see how long that lasts for. And if I had to take my guess, you know, we probably do breach 106.50 on a closing basis unless a Fuge catches a bid here. And the reason I say that is because we've been putting in successively lower lows. And we obviously, have a bit of a, we're below VWAP. That's also bearish. So we'll see what NVDA does. It already has a 109.40 HOD there. So nothing to write home about. Anything else afoot with these here markets except NVIDIA bouncing off the closing print from yesterday. AILE still doing its thing there, well extended off the 10, but it's coming back into more reasonable levels here, okay? Like when it was at 159, that was what I meant, like it was awfully extended away from the 10 EMA on the 5. But now it's coming back into reasonable levels. Like I said, you're not gonna likely get a touch to the 10 every time, so you're gonna have to front run it if you want it. Right? So if you want to get in here with these small cap gappers, they don't give you all that much in terms of retracement once they're very momentum, when they're very strong. So another one I'm looking at here, AFRM. We've been talking about Affirm and Upstart being awfully weak on the day. Affirm is working its way back into the volume weighted average price. Last time it did that, as you can see, double top into 36.80, and then it moved back down to test 36 again. So we'll see what this one gives us, Adara. If it is a little weak, we'll take it short again. No worries.
Yeah, I mean, no worries right now in GME, which is like one of the most shocking sentences I've ever said.
I got printed on Amazon. Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Yes, please just punch. Pump for you as you pump your fist.
Hey.
So GME here. I added where I wanted to. We're going to add one more time. As I previously stated here, 2460s, basically using the levels that I liked as a potential short when this thing was weaker to build a long. We're going to get out break even. I know I've been saying my stop's too conservative. Really want to work on my exit rules, reasons to buy, reasons to sell. So we'll have to see what happens here on this game. But right now, let's see if it gives me what I want. And I will say one thing that makes me feel pretty good is this attempt to break into 2460 is mirroring the attempt to break into 2455. So 2455, you can see we topping tail candle. We flush hard back down basically to my point of entry. We come right back up. We pop up. And then we cannot break above that next level. So let's see if we can break past this 2460. I'll be adding into this position. It's not huge, but it's not small either. It's very manageable. I would like to see what we do at 2465. And then after that point, we'll be off to the races. As I said, 2480s is definitely going to be profit-taking level for me. It's a level I liked yesterday as well, I believe. 2460s, I know I liked yesterday as well. Let's see what we have. Yeah, 2470s, I guess, probably more clear of an area of a top. But either way, that 2480s, I think, really clear in the day. Maybe we'll take some out at 75s as well. But right now, I want to see if GME can keep pushing higher. I apologize here. I have kind of accidentally, when you accidentally shake your mouse and then everything goes away. So I'm still trying to get all my little tabs back together there. I apologize for my screen being all cray-cray. Thank you to Zoltan Rain and some other people in the chat here for the really kind words. I'm really happy to be here learning and growing with you guys every single day. And I know I always sound like I'm giving an Oscar speech, but I am really that thankful to the Academy and to everyone out here. Palantir trying 34.55, says Jorge Alvarado. So let's take a look here at P to the L to the T to the wow. Okay. Wow, we wicked into the 34.40 area that I talked about, and we came right back up. To be clear, I think this could still bounce, but I don't, for my purposes, I would rather try it as a short. Either way, I'll see what we do with 34.40. I'm not getting involved in this before that point. That is for darn sure. So I'm just trying to make sure I have all my order books up so I can look at my gumme. Also, gumme is coming into flat here, so we're going to be getting out of GME, seeing what we do here. Like I said, I wanted to kind of get out here, break even. So we're going to be getting out of the GME one here. Oh no, I accidentally tried to add more shares. That is big yikes. But let's see if we can get out here. Got out flat. Please just punch with this trade. If we keep bouncing here, if we get another kind of test at 24.55, I'll try it. Maybe I was too conservative with this because I do still think it'll bounce. But we had the flip side with Oracle where I was like, I don't know what was happening there. My brain was, away at the wheel. I don't know. There's another trade. ASAPL is not a ticker. I meant to type AAPL here on the NASDAQ. My bad. Okay, Apple, come on now. I want to talk about Apple here. So I got stopped out, and then Apple does this. To be clear, I would absolutely get back in if we get back to 219.80, which was my entry in the first place. This was a level I liked yesterday. I kept waxing poetic. I'm actually going to set my order there because I actually want this. 1879. We're going to be risking back into the same level. I don't think I'm going to get filled, but we'll see what we do here. Basically, the reason I like AAPL here is because we did have all that chip and top into that $220.40 level, which $220.50 was a pretty interesting level yesterday. Then we couldn't, right? We come into that 220. I said, if we break below 220.80s, I want all the smoke, or 219.80s, I want all the smoke. We did. I did. We got stopped out. Those we broke back above 220. So should have had better eyes on that. I was busy babysitting GME for the record. Happy I got out of that flat where I did because that went back to the downside. You know what I'll do with Apple? Is I'll have to do that. Okay, I was going to say every time I have an idea with Apple, that thing keeps King. We'll see what we do with 219s. Oh my gosh. The SPY's falling below 546. I wish I had more eyeballs, Sharif.
Honestly,
you can't be an Oracle or a Palantir when you only have your two eyeballs on the market. But yeah, I will say with regards to Apple as well, and I said this in the chat earlier today, I said this just as well yesterday, I do find their hearing aid function in the AirPod to be by far the most compelling element of that presentation yesterday. Probably not something shareholders necessarily reacted to, but something I think could be pretty key. Also, Apple, what are you doing here? At this 219.35, look at some interactions over here. I don't want to call it confluence because I don't want to waste the word confluence, but if you have any ideas about any confluence on any stocks, you want to hear what Obi and Sean have to say about that, the Obi Confidence, the Confidence, Mr. Confluence himself, get into that chat, join, space, $, that ticker, and let us know. Groff telling me Intel broke 52-week lows. Big yikes. But yeah, I guess no one's pretty confident about that, I am sure. But we'll look at Intel down 2.5%. I have no words on this. Yeah, Groff, thank you for telling us. This is we got an umbrella handle pattern, Quadunk, another umbrella handle pattern into VWAP, Quadunk. Bit of a rounded top, and once more for good measure, Quadunk. Speaking of Quadunks, Mr. Quadunk himself over here, Sharif, what are you looking at?
I'm looking at NVIDIA, Daryl, 106 on NVIDIA, lots of size at the whole dollar there as the fuge comes back in to that low that we put in at 1050. 18,672. Here we go. We're going to breach. Look at this level on NVIDIA. Look, it's not the biggest size I've ever seen at the whole dollar, and there it goes. So we did take that level out, not touching any of these to the long side. Shout out to the spiled one. He wants the world to burn, baby. No, I'm kidding when I say that, obviously. But he was short biased today, and there goes the market on the lower high that we talked about. There he is, right in the chat, right on cue, right on cue. Shout out to Big Spile Burnett. Thank you for the $5 super chat, man. How'd I guess that you were going to be messaging there? Big Spile Burnett, always killing it there on the SPY. Also want to shout out Dan, the dang man Emmons as well. He's always trading up a storm on the NQ. Dan, what's going on with these NQs, with these NQ prints, Dan? Because what I'm seeing here, and let me know what your opinion is if you're in the chat today, Dan. I haven't seen you. But lower highs, now lower lows. We have a bit of a downward channel. Oh, where do we study this? Oh, that's right. Yesterday, we did channels. Yes, channel lines. And there we go. So this has been, you know, we're kind of respecting that range. Let's see if we get that bounce off this area right here. Right now, it looks like we're kind of catching a bid. We are now negative on the NQ September contract below that 18,690. That was yesterday's closing print, so some negativity coming in there. Now, with respect to the Mag 7, where does that leave us with the Mag 7? Well, Apple trying possibly to catch a bid off the volume weighted average price. It's also trying to keep the higher low situation going. So area trough, area trough, area trough. If we hold up here, what's the low here? Mid 40s. Okay, so you're gonna have to risk 20 pennies as it bumps up there. It's right back above the volume weighted average price. I like these kind of quick wicks down because if they get bought up, you can just kind of base your stop on the candle low, and then if you get stopped out, you're not losing all that much. But it does look like we are catching a bit of a bid here right now. For the moment, we'll have to wait and see whether that's sustainable or not. Nvidia's back above 106 again, so that's a good look if you want to weasel your way into some of these Mag 7 names, and that's what we're in right now. Well, we're not in. We're looking at NVDA here. I don't need to be first to the party, nor do I want to use that 106 level as a base of support because it got breached and it just got breached again. So good thing I'm not using that. I'm keeping an eye here. I don't need to be first to the party, but I just want to see if we continue to breach the lows as we just put in. We put in a print below 18,660. So I want to see if we can come back into that level again. Apple is still holding. Where is my Apple screen? Oh, I removed it to put NVIDIA. So we're going to have to take off APLD and put AAPL over here. There we go. I want to keep my eye on Apple because if the market catches a bid here, Apple currently at or a little bit above the closing, the volume weighted average price. So if it catches a bid, they're fantastic. It already caught a bid there earlier, right at 1050. It wicked through VWAP and then it made a new high. So if that's going to be the situation, we want to be able to trade these bad boys over here. And I'm unsure exactly how this all pans out now that Tesla's also coming down. Lots of these Mag 7 names, including the Future, on the way down. I don't want to be a schmuck and punch into Apple when we're at low day right now on the here Future. So I'm thinking about this. I'm not really sure exactly how I want to trade this with all these larger cap names near lows. So yeah, I don't know exactly what I'm going to do. Jonathan Sung, long bias, but if low, then 1850, 813. So he's long bias on something. All right, let's see what everybody else is saying. Armando's asking about Tesla. Yeah, it just dumped into the 50 exponential as well. So yeah, so is this a short to pop kind of situation from here on in? Here comes Apple again near the lows. So I'm trying to figure out exactly how I'm going to do that. But I saw you got excited about something. Do you want to talk about it?
Oh, no, I just gasped because I accidentally almost got out of Palantir early, and I don't want to do that.
Good.
I'll let you continue. So
yeah, no worries.
We'll talk about that later.
No worries. Jay Lee, take the TQQQ short with a tight stop. I don't think you're wrong, Jay. I just need to discern the trend. We're at lows right now. I don't want to be punching in short at lows. I want to see if we do catch a bit of a bounce here. That was a nice little drop. I think we range personally. We're just not even that red. We're only 0.13. So I'm going to pack my patience here now. If I can take a short to pop kind of situation on any of these names, that's fine. But I'm gonna pack my patience here because I don't have a read on the market trend other than saying going down. So that's my look there. Sorry guys, couldn't be more definitive than that. But you can't always, execute a perfect read on the market. So I'm packing my patience. I want to see what we get going into the noon hour here, Adair. Almost 5 minutes till noon. Can you believe it?
Oh my gosh, yeah, time flies when you're having fun in this here market. I got short PLTR. And I did that because I really liked, Brian, hello, Dara. I liked this rounded top, and I liked that we broke below 3440s. Now, I added when we broke into 3430s. Then we came back above. I was like, okay, Palantir, cool. Building into this position, I like what I have here. And in terms of my stop, you may ask, I will be risking now into 3441s. Why? Because A, that gives me the exact same amount I was risking at my initial position just based on averages and my risk units and whatnot. And B, like 40s is the level for me. If we can break above 40s, I don't want any smoke, Sharif. I want to like be like a restaurant after the 70s. No smoking inside. No smoking allowed inside. Take the tobacco out. We don't want to smell that. You know, there's kids in here. Weird analogies aside, I love how every time we get to that 34.40 on the ask, we come right back down. Not super proud. Oh, okay. We're going to get out of Palantir here. Not super proud of the trading today. I have been pretty upfront about that. It has not been a good look. But oddly enough, I'm proudest of GME in that I got out flat. Sometimes small victories, Sharif. Very small victories. SPY, to be clear, I had one good trade on, and then I tried the 545 breakdown, which should be clear, 545. Not only was it a whole dollar level, but it was a level I liked earlier. So to me, that's confluence. It's like both my qualifiers for a playbook trade for the SPY. We broke above 545.25 as I got out. That being said, with all these topping tail candles here, if we keep struggling with 545, I'd be interested to short again. I think we might be trying to get long though. At this point, I'd be waiting on the SPY till I see what we do at this chip top area at 545.90s. What other tickers have I been looking at today? Yeah, Palantir, we put the L in Palantir there, that's for sure. But as I always say, you know, even if your P&L is red, you have to be green on the mindset. You got to be bullish positivity because, again, what else are you bullish on? What are you believing in if not yourself? No one's going to believe in yourself for you. SPY, I like at how you're trickling below that 545 here, but dropped a little bit too low for my like. I don't really want the retest, as I've said on the SPY. Oracle pushing into this 156.90 area, which I like just because of some interactions earlier, but it is, to be fair, higher lows, pushing into VWAP. I don't know if that's smoke that I necessarily want, but it's smoke I am aware of. We've got, yeah, man, this Apple is a skosh devastating here. Look at this short got stopped out, and then Apple comes. It's all good. It happens. This 218.50, we can hold this. That's also kind of an interesting level to me from yesterday. And then you just have to get to 218 because 218, there was a skosh of buying yesterday, if I remember correctly, potentially a level, but. Again, I just feel like I keep missing every trade here. There's all these opportunities, and I'm just standing in the market like, what's going on? What am I doing? What is happening? Also, Kyle Burdett, super tight, making me laugh. If you didn't go to Pizza Hut in the 90s with your parents and watch them smoke and drink a pitcher of beer while you got a personal pan pizza, you ain't no trader. We had like a couple Pizza Huts in Winnipeg. They were not a huge thing there. Yeah, I don't know. That's pretty funny, though. Shout out to you, Kyle Burdett.
Big SPY, bro.
Yeah, big SPY.
By the way, I don't know what the situation was in Winnipeg, but like in Toronto, you could smoke in restaurants to like the mid to late 90s.
Well, I don't know.
I don't know what the situation. Yeah, you weren't around. I forgot. I keep forgetting.
Unfortunately. but yeah, Tesla pushing into. Wow. Okay. Another opportunity missed. Big yikes. Yeah, SPY short missed. GME. What were my levels on this again? Because I think we're coming into one of them. I wrote all these down. Okay, 24.13. That was the level I wrote down. We're getting into it right now. We're 24.17. I like this level because that would be the low. Do I want to short GME right here to flat bottom break? Not necessarily, but you could risk it into 24.25. I'm okay with that. Sharif, I think I'm going to short GME here. I think we're going to put these GME shorts to use.
I like it,
Fairly smallish position just because, like I said, I'm not super proud of the choices that have been made. But if you see stuff you like, you should be trading it. Oracle also rejecting nicely here. Oh. And oh my gosh, Palantir, way to wick me out, Palantir. Like, honestly, this is upsetting. Sometimes you have the right idea, but you trade it wrong. But, you know, like something Opie said a while ago that I think was important. That was just like, I can have the right idea, but if I don't time it right, I'm wrong. That's what happened with me here. I'm paraphrasing. That's what happened with me here in Palantir. That is for sure, to be clear. If we come into 34.11s, that, again, a level I liked earlier, that could maybe be interesting. Okay, GME, though, actually did set up. So we're going to take that short there. Let's see what gets crack-lacking here on the PLT, or I don't even know what stocks I'm talking about now.
Wow.
We just got short GME, Palantir. Let's see if you want to join the partay there. But yeah, GME, let's see if this one can crack lower. That's for sure. How are you doing?
I'm good. I shorted NVIDIA there for about like 25 pennies super quick. But look at the future just dropped. 105 coming in on NVIDIA. Lots of weakness here through that bottom break at 106. There was umpteen amount of weakness. Once we got to the $0.50, it's all I needed to see in the vigor with which the future was selling off and the Mag 7 as well. So I'm like, yo, this seems like a legitimately weak stock. We saw that 106 break. I punched in nice nice. Happy with this trade. Simultaneously, I also took a long and then flat on Apple. Got long there. It was not working out. I'm like, this is going to be a short the pop situation. Got out for a little beak wetter, negligible, then took like a penny loss on the other one. The other name I want to tell you about that you guys are yelling about in the chat, and rightfully so, Donald John Trump is on the way up again. 10 2/3. Knocking on the door of that $20 area. Donald John Trump, DJT, obviously has been trading at lows, de-SPAC lows, obviously, in the last little while. I think it hit 16, 17, something in and around there. It behooves us to bring up the chart on the 5-minute look and do a little bit of technical analysis here. Now, we know the $20 area is the $10 area. It's the whole dollar area, yada, yada, yada. You might find a little bit of resistance around there, but we'll see if it can catch a bid. Now, is $20 an important area? And I would submit to you, yes. There was a 3-day period, the 28th, the 29th, and yes, the day that comes after that, the 30th. I know, right? And even a little bit of September 3rd. So even to start off the trading month, we were zigging and zagging at that $20 area, a little bit below, a little bit above, yada, 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 without one outlying day over here where we got to 21 and sold off quick as you like. So $20, a key area of technical resistance, at least locally here on the chart. Above that area, I would say you got to look at 21 only because of what it did here on the 29th, getting up into that $21 area. So if we do clear 20, I'll be looking for 21. There's also more resistance to be had in and around that $21 area. Look at this area crest over here. I know it's hard to see, but if you have it on your own chart, you should be able to see it. This $21 area here on the 29th. And then look at this flat bottom that we held on August 20th and the 21st, all of which came down into 21 1/3 and then found support. What happens to support when it gets breached? It acts as a resistance. So say the textbooks. So that's what I'm looking at right now. I'm looking at Donald John Trump trading 10 pennies below that $20 area. Let's see if it can catch a bid. We all know what's coming up tonight at 9 p.m. It is the first of, how many debates did they agree to, Adara?
I think it was 3.
Did they actually execute on 3?
I thought it was 3. I could be wrong about 3.
So the first of what seems to be 3 debates coming up tonight, starting at 9 p.m. So yeah, obviously it stands to reason that DJT gets a little activity prior to that. So if you're into that kind of thing tonight at 9, we shall get the first of these debates. And DJT already front running said action at the moment right there with a nice little pump up on the day. Let's flip back to the Mag 7 and see what's afoot. We're at 18.6, guys, on the future over here. So we wick below 18.6, possibly catching a bid, and we catch 10 points super quick. And by the way, 18.6 or just below, 18.582 is the overnight low. We printed that at about 5:15 or whatever, 5:10 this morning. Let's keep an eye on 18.6. 18.6 give way here, and we breach the overnight low. I think we flush aggressively, and this is already a big boy flush here. So good look right now on the NQ, and for all those who are short, printing up a storm. Apple is at 218 as well. Keeping an eye on that. Adara, what's your look?
Yeah, I had a quick SPY short I'm really proud of here.
Nice.
I said, like, I'm going to talk about it again. I have 2 playbooks on the SPY, whole dollar shorts, or whole dollar breakdowns, and previous levels I've been watching. SPY, I took short here, 544 breakdown. We quadunk. We just quadunk. So I was really happy with that. I was risking basically into the 5, I was going to risk into like that previous wick there, so 554, 40s, didn't even need to. I basically watched the book. Once we got below 50s, I risked it into 5, like if we got above 550, 350s, I'd get out. So we got above it, got out, and I took 50 cents on that. So happy with that trade. Didn't take it with much size though, just because like I said, this has not been the day of my life, and I didn't want to risk overzealously. Let's see though what we have going on here with the SPY. If we push back above 544 and it does some reversions, I will take a reversion scalp. Pretty much all my SPY trades are going to be scalpy unless I've planned them otherwise, and I generally don't. We are about flat here in GME. We wicked as low as 24, but also we're going to wick over to Moo.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know I was going to do it. That's all.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, rate cuts are on the horizon, and the market is about to shift. Just look at NVIDIA, down 35% one moment, then bouncing back the next. To protect your gains, you need Moo trailing stop orders. Partnered with NASDAQ, Moomoo is your top investing app. Unlike the typical stop orders, ours moves up as your stock rises, locking in profits before a drop. And it works for options too. Plus, enjoy 0 commissions, 0 contract fees, 8.1 APY on uninvested cash, and 15 free stocks. Don't miss out. Check the link in the description or scan the QR code on your screen. Shout out to the good folks there at Moomoo. I'll take 15 stocks a day. I'll take 8.1% API. I just want to shout out Moomoo here because on my money with IBKR, I get 6 and change. This is 8.1, so that's sizable difference there, especially in a decreasing rate environment. I know we haven't got those rate cuts yet, but we're pricing in 1% by the end of the year. And if Moomoo wants to ante up 8%, well, I'll say yes to that. So here's a look right now to digress a little bit on Donald John Trump finding resistance, Fabian, at that $20 area and coming back in to what looks to be possibly the 10 exponential on the 5. Let me show you exactly what I'm looking at here because I'm very, very interested in trading Donald John Trump if it does set up appropriately. And the first level I'm going to be looking at to find that first level of support, and it may not come into that, is this 50 area. That's a 10 exponential. I'm very cognizant of this area over here at 19 and a third. Couple of topping tail candles in there. I'm not really sure what to make of that. Right now, we're at 19 and 2/3. And for whatever reason, we got stuck on that level a little bit. Or are we just not updating here on Donald John Trump? So let's put it on the side chart. Yes, we are not updating. That's the problem. And now we are. So that's good. So anyway, 1950 is what I'm looking at on DJT to possibly get long there. That's a 10 exponential on the 5. I won't be getting in with a resting order. I'll be looking to see if we hold up there or there.
Yeah, so I'm still playing the game with GameStop. We added, once we got into that 24.03s area, just kind of right above 24s, that was a planned add. And now we are planning on exiting. Where are we exiting, you may ask? So the level I wrote down was 23.85. Is that optimistic? For sure, potentially. So what we're going to do is we're going to look here, see if there's any other levels we could potentially get some out. And it looks like pretty much all those levels have already happened. Even on the 1 minute chart, we had that big move down. You know what we're going to do there? I like this 23.90s. We're going to get some out. Let's get out 30% of the position. No, sorry, 40%. We'll do 23.91s. Let's do that. So, because again, we're trading here for P&L. We're not trading for P&L. We're trading for progress and learning, which is, I guess, a different kind of P&L. I'm going to get fancy with it. In terms of how I'm moving my stops, like I said, one of the biggest things I'm working on is moving your stops while you are in the money. That is how you get messed up on trades like Palantir. But what you do, yes, what I'm doing here is prior bar highs on the 1 minute chart. So this 24.05 is it right now. It looks like we're basically there. I want to see what we do here on the ask as we tried to pop up above that. You know what? Popping above this level, we're going to get out here. We just popped back below in the bid. Like I said, a lot of my stops are going to be more eyeballed at times just because the way the trading is, I do tend to trust the book a lot. So I want to see what I see in the book. I'm not seeing a ton of strength at this 24.05 in the book. Let's see what occurs. Again, not super proud of what I've been doing trade-wise today with the exit rules and everything, but that's what you learn and grow every single day. That's what we are here for at Trader TV Live. We're here to learn. We're here to grow. We're not going to be perfect every single day. We're going to try to get better, try to improve. And you can't improve if you're not believing in yourself. That's why I'm trying to keep the mental very positive, even though, some of the trades have not necessarily been the best in the world today. But I am proud of my call on the SPY. That 544, I said, if we break back above 544, I think this could be bullish, could be change of the tides. You know what SPY does? Does not break back below 544. It breaks to the downside. Palantir's dumping. Says, okay, wow, thank you, Opie, for letting us know. Palantir's dumping into that, okay, past below that 80s level, now coming right back up, though. We're trying to, we're going to take a look here at PLTR, see if there's any news here on the Twitter webs, see if anyone's talking about this name. I'm not seeing, there are lots of tweets about it, not seeing any news on it, though, to explain that drop, though it is, in fact, dumping. Thank you for letting us know about that, Obi. This 80s, though, we're still trying to bounce off that 80s, that 3380s. Like, look at this here in the book. This is quite the bounce here on PLTR. 34, wow, this 34 is this is pretty intense, guys. You know what I'd like to see is if we can get to 34.11s and reject, that level has been pretty key. I'm not getting involved in Palantir right now. I think that thing needs to figure out what exactly it would like to do with its life at this moment. That is quite the move, though, to the downside. I'm not seeing any news on this Palantir. If anyone is, let me know. I'm seeing lots of tweets here. Apparently, Peter Thiel is selling $1 billion of Palantir. So that would explain that. That makes sense. I've not seen anything on that, so I don't want to confirm, but apparently he's selling. Well, that's what people are saying. He's selling. I'm not seeing any confirmation. Oh, you're seeing
Here it is. Thank you. There, great call out there, Adara. Palantir chairman Peter Thiel to sell up to $1 billion of stock, reports the Dow Jones Global News, and then being recirculated here by Barron's. That was from today. It's a 10th date right there.
What? Pardon? Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Just wanted to remind you, that's all.
Thank you.
So yeah, this is an interesting look here on PLTR. You saw the OB. He is the one, Knob, trading this with the Katina man today. So we're going to load this bad boy. The OB was short 34.55 for those who want to look at OB's trades and see what he was looking at there. Let's pull up PLTR. We are now knocking on the door of 34, Darren. We did dip. Even albeit very briefly into that 70 penny area, right around $0.75. Ironically enough, that was the area trough. Funny enough, got bought up there like very aggressively, and now we're back above $34 here on PLTR, down 1.7, excuse me. But this is after multiple days of greenery on PLTR after its addition into the S&P 500 yesterday, with Dell also being re-added after its exclusion, I think in 04 or 05, something like that. Anyway, in any event, PLTR doing the dance right now at the whole dollar. Oh, what'd you say the size was on that on the flush? You just told me the wattage there on the flush. What did you say then? It dropped 40 pennies. My mistake. Thanks, Ob. Yeah, well, essentially because it was at 34.40. Dipped in more, actually. Obed dropped a hot 70 pennies there at the low. But right now, as we talked about, doing the little dance there with that $34 level. So we'll keep our eye on PLTR to see if it can defend 34. It looks like it is for the moment. We'll have to see how long that lasts as the news circulates there. I'm involved in AILE. And so this one, I'm going to get out of this one completely if it gets into that $1.20 area. So we were taking... What's going on, guys?
Oh, hi, Obi's hand.
Oh, hi, Brendo. I didn't expect that response from him. That's why. So we're looking, if I can show the chart, baby. I'm long at, where am I? $1.30. We're in $1.25. I was looking for a hold off the volume weighted average price on AILE. We did have that big boy drop from $1.59 back into $1.25. We're at VWAP for all intents and purposes. Get it, Adara. And so we're seeing, basically, this is where I'm going to draw my line in the sand. The bottom end of this bottoming tail candle, if we breach that, it's over. I was looking for a move back up. We don't get it. That's all good. AILE, Adara, tell us all about it.
Yeah, so I was just about to go for a walk to just to, kind of wake up and everything. And then I'm still my GME, so I was like, we'll wait for GME. I don't know what GME is going to do. We get our first peak weather here, 2390s, then we drop. So I was like, okay, I'll get out if we break back above 2390s. I got out part of it, previous low of day here, 2380s. Then, you know what we do here is we actually push lower. Current low of day here, 2375s. I'm going to be doing prior bar high as my stop at this point on the 1 minute chart. So if we get above 80, at this point 86s, I shall be leaving. But man, this has been fun. I have 40% of this position left, and I'm really willing to just kind of let this ride, Sharif. We're going to increase some volume to the downside on the 1 minute. I love this look. Shout out to Roaring Kitty. I like the stock. Current now with that new one, meow. Did you just say meow?
Yes.
Yeah, because I just heard the meow. Yeah. But yeah, so that interesting little look there. I am meowing to the downside. Yeah, as I said, if I short this, he's gonna get Andrew left in the dust there. Shout out to Citron. I'm not too sour about this. I know I was a little bit, like, whoa, what was me? Earlier today, the trades were not always a vibe. We're currently 30 cents in the money on GME. Like, GME, new low of day here. Let's see what we do on the GameStop at 1. I've noticed these 10-cent levels have been pretty key. So I think if we break 2370s, that's actually going to be pretty dope. So, we're going to get half of the remaining position out here, 2371s. We're going to save the rest for the dream. And we're going to see what else happens here on this market. Sharif, this has been such a wild day. Wow, everything kind of popping around here. But what actually is not done that much? Name that I was involved in earlier. And as I mentioned earlier, not to great effect, Oracle. This thing has range. I still think if we break 150, okay, 156.50, Oracle, are you there, Oracle? 156.50 could be an interesting level here if we break it. But again, I did not trade this one to great effect earlier. So, and again, we just bounced. So I'm going to let Oracle be. We're going to see if we can get our GameStop, the position, the beak wetter here. I'm going to use the beak wet animation.
There it is.
So yeah, we will be going for a walk soon, as you can tell. It's Adara's tired trading hours. Shout out to Drake and the scary hours. But financial juice also, I'm just pulling up here because we do have a 1 minute bond. No, we have a 1 p.m. bond auction here. And it's 3-year note. So let's take a look at Gumme, see how that went down. Okay, pushing above here, back into 80s. We're going to be getting out here. The whole position, 77, well, not the whole. So 77s, pleased as punch with that trade. That's why the where's the next trade mindset is so important. I would have shouted out Obi for that because you're not going to win everything. It's about how you get back up because you are going to fall. But as Cardi B says, a full 9 times, get up 10. GME was a nice little trade. And, Avgo. Before I Avgo for some coffee, by the way, Sheree, would you like anything?
Oh, no, thank you, Darren.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Obi, do you want any coffee or anything? Okay, he's good. So was that a yes or a you're good? It was a you're good. Okay, perfect. I just want to make sure. So, before I Avgo for that, oh my gosh. AVGO.
Get it, Adara.
So this one I've been trading since earnings. It's day 3 earnings. And honestly, I just realized I really like trading this ticker because it's kind of spready and it's fun and it moves basically every day with volume. So I want to see what this does at VWAP when I return from the caffeination station. It's 144.40. We're wicking. We're Waka Flocka flaming. We're I don't know. There's things happening here. I would like all of the smoke. Depending on what we do here at 144.40s. If we push above, I'd like to see what we do into 145s. If we break below, I would like to short this into 143.80s. But I don't have any opinions yet. I want to see how it sets up. GME back below 70. I'm happy I had shorts on that. I have no other plans for Gumme at this point, though. To be fair, also, I did trade GME short earlier. Every time I trade GME, I want to clarify, I am not a bear. I had a long earlier, got to a break even, ended up profiting on the short. Where's the next trade? Right now, it's to Coffee Land. How are you doing over here?
I'm in a couple of trades. We're in Donald John Trump for the 20 exponential hold. We're going to give this one a very tight stop. If it bounces here, it bounces. It didn't bounce off the 10. So I'm just trying this for the sake of just involving myself in DJT. We're taking small size here at the level. No 20 exponential bounce, gone, okay? In this other trade as well, AILE, it did, we'll see. We're 3 pennies out of the money on this one. It did hold generally that $1.20. And what kept me positive about this bad boy is when it got into that $1.20, it was met with a wall of buying. So there was a lot of bids at that 1 1/5. We'll see if it can weasel its way back near the highs. It's below VWAP, but generally holding at the area now back into $1.26 there on AILE. Very strong name on the day, 75 some odd percent. Let's put some respect on this one's name. But look, the trend's gone. It's gone. That's the look there. So if we can get anything above this 1 1/3 area, I think we get back into the good side of the trend with higher highs. We'll see if that manifests or not. The Donald John Trump, where are we? We're in the money on it, but it's nothing to write home about. I'd like to wet my beak around in the mid-40s. We're long 27s. If it doesn't hold, it doesn't hold. Simple as that. Now it's knocking on the door of my area, but it is being met with some sellings there. Again, DJT strong on the day, likely as a result of the the debate, the first of what seems to be a few debates. We'll see if that ends up happening or not. But that's scheduled for tonight at 9. And I got to tell you, I'm likely going to come to work a little bit tired tomorrow. I'm going to stay up for this one all the way through. I want to hear exactly what's being said and how it's being said. I guess maybe that's the look there. So holding on to AILE, small cap gapper, Donald John Trump. I'm in as well because of the obvious catalyst. But I see a new entrant on or in the world of small cap gappers. It goes by the ticker QH. And oh boy, we got to do that because the man's he's on the stage right now. So we got to pay homage to the oh boy man himself. Up 187% right now is QH. Halted at 94 pennies, sub $1 stock. So let's put in the ticker for this bad boy and have a look at the deets. Let me give you all the information we need on QH so we can make informed trading decisions. Sub 5 million float, 1 3/4% is the short float on this one. Does it have a catalyst? I don't actually see one. I'm looking, did this have a catalyst yesterday? The answer is no. So I don't know why this one's moving. Always a little bit suspicious when you don't know why something is moving, but the technical break is real. It's fast and furious, and it is up into that 94 penny area. Let me tell you when this bad boy halted. Give me a sec here, and if there is the theoretical auction price, I'll tell you as well. So this one halted. Let's go. Well, this one halted. Oh, it's open. So let's go back to QH now as it is open. Up into 99 it goes, does knock on the door of that dollar. There is a different trade to be had here once a dollar is taken on a permanent basis. Now, sometimes determining whether it's been taken or not is a bit bamboozling in and of itself because you can get to that $1.10 and then you can get a V-shaped retracement right below $1. So it's, it's by no means the end of the game just because it took $1. So it's up 193% here. Let's put some respect on this one's name. Good look right now for QH. We're going to pack our patience and see what's afoot there. Donald John Trump not doing anything and not filling me, but also not breaching this area consolidation. So we'll keep a look there. This is what I was worried about on AILE. Lower highs. This is a concern. So I'm looking for a break of that $1.33. Reason is I need that break of $1.33 because I need that consistent trend to come back into effect of higher highs and higher lows. I'm not interested in trading this as a range. So at least not right now. Maybe if it's it sets up differently. So AILE on watch as well. Let's look over here, take off Palantir and put in QH so we can follow this bad boy. Let me just remove this from my side chart. There we go. So QH still not able to take a buckadera, but it's up aggressively. I want to see what it does at this 82 penny area. We had an area crest there that we rejected off and then moved back into that 2/3 of a dollar. We get into 82 pennies. I think it sets up a little bit differently.
Yeah, thank you very much for going over, for taking over for me there, Sharif. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I'm in Palantir right now. Again, I want to shout out Obi's Palantir trade there. Dope look. Palantir, look at it rejecting, and I loved this level yesterday. Find it really interesting again today. Sharif and I both mentioned it yesterday, 34.11s on Palantir. Now, I don't like my entry. What I should have done was waited for it to get to the 34.11s. Before shorting, I'm basically risking it into 34.11s. So we'll see if the strategy works out. Either way, happy with what I'm risking and all that jazz there. I will very much be taking some profit here. Half the position at this 33.75 area, that 33, this kind of trophy area. I don't know if we'll get there. And honestly, I don't know how much confidence I have in this trade. Just because, like I said, my read on Palantir has been a little unpalantir today. You know what I mean? Twice here, I had the right direction, but I didn't give myself enough room. The long here, and then if you look at this short, this is a heartbreaker. It gets like a cent back above my stop here, and then we get the quaduk. And that happens sometimes. You're going to get the timing wrong. You just got to stay focused. Right now, for me, the fact that Palantir really can't get that much off the schneid, shout out to Neil, hopefully he is feeling better, at the 34 is giving me a little bit of hope. I don't want to say hope because we don't have hopium in these parts, but it's making me feel like this trade is all right. I don't really have any other ideas to add unless we get below 90s. That was a bit of a kind of area here of interaction, but that would have to be like a pretty hard 90s break. We'll see what we do. Right now, I'm just chilling in my PLTR, and we're going to see if this is going to be a PWTR for me, which should be my first on this stock today. To be clear, some of these were this was basically a break even, so it's it is what it is, but you just want to be getting better every day. GME, okay, PLTR GME is not a ticker, Dara. Also, guys, make sure you vote for your tickers, whatever ticker you want Sean and Aobi to look at there. Let us know, ! Join, space, $, whatever ticker. Broadcom shot up while I was on my little walk, so that is over. Oracle back above the back above VWAP here. Nice little recovery for that one, so that could be a possibility. But GME, look at this one continuing to flush to the downside. Happy with that trade. We did not break a new low of day here. He's continuing to hang out around that 2370 level. I'm going to wait for this unless it sets up. I don't want to get back involved just for the sake of getting back involved. But PLTR, let's see how this 90s breakdown goes, because I will be adding not that many shares. I don't want as large of a position as I had earlier. Just again, you have to trade based on your level of confidence. I've talked about my tired trade rules as well. To be clear, to be clear, I did have previous levels on the stock, which is why I was comfortable taking it. But look, we get to 91s. And we try to get back. Oh, okay, they're below. Ooh. Let's see if we can add here at 89s. That was a bit of an interesting level earlier. We're going to add, and we'll add this many shares. I'm cool with that. So So let's see what happens here in P to the L to the T to the R if we can get added at 89s. Not sure if we will. Maybe 88s was going to be the level. Shout out to Sharif, because I know earlier Sean and Obi were talking about like psychological levels, like 42s, 88s. I know you like 25s, all that stuff, right? So kind of interesting look. We didn't get our Palantir ad. That's okay. Palantir, you want to flush? I'll still be pleased as punch with you. I'm not canceling the ad. I think we could wick back up into it, depending. But yeah, we'll see what happens here. PLTR. At this point, I am risking into break even, which is going to be 34s. Wow, that 89 level must have been a good call because we cannot even, clearly some resistance. We can't even get back above it. Let's see what happens here. I'm going to be kind of staying calm, or staying as calm as I normally stay. I know I'm a little bit higher energy. We'll see what we do here into this 70s level. If and once we break below 80s, we're going to switch to prior bar high as my stop here. Currently, again, we got short here, 34s, currently drifting below this pretty key area for me, 33.78. So let's see what we do here, Sharif, because this is getting pretty spicy here on PLTR. How are you're trading spicy garlic aioli and the DJT over here?
Oh, I just got stopped out at DJT. Sadly, it's okay. It's not your fault. Yeah, setting up here. We're gonna look for a VWAP touch. I tried to front run it at the 20. That was not the move. I'm gonna set up for something different. There seems to be more interaction here with the 19 level than with the area where I got in. I tried to front run it at the top end of the range. It told me, Sharif, I don't care about you front running. I don't care about your levels. I'm gonna print where I want to print. But this is a trade I'm happy with. I've been trading Amazon today. Don't know why. 2 longs and a short, both profitable. This one caught a bid right at that 177.5 when the future bounced off 19.6. So I punched in, took 30 quick pennies, just like that on AMZN as we got right into VWAP. I got out specifically at the 40 penny level because of the volume weighted average price, knowing that it would likely, at least momentarily maybe, encounter resistance there, and I didn't want any the retracement. So if it does take VWAP on a permanent basis, on a closing basis, what I mean, I'll go long on Amazon. I feel that Amazon, the strongest of the Mag 7 right now, and that is accurate technically because Tesla now has given up a lot of what it had earlier. 226.40 HOD on Tesla. We're printing 219s and about to break it. So Tesla's given everything, a lot of it back. Amazon, not so much. So if the future does catch a bid, I want to see what the Zon does right now, but with resistance at 178.40. So sadly, got stopped at a DJT, literally bottom wick. So disappointed about that. But if it does set up again, I know that it's not over for DJT, whether to the long side or the short side. I'll get in this again. I have no qualms with that. 6 1/3% in the green today. Let's put some respect on this one's name. AILE. I'm happy I held on to this one, baby, but we're right back at the area that we rejected last time, and that's that 130, 131. Look at the ask getting stacked. I had to look at the camera when I did that too, in case. Shout out to Big Smile. Yeah, so what I'm looking for, and I made this clear earlier, I need my higher highs and higher lows. I need that trend to the upside with AILE. That comes here if we break this 1 1/3 level, but we seem to keep getting met with a wall of sellers at that 1 1/3. So I'm in the money on them in 3 whole pennies in the money. I'd like to run it up a little bit more, Dara. There seems to be likely resistance at a $1.35, but I think if we catch a bid and really catch a bid, we break through that $1.35 quick as you like. I'm watching Donald John Trump put in 2 bottoming tails now on the 5. What I'm looking at the side screen is the 5. So I'd like to be able to wet my beak on some profits on DJT now that I'm negative on it, right? So I don't want to call it revenge or anything like that. That's not the look. But hey, man, I literally got out bottom wick. That's kind of frustrating. I had to draw my line in the sand somewhere, but this one looks like it might be curling up. I don't want to call it quite yet, but if this starts curling right back up, I'm going to get into this on the long side. And then maybe when the Katina man returns from his walk and talk, we'll see if we can get some shorts on it, depending on how much they are, of course. So that's going to be there. Shout out to Real Dang Trading. That's the QR code that you scan if you want to become part of the campus program. Yes, we are a prop firm and we are looking to expand. So if you're in Canada, that's a QR code you scan right there. And it was a perfect segue because they give very, very cheap shorts. And for the ones that you pay for, that's it. And usually, for most stocks, you don't pay for them. Donald John Trump is on the way up again. Here we go. Breaching now the previous 5-minute candles high, but still south of the 10 exponential on the 5. I need more confirmation that this breaks. We're going to pack our patience. Back to AILE. I'm going to have to trade these fast. I'm sorry. It did wick up right there. Where the hell did it go? Got up to what, 35s or 34s? Because I was waiting at 35. It got up into 35. It didn't cross, sadly. That's where my beak wetter is hanging out, at 35. But we did breach that third of a dollar. So I'm a little motivated by this. We'll see if we can wet our beak. This is a bit of a bigger position, obviously, because it's a dollar stock. So that's a look there. We'll see exactly what we get here with AILE. We'll see if it can retake that level. Back to Donald John Trump as it now weasels its way into that third of a dollar. I'm very disappointed in how I traded this one. It's the only negative stock I have on the day, and there it goes. Sorry, Adara, I apologize about that. I know that startles you, but yeah, whatever. I'm sorry.
You were startled.
Yeah,
okay.
I was startled by the price action on DJT. So I'm keeping my eye on this one. I definitely want to get long here, Adara, if it starts curling back up again.
Yeah, so the story of my life has been what is the risk management? And by that, I don't even mean like I'm giving things too much. I mean, it's just I need to be planning it better. I ended up getting out of the first Palantir short here just because we pushed back above 90s. I don't love the management, but trying to learn from it. Yeah, I'm shouting. I want to shout out Obi again because he's very excited about his PLTR trade, as he should be. You know what, Sharif? I aspire to be as excited about my PLTR trade as he is about his. That was an awesome look here. But this PLTR, I got short again through 3390s or 89s because I found that 90 break to be pretty pivotal. We got almost back. Up here into 34s. We couldn't. We broke back below 90s. I got back in the short, same size, risking into 34s. I will be adding actually here if we get nicely below 80s, which I know is kind of risky. I'm aware of that. I'm cognizant of that. Then what I'll be doing here is basically reassessing once we have that add. What I likely will do is risk it into just move it down about 5 pennies here. That 33.95s. We'll see what happens if and when we add. But right now we're trying to be straight chilling over here. We're not straight chilling. I know I'm a little high energy, so I guess we're never really straight chilling. But these markets do keep me energized. They fire me up. And if there's any stocks firing you up, then anything that's giving you a bee in your bonnet or making you as excited as Obi was just there with Sean, let us know in the chat. Maybe you want to hear about that awesome PLTR trade. Maybe you want to hear about Sean's Zon trades. Also showed it to your Zon trade.
Appreciate you, Adara.
Sharif there. So whatever Wazos you're thinking here, get in the chat. Let us know. Exclamation point, join space, $, whatever ticker. Let us know what you're feeling confident about or what you'd like to feel more confident about. Palantir, I'm going to be chilling in. Also, GME, which again, shout out to Real Trading because those shorts, the cost for that, if you get 1,000 shares, it is going to be $1.20. That is a great look for GME shorts here. Currently, GME, making a new low of day, continuing to push lower. I want to clarify, both the longs and the shorts were levels that I liked earlier. I'm not getting back in unless I see levels like that set up, so I won't be getting involved. And to clarify, I'm not getting long in this or shorting again until I see what we do with 24s. So that's the look on GME. I don't want to get involved for the sake of getting involved. PLTR, keep getting lower here. I don't want to keep Alex carping on that name, though. Oracle. Oracle. What are you? Oh, that was aggressive. Okay, Oracle, we're getting short. 49s, we're going to do that. Okay, pretty small position. We're going to be risking this here into 75s, which was a bit of an area earlier. Again, the chances of me getting filled here, pretty infinitesimal because I should have been a lot speedier about that. Palantir, keep doing your thing, 21. I'm chill with that. But basically why I like Oracle, look, I wanted this flat bottom break. I liked it earlier. Did not manage appropriately. As I said, it was a big yikes moment. It was a bit of a setback. I was not proud of what happened there. But you always have to be green positivity, as I always say. And I know that can sound a little bit trite. It can sound a little bit, I don't know. It can sound a lot of ways, but you have to do what works for you. And again, if you don't believe in yourself, who's going to believe in you? I do say that. I do mean that every time I say it. So I want to shout out this chat
because... My mom
believes
in me, Adele.
Pardon?
My mom believes in me.
I'm very happy for that. I mean, yeah, because you believe in... Well, no, I guess your mom believes in you no matter what. But yeah, either shout out to... Mom, I guess. We're going to do all the shout outs over here. But yeah, Oracle right now. Palantir basically flat on this. I would like to see it continue to push lower. I'm going to let this chill. Oracle, if you want to have me, let me know. It'd be really fun to be in both Oracle and Palantir at the same time. I'd feel like that dude in Lord of the Rings with like the big crystal ball. That guy, the Saruman dude, because I'd be having my Oracle and my Palantir. I'm definitely not getting this short. And again, Oracle being really spicy around 156. So I'm not even really sure I want it at this point. I don't want to get short 120, 56, 25s either, because I feel like this is a level where things could get a little bit spicy. We're going to right now probably cancel this order, focus on Palantir, but just know I'm still looking at Oracle. Oracle, no, I'm still looking at you. And I want to hear what had you aggressively punch in there.
I just wet my beak on AILE. I'm going to do the lesson in a hot second. Obviously, no lesson of the day today with Neil. He is out sick. The Neilage, if he's back tomorrow, will recommence, I guess, at noon hour tomorrow. So we wish Neil, obviously, a speedy recovery and hope he feels a little bit better. He was a little bit under the weather yesterday, so I'm not entirely surprised. All right, I just got out here. I have this is a bit of a bigger position, so we're gonna look to wet our beak at multiple levels. The stop is in play. Let me just adjust said stop though, now that we've wet our beak on those levels. So we gotta cancel all these stop orders over here. And that, look, the stop is gonna be in the same place, right? We're gonna keep it right in the same place, just for less shareage there, and there it is. Now we're good to go there. So let's start the lesson of the day. We are talking about the fan principle, guys, and essentially what that is, it's just another way of being able to gauge the acceleration or deceleration of the trend. So let's get right to it and start the lesson of the day. So by the end of this lesson, we should be able to understand exactly how to apply the fan principle in real-world trading scenarios, as discussed by John J. Murphy in his book, Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets, off which this lesson is based. So as we typically do, let's introduce the topic de novo for those who have never, encountered this thing before. So the fan principle is a concept, essentially, that helps traders analyze market trends and potential market reversals. How does it do it? It revolves around the idea that trends don't reverse all at once, but rather in stages often delineated by a series of lower trend lines. Again, this is not a hard and fast rules. There are trends that turn around 180 degrees on news catalysts. We're talking about the ones that don't, the ones that lose trend incrementally. That's what we're focusing on today. As the trend weakens, the slope of the trend lines becomes less and less steep, creating a fan-like appearance on the chart, and I'll show you what it is in a minute. So the technical definition, if you really want to get down to the crux of it, of the fan principle, it basically refers to a sequence of progressively flatter trend lines drawn on a price chart, signifying the gradual weakening of the trend. And its purpose is to help traders identify when a trend might reverse, as well as providing them with possible entry and exit points in the market. So that's a look there. That's what the crux of the whole principle is. Now, let's talk about some of the key characteristics that comprise or that make up the fan principle. I'll submit to you that it's composed of 3 trend lines. The first trend line represents the steepest part of the trend. This is the one that's going to be moving up and to the right the most aggressively. Then the second trend line is drawn when the price breaks the first trend line and is less steep when drawn. The third trend line, obviously, is derivative of the second. If the second trend line is broken, a third and even flatter trend line is drawn. And what we're looking for here is a gradual reversal of the trend. Rather than a sharp reversal, the market undergoes gradual transition as each trend line is broken successively. The slope flattens with each successive line, showing the decreasing momentum of the prevailing trend. And it appears like a fan because when viewed on the chart, the sequence of the trend lines creates a visual effect similar to a fan. This is what I'm talking about right here. So this is the bull case, right? Where we're moving up and to the right. You'll see the first trend line over here captures all the lows of the previous trend. But then at this intersection over here, trend line number 1 gets breached, and you need to redraw the trend line. You don't predict that it's going to stop here. You draw it once it bounces off that area. But as you can see, trend line number 2 initially acts as a level of support, but then it acts as a resistance. So it's incumbent upon me to tell you, extend your trend lines as far out as your software will allow you to do it. You never know when that price action is going to come back up into that trend line, and use it as resistance as opposed to support, which was previously its use. So there is the breach of trend line number 1, comes up into trend line number 2 after bouncing off 3, and then you get the eventual breach of 3. The same case can be made for the bear case. We just showed you the bull case. The bear case, equally as applicable. You draw the initial trend line number 1, the most aggressive of the angles, right? And then your number 2, once number 1 gets breached, and then number 3, once number 2 gets breached. Super simple. And then the idea is once 3 is done, 3 gets breached, then you're looking. You should be on the lookout. I'm not saying it's going to happen. You should be on the lookout for that possible reversal. And here's how it looks in real life. So this is the Russ back from August 97 to February of 98. It peaked out there at 495. Can't believe the Russ was trading at 495. By the way, anybody who's wondering, the Russ is at 20,079 right now, but this is obviously 98. And you draw the first trend line there. It gets breached over here, rejects off number 2. But you haven't drawn number 2 yet. You draw number 2 after the price action holds up there. You can't predict where it's going to hold up. It's not a speed line where we're predicting with 33 and 66% retracements. These are drawn ex post facto, after the fact, okay? So this is number 2, and then number 3 is drawn once number 2 gets breached, and then 3 gets breached, and we have an all-out trend reversal, no more down move. We're looking back, as you can see here, near those highs that we put in late October at around early March, late Feb. So that's a look there. That's what we're talking about, fan lines, and obviously it kind of looks like a fan there. Like a churchgoer, like an old lady at the church fanning herself. A lot of those at my church. Lots. There really is.
I think there's a lot of those and a lot of, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
Pretty universal.
Fair enough, yeah. So what are the practical applications? How can we use this every day for trading? I would submit to you this is a better tool to use for swing rather than intraday trading, but you do as you like. You can acclimate it to however you want. So the first and the foremost is identifying trend reversals, the first practical application. So traders use the fan principle to detect when a strong trend is losing its momentum. For instance, if a steep trend starts breaking its first trend line, it signals a weakening in the trend. When it breaks the second, traders should consider that the uptrend may be ending. So keep your eye out on that. Then timing for entry and exit points, also another practical use for these fan lines. So the fan principle helps traders time their trades by recognizing when the trend has weakened enough to make an entry in the case of a reversal, or to exit altogether to avoid losses as the trend dies. So timing, entry, and exits. Last but not least, adjusting your stops, right? As each trend line is broken, traders can adjust their stop loss levels, I should say, to protect themselves against further downside risk. So 3 practical applications that you can use for these fan lines. And so combining the fan lines with other technicals is your best move. As we've always said, don't rely solely on one indicator, one level. Look for confirmation and take the balance of the evidence. Right? There you go. Thanks, Adira. And then make your decision based on all that collected information. So to do that, you've got to use it with other technicals. So I'm going to suggest to you, one of the technicals you can use is the relative strength index, or RSI for short. So here's the move. If the price breaks the first trend line on the fans, right, and the RSI is still showing an overbought condition, it strengthens the case for a potential reversal. So what you're looking for here is trend line number 1 breached, but you're still getting a 70 or overprint on the RSI, still not out of that overbought territory. So if that's the case, look for possibly here a reversal. Doesn't mean it's going to manifest. The other one you can use it with, or the other ones, because there's more of these, moving averages, especially that 50-day, that 200-day that's used by a lot of eyes and a lot of traders. They can serve as additional support and resistance, and here's how you use it. If the price breaks a trend line within the fan principle and simultaneously crosses a key moving average, like a 50, the 200, as we suggested, it serves as further confirmation of the weakening trend. So you're looking for that gnarly moving average crossover to go with the trend line breach. And then there's also MACD, right? Moving average convergence divergence. In this case, here's what you're looking for. If the MACD line, we know there's 2 lines on the MACD. One's a signal line, one's a MACD line. The one that moves more is the MACD line. The one that moves less is a signal line. If the MACD line crosses below, so a bearish crossover below the signal line at the same time that the price is breaching that second or third band line, it adds weight to the argument that there could be a trend reversal in the works, so keep a lookout for that. And last but not least, volume, very important. If a break in the trend line, one of the trend lines, doesn't say which, is accompanied by higher than normal trading volume, it could strengthen the case for a downward trend. And typically what I'm asked in these cases is what counts as above average volume, and my submission to that would be look at the volume candles surrounding the one that you're currently in. Is the one that you're in right now or the one that you're analyzing above average or below average? A cursory visual view should give you the answer to that, but zoom out so you can get a bigger sample size. So just to take away or just to summarize everything that we've kind of absorbed today, the fan principle provides a structured way of analyzing trend weakening as well as reversals. It also helps traders anticipate those trend reversals by observing a series of progressively flatter trend lines, and not last but not least, by combining the fan principle with other technicals like the RSI or the MACD, volume, etc. You can certainly improve your timing as well as your decision-making skills in this market, Adair.
Yeah, I mean, decision-making skills in this market, always you want to improve.
Certainly.
With that in mind, I am not touching Palantir anymore. I don't trust my read on this stock. To be clear, I had one good trade on it, but it's just, I don't know why I keep trying to hammer this thing to a pulp. So I was in the short, I flipped long because I was like, oh, we're breaking above 34. Why? Wait till you get to that level you actually like it there, 34.10. Anyways, again, manage it appropriately. We kind of broke below that little trough. I got out, but that's not the point. The point is real management would have been not getting to that in the first place. SPY, I got out of this basically flat here. I got long at that 554.75 because I really liked how we were holding this level. We never broke above 545. Started seeing lower highs. I said, Adara, if you just keep seeing these lower highs, get out flat. I did. I am not getting back on this long until I see us break above 545. To be clear, I don't think it's a short yet. We are holding really great support here at 554.60s. I was pricing into 554.50s. SPY didn't even SPY anywhere near that level. It didn't even give it a glance. But also, we're going to have to take a moment here, I believe, to glance over at Trade the Pool. Because we're going to pull this up here. This is correct. Becoming a funded trader means trading with a firm's money instead of your own, which we're very grateful to do here. At Trade the Pool, you first complete an evaluation by hitting profit targets while managing risk. Once you pass, you get access to up to $260,000 in buying power. You get to keep up to 80% of your profits, and the firm covers the risks. It's the perfect way to trade big without risking your own funds. Ready to become a funded trader? Join Trade the Pool. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description. Shout out to Trade the Pool. So shout out to the SPY here. Finally breaking that 545. Let's see if we can hold above 545 if it can. I'm getting long 545. I'm risking it to 544.75s. But that was kind of anemic. I don't like that. Like I said, no short for me in the SPY until and unless we break below 544.50s. That is a level to me that is of definitely of interest. So we're going to wait. We're going to watch and see what occurs here. Right now, I still think it's likely going to be long. Some confluence for that with the Qs as well. So let's see. And again, Qs and SPY, not always going to be moving in tandem. But sometimes I've noticed you can find, based on how you look at them, you find kind of similar patterns. As we push above here, we're going to be getting long here. Let's see if we can get filled on the SPY. I'm not sure. I should have been a little bit more aggressive. Like I said, I'm still trying to find ways to get the order types where you can just have it waiting above and then it gets wicked in. I need to get more familiar with my order system. But also, guys, we have 10 minutes until the bond auction, the 3-year note. And then we also have an hour till the segment that is brought to you by Real Trading, our audience segment. Because if you're like, hey, I'm wondering, I want to hear about Obi's awesome Palantir trade, you definitely do. Or you're like, hey, I want to know, about all these other tickers. What did Sean do with Amazon? What about Amazon? Any ticker you want to look at there, let us know in the chat. Exclamation point, join, space, $, that ticker. You can get the Confidence and the Obi Confidence for your ticker of choice. Let's see if this market can push upside. We did get filled here, like I said, I'm risking 25 cents. I want to see what we do here at 544.75. This actually does have confluence between my two SPY playbooks. It's a whole dollar breakout. And it's also a a level I looked at previously. So let's see what we get here on SPY. We won't get upset. We'll stay. We're going to be taking out some profit here as we get to 545.60 because that is certainly a level of interaction earlier. And I would like, not like that smoke, gummy might be giving me some opportunities here as well, Sharif, because I said with GME, to be clear, I was watching this. I like these. I didn't mention this, but I like these bottoming tail candles here that at that 2370. We're pushing higher. If we break above 24, I'm actually really interested in that. And I'll risk it into 2390s. That has been a level of interest. So we'll see what goes on here. Right now, basically flat on the SPY. We're going to keep spying that. We're going to keep spying GME here as well. Putting up the book for GME where I used to put my Tesla book, but I haven't been trading that much Tesla lately. So Tesla, speaking of Tesla, before I switch it off to you, Tesla did a bit of a double bottom that I think we should maybe talk about here at 219. So double bottom here. Lots of stuff curling back up. IWM curling up. AVGO, higher highs, higher lows. SPY curling higher. Tesla double bottoming at 219. Now trying to do something interesting here at 220.20s. Will it break below? Will it push higher? Can we get much higher? So high? I don't know. I hope so on the SPY. But if we rest at 219.50s, that could actually be pretty interesting. You look at some of that confluence. Lots of levels on watch. Sharif, I wish I had more eyeballs and more fingers to trade. How are you doing?
I like it. I like it. Yeah, I'm in. Here we go. Okay, finally, we got a 136 break. Guys, I'm waiting at 130.9 on AILE, and every time we breach a big boy level, and yeah, you're like, Sharif, that's $1.36, not a big boy level. Well, if you saw the amount of shares sitting on the ask, you'd be like, okay, this is a bigger level. But what keeps me motivated on this trade is successively higher lows, higher highs. It's not parabolic. It's not crazy momentum, but it is moving up. I don't want to say predictably because the bottom can drop off at any time. We know how these small cap gappers are. They're around for a good time, not a long time. And as I say that, there it comes down. Look, I didn't want to wet my beak at 137. That's not the level. The level is this area over here. We know we had a consolidation area bottom there. And look at it come down, bro. Like literally foreshadowed this, saying the bottom can drop off at any time. Look at that. Just dropped 10 pennies quick as you like. Took forever to get those 10 pennies, but just like that to drop. Let's see if it catches a bid again. My stop doesn't move. It's just in the same place it's been the entire time. Catches a bid, I want to be a part of it. Otherwise, I'll get stopped out. Simple as that. Now, let's look at see what else of small cap gappers we have. Do we have over here? Okay, so some of them are no longer tradable, sadly, as they're breaking down now. Ram BKYI broke down. We had a good trade on that one. That's gone. Okay, Donald John Trump might be waking up here. So look, it's in a bit of a range, 1940 to the high side, and for the most part, 19. But we are putting in higher lows and higher highs. Donald Dang John Trump is the only one we're negative on the day. And so I want to exact revenge. Get it, Adara. So what I want to see right now is this the right time to get into DJT? Because it's been, like, I literally got bottom wick, which is quite frustrating in and of itself. But we got to forget about that. Now we got to look to the long side over here. DJT is a curling. I'm going to take this. And crazy for punching in at highs because that's not my move. I don't punch in at highs, but I like how it's curling up. I'm going to have to DCA into this one, okay? It's showing me all the right moves, but I know that it's going to be a bamboozler. That's its like nature, right? These small cap gappers, especially DJT, it's going to bamboozle you. So I'm definitely interested in DCAing at the right price. Now, it's going to be about where I get in. So if I can show them right here, Ram, where the areas of support and resistance are, at least locally, definitely some resistance or support at 1930. So if it weasels it into there, I'm looking at adding in and around there. But hopefully not, that I don't have to add. I like this look on DJT. I will take the advantage of, momentary declines, retracements, whatever you want to call them, to get a little bit more. Not going to be huge positions, but we're going to look to add into Donald John Trump. Hopefully not going to get me into a lot of trouble here with that ad philosophy. So we're going to put that first ad over here. We're going to sit it at 31s, come what may. And if 31 gets triggered, we'll look at 20. So DJT having issues still. It's not parabolic by any means, shape, or form, but we'll look to take advantage of this one if it can catch a bit of a bid. Nice move up initially into that $20. Obviously got to 2010, which is the high of the day. But in all seriousness, it's likely 20. That's the level. So 20 goes on a closing basis. It could get real interesting there. So keeping my eye on that. I want to also mention AVGO, Adira. I know you had your eye on this one, and I just put it in because I saw that it was strong with the microcaps, but this is working right back near the highs. High of the day, 145.93, essentially knocking on the door of 146. We're right back into that 145 and a third, looking to knock on the door of 145.50. I know I haven't talked about this one, but I did have it up on the side chart with Oracle over here. I haven't traded either, but we'll look to weasel into some trades if they do set up. But yeah, AVGO having itself a decent day. No question, especially as you compare it to NVIDIA. To be honest with you, there's not a whole lot that's strong in microchip world today, semicaps or semiconductors, excuse me. 0.79 for AMD, 3% for AVGO. Marvell's up 1.8 and Pi. I want to show you guys the chart on Pi. Okay, kind of crazy over here to show you this, but I did a little bit of charting yesterday, and this stock is a dang rocket. By the way, give you some context, it's up 95% year to date. Not one that we've ever talked about on the show, but here it is. And I want to show you the range that's taking place on the daily. It's got a gnarly range with one exception over here. That's Black Monday. But for the most part, it's been that 145 to the low side, essentially 175 to 180 on the high side. But look at this chart from essentially November 2023 to the highs that it just printed. It's up 275%. Not one that does a lot of trading, but I'm very interested in this range. I'm going to put an alert out for a breach of the range either way, because I think it's been ranging for quite a long time. Since April, essentially, we've been locked in this 145, 150 to 175, 180 range on Pi, but it's been a rocket ship of a name, at least lately with microchip world. It is a micro chip semi-cap kind of deal there. So that's the look. And yeah, back to my DJT trade. We're, what are we, 5 pennies out of the money here. I didn't get triggered on my DCA, sadly. We'll see if it does. Looks like it's coming back again here, Adira. 934, we're sitting at 1934. We're sitting at 1931. We'll see if we get that print. We're still putting in higher highs and higher lows.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy with the SPY trade. That was the trade I was kind of hoping for on the side. Basically, I said if SPY can break above 545, I have no problem risking like 25 cents on this because I think it'll pop. We got exactly what we wanted here. That 545.60 took out a third of the trade there. Or sorry, 2/3. Then I got out the last third. I basically was like, if we can't stay above 60s, get out. Got out there, so 60 cents. Happy with that trade there. And then we haven't really been at that level since. If we break decisively above 60s, I get back in the long for some purpose there. But right now, we're long Gumme. So let's see what Gumme gives me. GME, if I can pull this guy up. Also, guys, we do have the auction in 2 minutes. It's also part of why I would not want to be in a SPY trade during the auction. I don't know if I want to be in a GME trade during the auction either, but to be fair, GME kind of moves to the beat of its own Atari soundtrack, so I'm going to let it do that. But I almost knocked over my water. Uh-oh. Hydration Nation. It would be Hydration my workstation if I spilled that, so not good. But GME here, I got long 24s. I am risking into 23.90s. A, it's the 90 MA. B, it's an area that was pretty interesting on the way down. I know because that when we broke that 90s, that was all she wrote. I mean, it wasn't. We came back up after it, but the point remains. To me, that's a pretty interesting area, so I want to respect that. And I want to see what we do here. Currently about like 5 cents below that, or 4 cents below that $24 area. I realize part of why I like trading GME is it's a bit spready. It's not going to be like as spready, mind you, as the Lilies, the Lulus of the world. Some of my favorite preferred tickers. But GME does have a little bit of a spread, sometimes 2-3 pennies, and it can give you, I guess, some color commentary there for sure. Literally color commentary because you're watching how the colors move on the book. So I want to see what happens there. Again, being aware of the auction, I will let you guys know. 3-year note, high yield, previous year of 3.81%. So we'll have to let you know how that all shakes out. Sometimes we won't get the numbers right away. We'll let you know the second we see it. Also, I want to, we're going to get out here of the GMEs. We broke below that 90-cent level there. Let's see if we can get filled because sometimes I struggle with that. Okay, I don't want to add to the position. Let's see what's going on here. Let's see what's shaking. We got out. We should have gotten out there of GME, so that is weird. We didn't get filled. Oh, now I know why we didn't get filled. Okay. I don't know what's happening here. So I was actually right the first time in terms of what direction I was trading. We're going to drink some coffee. And contrary to popular belief, I'm really not that caffeinated. And also, yeah, we have Live Life Without Grass TV saying learn how not to trade. It's more important than learning how to. That's a good point, because sometimes you want to not be over trading. That's certainly what I was doing with Palantir. I got way too involved in that name, way too up in that name's grill. That is for dang sure, to use a Shrevism. Because I think, yeah, sometimes you just got to like know when to hold them, know when to fold them, right? We have John Del Senio saying SPY just hit head and shoulders top. Let's take, oh wow, Amazon's kind of rangy here. Okay, deal with that later, Adara. SPY. Yeah, that's head and shoulders top. I don't just know if I see head and shoulders in the SPY. I'm going to be honest with you. To me, if that 554 breaks, RIP SPY. And I want to clarify as well, and I'll show the 1 minute because I think it shows it more clearly than my talking can. Like when we broke above 554 decisive or 545 decisively, we went straight to 545.60. To me, there's no levels in between there of any interest. On the way down, I guess there were. We had like 40s that were pretty interesting on the book and on the chart. But the SPY here, if we break below 545, I would risk it into 20s and I would just like let this thing bleed. Let's see though, someone was asking early auctions leak. I am not seeing anything. Sometimes the pre-auction comes a little bit earlier. Sometimes it comes a little bit late and sometimes it doesn't come at all. And that's what's fun about the auction. You never know what you will get. Longer time frames, says John Del Senio. Okay, I don't know what, I guess we'll try the daily chart if that thing will load for me. Let's figure out what occurs there. But yeah, so guys, I'm very high energy here with these markets.
You want me to take over,
No,
Derek?
it's okay. I just, my chart just froze for some reason.
Okay.
Thank you, I appreciate it. But yes, we're gonna pull up that SPY chart there. Also, thank you, Melon Kunis, for the kind words, and also for your pun-related name in the chat. So let's see SPY daily chart. I'm just waiting here for that auction, the re-auction as well. So sometimes our charts like decide to crash if you switch to the daily time frame. So we're gonna pull that up here. Okay, my chart shut down again, so I'll pass it over to you, Sheree.
Yeah,
I'll let
sure.
you guys know if there's an auction, but SPY rejecting or trying to do something here at 545.40, that previous area. What do you
All
think?
right, I'm in 3 trades at the moment right now. We're in AILE, it's back up. Held that 124, so it's a bit of a higher low. Not much to talk about there, and it's a small position that's left. Also, in Donald John Trump, we're long 33s. We're printing 27s right now, so we are at the money. I'm looking for higher lows as well. We got the higher highs, but this could be a head and shoulders, right? We could be an extended right shoulder. We'll see. Okay, so, and then it looks like I just got stopped out of Amazon. I was looking for the double top on Amazon over here. So this is the first L that I'll take on the Zon today. Disappointed with this L. I'm still confident in this level, especially if we're below the volume weighted average price on the Future. We got into the VWAP. We rejected. We put a bit of a candle in there. I'm still interested on this level. I'm still. So I'm going to pack my patience on this level on AMZN. It printed for me last time at this level. I got a bit of a better price, sadly, but I got weaseled out of the trade. So yeah, that's the way it is that's the way it is. So we'll pack our patience with this one. I want to see what we can get possibly here at the double top on the Zon. But I should tell you that, it may not manifest into that. And the reason is we have higher lows. So this area over here took us to 177.15. At the wick, obviously, we breached 177. This area, this trough, we held up at 177.50. So incrementally higher lows could be incrementally higher highs as well. We'll pack our patience. Apple is right back into that 220 area again. We've all seen what it's done with 220 on the day. However, much like Amazon, Apple also putting in higher lows. Area trough, 216.73, that printed back at the 950 time slot. Then we have an area trough at 218 this time, so a little bit higher. What time was that? That was around 12 o'clock. So interesting look on the Future right now on the Mag 7 names. Amazon looks like it's going to go here and breach that 179 on a permanent basis, and if it does, we're not going to have any part of it. DJT coming down into my entry. My stop is already on that bad boy. We'll see what we get there. And AILE, boring me to death. Got into that $1.29, $1.30. Not much doing there. Waiting for much higher to print on this one. Amazon's really going here, guys. It's breaking 179. So I'm happy that, we got stopped out of that and we didn't DCA into it and get in trouble, because here it is, 170.20 coming in here on AMZN. Obviously, 179.90 is the high of the day with multiple topping tail candles into that 180 area, 179.90, obviously that 180 area. Strength for Amazon here, baby, as it's coming into that $0.25, just got into the $0.05 of a dollar right now on Amazon. We yelling about this one earlier, and it's the strongest one of the day, far and away. far and away 2.15. Tesla's given everything back. Well, almost. It's still up 1 2/3, but Amazon up over 2%, 2.16 as I see it right now. Shout out to the Katina man over there. But that's the look right now on Amazon. It's maybe not the best idea to short it, seeing that it is the strongest, but I like this level. Straight up, I like the 179 level, and I gave myself enough room. Did get stopped out, and that's the way it is. So keep an eye on this one. Still in Donald John Trump, still in AILE. Nothing doing on either of those at the moment. We are, though, at VWAP yet again on the NQ September contract. So weaseling our way back up there. We've been kind of ranging for the better part of 20 minutes or so since 11:50. The range really being here, that closing print from yesterday, 18,690, and essentially VWAP. With this candle here coming in with a higher low, so we could definitely get the break of VWAP on a closing basis and run up on these here markets. So we'll see what we get there with the future. Let's look here at some of these other small cap gappers, non-Donald John Trump and AILE related. Nothing doing on any of them. Don't like any of them, but I see here AVGO right back into the highs again, Adair. I know you were looking at this one, 145.93. Now it is knocking the door. Just got into 82s there, so basically 10, 11 pennies off the high. Printing 75s right now. Good day here for AVGO, up 3.5%. What are you guys looking at? And I forgot completely to tell you, the Katina man is short Apple. I forgot to tell you guys to vote. I know that Adair has been telling you to vote all day, and I want to tell you, Rogelio Concepcion just voted just voted for DJT. What's up? What do you want? What does he want? Oh, okay. What's up, Randy? So DJT, my man Rogelio there, voting for DJT. Do you guys have a choice? Tony Price wants to talk about IWM. Adara, well, not always, but she trades the IWM. C Battles talking about a short on Nike. Get into the chat, my man. Vote for Nike. Chris M talking about SMMT. Looks ready to break out at 2069. Get into the chat, my man. Vote for SMMT. That was one I was looking at as well yesterday. And he goes on talking about it some more. I know that Zoltan trading up a storm there on DJT. Get into the chat, Zoltan. Vote for DJT as your ticker. And I'm sure the Katina man and Obe1 Kanob will do it as well. Asta, you forgot the exclamation point before typing in join. So it's not going to register your vote, sadly. So my man Asta there voted for Tesla. Get into the chat. Vote for Tesla if that's what you're interested in there. And as I see Donald John Trump tanking now off 19, so I got stopped out there with a bigger position. Disappointed in myself with how I traded this one, but that's the way that it goes. I am negatory now on Donald John Trump. We'll look to do a little bit better here, Adair.
Yeah, so I know Sean said he is long Apple. I'm actually short Apple. Or sorry, he's short Apple. I'm long Apple. And I actually, as of right now, I have no idea how this works. Usually when I trade against the sticky note, it does not go well. I didn't know he was short. I've been in this for a bit here, but I stand by this long because I took this off levels I like. Again, we'll see if I continue to stand by that, but you got to stick with whatever you're confident in. He's confident in the short, I'm confident in the long. I didn't mean to press that button. Why am I confident in the long? Because, to be clear, don't let my point of entry here, but look at that 219.60. This harsh little shelf. If we stay above this shelf, honestly, I have no qualms about going along here. That 219.75 level, I have waxed poetic about this for now 2 days. So since I've been in this trade, it has not gotten below that level. I am risking into 219.60s. I'm giving it some room. When I was in this initial short, I did get stopped out before the big quadunk, but we wicked into 69s. We came right back. And I'm not saying it just for whimsy. We really did wick into 69s. Came back up. So I know what levels are being loved here. That being said, Apple cannot break above 219.20 now. Or sorry, yeah, 219.90 now. If it was 219.20, I'd be long gone. 219.90, I am cognizant of that. But I don't have a reason to leave till we get below my level. We do have those higher highs, higher lows. It's been in an uptrend since 218, also a key level yesterday. So I actually, right now, as of right now, again, things can always change. Right now, I like it. I am, though, very disappointed that while I was trying to bite into this apple, I missed a beautiful look here on T to the S to the L to the A. So let's talk about that, because TSLA here, I liked. I saw this, and I've talked about this as becoming a new playbook trade for me. When you've got a bit of support, and then you make that support on a wick basis. So the candle closes higher, but we wick into that previous support level. I find this to be really bullish. I wanted to go long 219.60s once we did that. and then risk it into 219.40. So that close area, alas, I was not able to get filled. Also would not have had the buying power to do that in Apple anyway, so probably all worked out. But Tesla continuing to push higher. Let's see what Tesla does as it gets into that 221 area. Can 221 do something for it? For Tesla? Apple, though, above 220s. Okay, nice look there. Both Apple and Tesla at 220s. I want to get add here, if we can get back to 220.03s, I'm cool with that. We're going to add some shares to this position. In terms of profit taking, 220.40s. Look at that. That's so clean, so fresh, so clean. That is a level that I absolutely want to be getting out. Right, I had to shout that out. So we'll see what happens here in this A to the A, to the P, to the L. I am very happy with what I did over here. Shahruz, yeah, I am doing stock analysis right now. That I am analyzing that. Yeah, I saw that you said that too. I was like, yeah. But let's see what happens here on AAPL. We're gonna get out how much. I don't have as much as I'd like here, but I was actually analyzing Tesla, and that's why I was able to get filled what I wanted in Apple. But we're gonna be getting out 40% here. If we get to 220.40s, we will be saving a piece for that dream. But honestly, Sharif, we can get right back above here, that 220.30s. We might have to get everything out here now. Let's see what we do as we push back in below the 220.20s. Okay, we're watching, we're waiting, we're being careful. If we can't break back above 220.20s, I'll just get out. I have no qualms. I am qualmless, Sharif.
I know you are, Daryl.
Oh, well, you know I am. You have to have ideas, but you also have to be willing to recognize when they are wrong and when they're not going to do everything they want to. You know what? As we're going to try to see another attempt here to break 220.20s. Okay, we're back. We're wicking back above 220.20s. We can't hold it. We get out at 220.17s. I am pleased with this trade. As I've said, I still need to work on my exit rules. So that did not rule my exit rules there. And we could still break back above 40s. That's fine. I just should have definitely planned that a little bit better with regards to the exit rules. I fully recognize that. Let's see if we get back above this 220.30 area here. That could actually be interesting. Maybe I should have kept a piece in for this position. But the way we wicked below 30s was a little bit scary hours. I don't know why I keep shouting out the Drake album, but I do. Wow, SPY. Okay, SPY pushing up really. Also, I forgot to mention this. Part of my confluence for the Apple trade as well was I got long Apple around the time that SPY broke above 545.60. Why does that matter? If my SPY chart loads, I can show you. 545.60. Look at this 1 minute candle. We pushed right from 545 into 545.60, and then we couldn't. Right? So once we broke back above 545.60, I was like, okay, these bulls are vigorous. These are intense bulls. Vikyan Novak saying congrats on Apple. I jumped out when I heard Katina Man was short. Dang. Sorry about that. Sorry to hear that, Vikyan Novak, but I do appreciate. Thank you for the congrats. I want to say one thing too, is we've seen this on this desk. Sometimes you can be in different directions and still be profitable. Oh, yeah. Right? So that's what I've learned. You have to find your own confidence and figure out whatever your level was. You know, my level on something isn't going to change because Sharia's in a different direction, right? And same, his is not going to change because I'm in a different direction. So I think that's really key. And I do appreciate what you have to say there.
You have shorts on Gumma?
I do have shorts on Gumma.
It's at VWAP, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I don't want to try to influence your trade, but because Michel Hebert was talking about that, it went positive, and it was. It's exactly flat, which is funny because VWAP seems to be at the exactly flat mark. So shout out, thank you very much to Michel Hebert, one of the OGs there in the chat, for calling that out. GameStop obviously reports after the bell today, guys. And yeah, well, you know, we're not going to take a position either way. Well, we're going to look at the price action, and the price action is saying it's up 0.12 and a skosh above that volume-weighted average price. So I want to see exactly what we do here with GME. So packing my patience there. I'm back long Donald John Trump. We're about 10 pennies, 11 pennies in the money. It's nothing to write home about. We lost way more than that. We were long from 40s, and we ended up getting out at 9. We got out at 20. So we lost 20 pennies. Calm down, Sharif. With bigger size. I don't have as big of a position, full disclosure, on it. I'm 0 for 2 on it so far, quite frankly. So not a good look today with me and Donald John Trump, but I'll keep trading it if I see that it sets up. So keeping my eye on this one. Let's see if it runs off the volume-weighted average price. I'm still holding AILE for like nothing over here. It's consolidating, but it's not stopping me out. So nor am I going to get out from there. Guys, the future is popping up pretty nice, but we got to put everything in context here with the future. We still, believe it or not, have lower highs. Okay, so if we extend out that trend line and we draw the channel, area crest, area crest, area crest, and then the area crest over here. So that high, 18,790. It's a beautiful recovery from that 18.6 double bottom to breach 18.7 and to even breach this trend line. But what I'm looking for is that 17,890 break above this area crest. Show me you're going to print newer highs. That's what I want to see. Okay, so it's fantastic that we got that midday move and everything pumped up, Mag 7 included. But if you're looking for direction, look for higher highs and higher lows. That would be my suggestion. Good look on the future. Nice recovery midday. Who's going to complain about that? Maybe the shorts, but I'm not going to complain about that. Let's look at some of these small cap gappers. Anything a foot over here that we can take advantage of. Okay, so Affirm back at the volume weighted average price. Can't say the same for Upstart. Been looking at these two bad boys today because they've been unusually weak, and I couldn't find a catalyst on them, quite frankly. So let's load up AFRM and have a look at what it's doing. So I see it at 36.60. Is that where it is? Yeah, 36.50. So this is VWAP. So I want to see what we do here. I don't have to be first to the party, but it's shown you at least intraday its propensity to reject off the volume weighted average price. So if that's going to be the case, then I want to get involved. Look, it took a couple of candles there in the more liquid time of day reject. Maybe it takes a little bit more over here. I'll be on the lookout for higher highs. That higher high breaks this double top that we put in at 1035 at 1040. That takes us through that 3685, 3690 area. We breach that. I'll look long. But my suspicion is today we probably reject VWAP and drop down a little bit. So we're going to be looking out for that possibly. Donald John Trump got into that 1910, now back into 1907. It looks as if the lower high situation is going to be the case here. And, if we get stopped out, we got stopped out. We already put in our stop. Here's the look, though. I see a lot of interactions with this 1910. So I think if we can get above 1910, that's a good look. There was a lot of hold up there initially. Like we were zigging, we were zagging. We did generally hold 1910 as support. Now it's acting as resistance. No surprise there. Let's see if we breach it. If we don't, we're going to lose another 10 pennies on this one, Adair.
And we're going to do the lesson after I finish my little Q scalp short here. And I'm aware, Adair, why are you not trading the TQs? Kind of a weird choice, maybe. But I said this to Jaylee in the chat because Jaylee was like, you could just short the TQs. I am not comfortable with the leverage on the TQs. I feel way more comfortable trading the SPY. But between the SPY and the Qs right now, I prefer the look of the Qs because we did come into that lower high with the topping tail candle. I'm giving this a 75s. Get above that 75 level, I'll get out. Really, really small position. This is my first. I think I traded the Qs, like non-TQs, once in the sim, maybe once. Never traded them live. I want to start this small, but really, you got to do things that scare you a little bit within reason. Again, to be clear, risking like 35 cents with a really small position here. So we'll see what happens on this trade as we head into that lesson of the day, which is going to be about fan patterns. Hopefully you guys are a fan of the content. And if you want to see what Obi and Sean have been trading, let us know in that chat. Right now, you only have about 30 minutes left to vote. Exclamation point, join space, $, that ticker. It does not have to be Mag 7 stocks. I know some people have been like, why, we were talking about the tickers anyway. So maybe think about some other tickers. Maybe there's some small caps, maybe DJT, Palantir, anything that's been moving today that you want to know, opinions on, definitely, please let us know here in the chat. While we do the lesson after after we finish this little Q trade here, we'll see how this goes because I wanted to scalp this, but it looks like this might be at support. Have not gotten to the level where I'd leave yet, so we're going to wait and see what occurs. There is a bit of a slowdown here. We're at this level where I think we could potentially move to the downside. SPY, though, nicely just pushed above VWAP, so we'll wait and see. This could definitely, not work out here, but that's the thing with every trade I'm realizing is it might work out, it might not. You have to go after the trades you believe in. That 456 level I really like because we have all these wicks to the downside. It's a whole dollar level. It was VWAP previously. There was some interaction, all that jazz. Let's see if we break back below my entry point here, that 546.40s. Oh, we're bouncing off 546.40s. Okay, Qs, that's fine. That's cool. Let's see what we do here on these Qs. But also, while I do the lesson, I'm going to be watching Palantir as well. I know I said I was generally trying to avoid trading Palantir for the rest of the day, but if there's levels I like on it and they hit, I don't want to avoid that. I would take a very small position, Palantir 34.30s, if I see a bounce there, so I'll have the book up while I'm doing the lesson. If I see anything I like, I shall get involved. In the meantime, SPYs continuing to shop and turn here, 546. 70s, GME at that 24, 25 area. Shout out to Sharif mentioning those shorts and shout out, because I do have shorts on that, And shout out to Real Trading as well, because with Real Trading, you could actually get 1,000 shares of GME for $1.20. That is a very affordable price. We're going to get out of the queues basically flat here because we are just kind of continuing to chop and turn at that level, and we have to do the lesson of the day. But I will say, once you do something for the first time, it gets a lot less scary. So shout out to trading the Qs. Wasn't comfortable trading the TQs, but wanted to trade the NASDAQ futures, so figured out how to do that for myself. All good there, baby. But you know what else is great as well, and which is not a dream, is the fan principle. So this is going to be a pretty juicy lesson, hopefully, for you guys today. By the end, you're going to hopefully understand the fan principle as discussed by John J. Murphy in technical analysis of the financial markets. Shout out to JJM. So first, we're going to introduce the fan principle to you all. It usually involves, ahead of myself here. It's a concept that helps traders analyze market trends. Also, AMD's pumping. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I just saw that in the chat and then I looked at my side chart. Yeah, AMD, guys, at I think highs of day here, up 1.7%, continuing to push higher here. But basically what the fan principle does is helps traders analyze market trends and potential reversals. And it revolves around the idea that trends don't reverse all at once, but in stages. So you're not going to get one big reversal. You're going to see all these different elements before you say, oh boy, the reversion ends here, and you have that mean reversion trade. So basically, as the trend weakens, you're going to see the slope of trend lines becoming less steep, which creates a fan-like appearance on the chart. Also, Derek S., I left this short because I wanted to be able to focus on the lesson. That was the only reason I left. I would be down to get back in if something sets up here, but that's why I left that trade. So basically, it refers to a sequence of progressively flatter trend lines drawn on a price chart, signifying the gradual weakening of a trend, and it helps traders to identify where a trend might reverse and providing them with entry and exit points in that market. Let's talk about some key characteristics. So there's going to be 3 trend lines. Typically, one of them, the first trend line is going to be the steepest part of the trend. The second trend line is going to be the less steep trend line once the price breaks below the first line. So you've got the first line, then the second line is the less steep trend line that occurs when the price breaks below said line. What about that third trend line, though? If the second trend line is broken, you're going to get a third and even flatter line being drawn. So what about gradual reversals? Instead of a sharp reversal, the gradual reversal occurs when the market will undergo a gradual transition as each trend line is broken. So it's not going to be a big quaduk. It's going to be dip, 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 dip before it cracks. So the slope will flatten with each successive line, showing the decreasing momentum of the prevailing trend. Fan-like appearance as well. Here is worth noting because when viewed on the chart, the sequence of trend line is going to create a visual element similar to a fan. The angle becomes wider as the trend weakens and price fluctuation becomes a little bit less aggressive. So here's one example here of Bart Simpson's head, as Irene was saying earlier, these fan trend lines. So you've got the breaking of that third line signifying the reversal of the trend. So you've got your first line, a little bit steeper, break lower, we bounce. We come back up, reject off that line. So a lot of support resistance flips as well. It's worth noting here. Then we come below, and John J. Murphy says that too. Notice that the broken trend lines 1 and 2 often become resistance lines. So I guess some more confluence there, resistance and support flips. Also, people asking why AMD is pumping. I have not seen or heard anything. It's worth noting, though, it actually kind of mirrors Tesla in terms of its movement up here. So AMD had a higher day, so it's more significant, but they're both looking kind of similar with those most recent pops. And here's one example here of a bearish line here, right? So you've got your fan principle at the bottom. The breaking of the third trend line to the upside signifies that upside reversal. And once again, you've got those previous broken trend lines flipping from resistance to support. Here's actually a live example. Shout out to the IWM or the Russell. Shout out to Russ there. But you've got here these fan lines, so often drawn here at these successive peaks. And you're going to see the breaking of the third fan line, usually signaling the start of an uptrend. So it shows when these trends are going to flip it and reverse it. We come back up, we break above this level, and we actually also, interestingly enough, bounce off level of the 2. So it shows these lines aren't just drawn by John J. Murphy in its book. You can find them in the wild, and then we push higher. Let's talk about the practical application of these. So it helps you identify trend reversals because you can use the fan principle to identify when a strong trend is losing momentum. So for instance, if you've got a steep uptrend breaking the first trend line, that could signal a weakening trend. And when it breaks the second, traders should consider that the uptrend may be ending. One example of this would be like you've got a stock at a steep uptrend. The first trend line will be capturing the aggressive price movement. And then when the price closes below this line, traders will watch for a second less steep trend line to form. If you've got the price breaking the second line, though, that's going to be a sign of a likely trend reversal. So it also can help you timing entry or exit points because it can help traders recognize when the trend is weakened enough to make an entry in the case of a reversal or exit to avoid losses as the trend dies. We talked about exit and entry rules. I've said I've been trying to work on this, reasons to buy, reasons to sell. And so one example here with regards to timing entry and exit points and these lines is going to be if you have a trader holding a long position, maybe they'll decide to exit once the price breaks through the second trend line, which ensures they preserve, their gains before the trend line fully before the trend fully reverses. It also can help you to adjust stop losses, right? So as each trend line is broken, traders can adjust their stop or move their stop losses to protect themselves against further downside risk. We talk a lot about risk management. I've been talking a lot about risk management rules, right? And figuring out those. So that's one way you could do this as well. For example, maybe after breaking the first trend line, a trader might move their stop loss closer to the second trend line to secure the bag in case of a potential reversal, or secure the egg. To Sharif. We're going to talk here as well about how you can combine the fan principle with other technicals, because we love these in the wild examples. We love confluence on this show. That is for darn sure. So the relative strength index is one thing to consider here. RSI can help confirm if a trend is overbought or oversold, aligning with trend line breaks in the fan principles. So if you've got the price breaking the first trend line in the fan formation and the RSI showing overbought conditions, it strengthens the case for a potential reversal. Moving averages are worth noting here too. You've got the price breaking, especially the 50-day or the 200 moving average, because they can serve as additional support or resistance levels. If a price breaks here, the trend line within the fan principle and simultaneously crosses a key moving average, this can serve to further confirm a weakening trend. The MACD is also worth noting because it can provide further insight into momentum shifts. And so how that works is if you've got the MACD crossing below the signal line at the same time a price breaks second or third trend line, par exemple, that can add weight to the argument for a trend reversal. And last but not least, volume. If you've got, that can help support the fan principle by highlighting the strength of the trend line break. So if you have here a break in a trend line accompanied by higher than usual trading volume, that might suggest to you that the move is significant, and that could lead to a further breakdown in that here trend. So here's some key takeaways. Basically, the fan principle can provide a structured way of analyzing trend weakening and reversal, and it helps traders to anticipate reversals by observing a series of progressively flatter trend lines. And when you combine the fan principle with other indicators like RSI, MACD, and volume or moving averages here, you can help improve your timing and decision making. But you want to make sure you're using these in confluence, not on their own, and make sure you're practicing. Make sure you're also looking, as always, for the balance of the evidence in these here markets, Sharif. Also, the cues here, the short might have been a good idea, but we still bounced off 456. So I stand by getting out. I would short the cues again if we get decisively below 456. How are you doing, Sharif?
Well, I'm in that short. So we'll see what we get there. Already wet my beak on some profits. This is kind of the reason why I got in. We'll see if it ends up printing a new high. But this is the level that we kept talking about. Lower highs successively on the future. We'll see if we defend this 18750 level. We've got two candles that bounce off it. Now I've got my stop in place already with this bad boy. We'll see if it can kind of come back down off that level. So packing my patience on this one, wet my beak in the low 70s, got in, initially at 75s, added at 90 and went by beak at 70. So we'll see if we get a little bit of sell off there. Now look, it's not an even bag right now at on the future or the Mag 7, excuse me. Here's what I mean by that. You've got Amazon looking like it wants to take that 180 level quick as you like. Also, Apple looks maybe destined to take out that $0.0025. But that's where the bullishness ends on the Mag 7, quite frankly. Meta is dead weight today. Don't know what's going on there. It's rejecting that 505 print. Amazon rejecting VWAP. Google rejecting VWAP. Tesla rejecting as well. And so is NVIDIA. So we'll see. I see more red candles there at this level than I do green, save, and accept for AMZN, and a little bit of Apple. I see red on Apple as well, to be fair. Okay? 3 red candles, 3 5-minute red candles right now on AAPL. And it's got it coming down a little bit over here. So now let's see what we're going to get here on these triple Qs. I want to wait for a bigger move, quite frankly. Whether we get one or not, an entirely different story. Now, where are my levels on the T triple Qs? Well, I like this 59.40. There's an obvious area crest there that we rejected, took it out at 13.10. There we go. Now we're 20 pennies in the money over here. Get it, Katina man. We're going to wet our beak a little bit over here at Darrow. We're still holding. This is a bigger position. Get it, Katina man. The Katina man's with me on the T triple Q, so shout out to him. So we just wet our beak there again. We're going to hold now for that 40 print come what may. We're going to take it out. Let's put 40. Well, 44 is a bad number, Adara. So we're going to put it at 45. Okay. So if we get 45, fantastic. We don't, that's the end of the story. Okay. So we just, we're on the way down a little bit right now with even Amazon showing some redness now, rejecting generally that 180 area. Let's see if Amazon is able to take 180. I think that that's a trade in and of itself today on the Zon. Look, how many topping tail candles and rejections of 180 do we need to get? Like these ones initially over here at 955, 10, 1055, then again over here, 115, 120, 125. This one didn't quite reach. Now it's on the way down into that 70 penny, 2/3 of a dollar area on AMZN. So AMZN, a different short in and of itself. We'll have to see if that 180 level gets breached. That 220 kind of reminds me of that 180 on Amazon, 220 on Apple, but that 220 already got taken. We weaseled our way up to 2/3 of a dollar. So I don't really want to I don't want to draw comparisons between the two. I think they're distinctly different. Shout out to the Obe. He is the one, Kenob, over there on the big desk with the Katina, man. Good look with them today. They were both printing up storms on Palantir, that was, in case you missed the morning show there. So yeah, I'm still holding, I'm holding this TQQQ short. All right, let's get down again. Let's see if we can breach 60 this time. Last time we held up in the low 60s, Katina man. Can we get a breach of 60? I'd like a breach of 60. I think the Katina man would as well. He's laughing. I don't know what's going on over there, but yeah, I think they're having a good time. The Katina man's bidding some at 60 on his TQQQ short. So if you're following along with the Katina man's trades, be made aware that he's looking to wet his beak there at the 60s. Now, I want to tell you about a trade that I didn't do so well on while Daryl was dropping hot lines on the lesson. I tried to get short a firm for a possible double top, and it gave me it presented me with one of its fingers. And yeah,
I wonder which one.
Right? So anyway, I ended up getting out. I wanted to say I got out top wick, but that's not true. It ended up weaseling its way back to 70. So it looks like there is a bit of a mean reversion trade right now happening on the firm because it's above the volume weighted average price. AFRM taking the VWAP at the $0.50, weaseling up possibly into the 3/4 of a dollar, excuse me. And Upstart, not so much. It's off the lows, but it's not even at VWAP. So I have nothing to say there. But your boy Avgo, Av went.
And Afghan. It's Afghan.
It's Afghan. I love it. Yeah, it's going. Knock on the door possibly of that 148 area. Anyway, a firm looking strong here. Let's see what the future's doing. Oh, it's popping right back up, baby. So we wet our beak there, but it's coming up again. We need to be alive to the fact that we are now picking up in volume as we get closer and closer to that 2 o'clock hour. The thing is, though, the volume picks up around there, so whatever trend you may have discerned earlier could be in question once that volume picks up, so we'll keep an eye on that. What are you looking at, Adair?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I've traded way too many names today, but it's hard because things keep setting up and being interesting. I tried a Tesla trade here. I'm really, like I said, I wanted that long at 220.60s, wasn't able to get filled. That was really the look here, and I don't know if I should have gotten short there with those Qs. I want to shout out you and Sean there, but I got short the TQs, or the Qs, once again here, 456. Got out as we broke above that 456.30, which to me was a bit of a level just watching this book earlier. But I don't even know why I got short, because I got short as I saw Apple hold 220.60, as I saw Nvidia. And again, like, people are going to have their own reasons for a trade, right? I don't know if I had the right reason for that short for myself. And I say that because I did see some bullishness in other areas of the market. I got chopped up on Tesla, tried to get short 221, and then got out of that 221.20 area. But Nvidia here, oh, wow, Nvidia. I don't want to trade yet another ticker today. That's my only issue with not getting involved here in Nvidia. Because look at these higher lows. Like, this is going to be a pivotal area, Sharif. Either we reject at that previous support resistance level one more time, or we bounce. And either way, I don't know what I want here, but I do know I want everyone here to vote. Make sure also you like and subscribe, because you cannot vote if you're, or you can't vote if you're not a subscriber, because you can't be in the chat if you're not a subscriber. Get in that chat. Let us know what you're looking at. Let us know your feelings about this market. Tell us what you want, what you really, really want. And hopefully, if you get enough votes, you'll be able to get involved. I don't want to be bullish here right now, because I don't know if that's the move, but Nvidia is kind of screaming at me to go long. I feel like my reading in this market has been a little bit iffy. I've said that. There have been, a couple opportunities where I've basically gotten stopped out top or bottom wick, and then the thing does what you want it to do. So I really am not sure what my read is right here. I think Tesla's inability to get back above into that 222 area, a little bit bearish. We've got Q's, I think the Q's made a lower high here, unable to eclipse that 456.40 area once again. So we're going to have to wait and see. You know what? I think we'll see what Q's do here at 456.40. That might be a better level for me because I've really been, most of my trades here are, I'm looking at Mag 7 names, which are kind of usually predicated on what the futures do. Also, you totally called that GME short idea, Sharif. I want to shout that out. I didn't take it because I had other things I was looking at there. I apologize. My GME chart is a little bit scuffed up. I'll see if I have another one I can pull it. There we go. So we got GME here. It does have that rejection at 24.30s that is going to be lower high. Did not take that short. But you know what? Where's the next trade? Like I said, I don't know. And what will be happening here in the Qs will certainly be helping me with regards to that next direction. If the Qs can hold 456.50, I'm more likely to go long. If they can't, I'm more likely to go short because I have levels on quite a few stocks here. What levels do you have and how are you looking?
Me? Oh, yeah, I'm still in the TQQs, but I'm telling you, the strength is coming in here, Dara, as it feels like maybe the winds of change are coming. I'm not punching out of this position. I'm holding on to it. I want to see exactly what we get. I think you're absolutely right in the sense that we still haven't put in that higher high. Just don't really want to give back profits. That's the concern, obviously, but we're going to pack our patience and see what we get on this trade. Yeah, we're short in front of that 60, a good level as any to draw the line there. I want to shout out some of the traders in the chat trading these small cap gappers. Somebody asking me where I had my out on AILE. Look, if I don't take this out before I get up off the desk to go to the big screen and it triggers, I'll get out at 118. So a breach of 118. I'm Gonzino. The only reason I did that, really my level is 120, but you always want to give it a little bit of room in case, there's that extra liquidity at the level and you end up getting stopped out. So that's why I did that. No real reason that 118 is a thing. It's more like 120, but we'll see. We're still printing 126. I got to tell you, though, the truth is this is a very, very small position that's left here. So we'll see what we get there. Now, we were talking about how Amazon was the strong one and how some of these other ones were weak. It's kind of flipped. All of a sudden, the soft ones putting in candles to the high side. Tesla's catching a bit of a bid back into 222 possibly. NVDA still negative, 0.1%, but it also put in a couple of green candles. But Amazon is not taking that 180 level just yet. Look at this. This was a predictable trade on AMZN, 179.95, the high of the day, and that was printed right there at 125, and down we go. Looks like we're getting into that $0.50 again. Let's see if this holds up at the 10 exponential. It's been decent trade today on Amazon. We're what are we? 3 for 4 on Amazon. So not a bad look there. Shout out to the Katina man. I know he printed up a storm on Amazon as well. And so we'll be packing our patience. All right, Fuge, come down, bro. Come down. So I've been waiting, packing my patience on this one. I don't want the winds of change to come here and take some of the profits. So if we get prints, I believe in the mid 50s, I'm going to look to move up my beak wetter from there into around the mid 50s. But we're already taking out 2 positions here on the triple Q. So I only have one beak wetter left. And we got to use that beak wetter correctly, right? Otherwise, what are we doing here? So let's keep an eye out on this one. The fact that it's up 1.12%, but that's not the NQ, that's the triple levered, which is basically 3 times the 0.35 that the actual NQ September contract's up. So we'll keep tabs here. Here comes that I was about to say, I think we were about to break 70s, but yeah, this down move on the future not happening as quick as I'd like, quite frankly, and we may not get it. So that's a look there. Let's look at what else is moving here. AILE back up to $1.30, but it's had all sorts of trouble at this low 130 areas. It hasn't even got up anywhere near the high 130s, which is where my beak wetter, my profit taker has been at that 139. The reason I put my profit taker at 139 was to account for this area consolidation low. So if we were to work up and get it into that, I wanted to take profits out before we got into there, thinking, maybe we meet some resistance in and around that area. So Amazon's... Go.
Oh, on your chart.
Randy. I don't know why he was smiling at me today. I thought he was maybe setting up an elastic or something to hit me in the head again. Was that it? Katina, man, I knew it. I knew he was a. Oh, wasn't that? I'm saying maybe it was. I want answers, Randy. Yeah, I hit Neil by accident there. I thought he hit me, and then like he took friendly fire there. I feel bad for what I did to Neil that day. The dude took friendly fire for no reason. Yeah, the futures, it's catching a bid here, and I think it's Apple propelled as well as Microsoft propelled, guys, because I don't really see much else catching a bid. If we move up above this 60 penny area, we're gone. Zeno, Adaria, what's your look?
Yeah, I mean, I also was like, so I was short Apple, and I stood by the short at the time that I did not like it anymore, didn't like what I was seeing in the book. Ended up getting out, tried to get short NVIDIA here as we broke below that 21 level. 21 did not do something for me. We broke above. I got out. Like I said, I am kind of grossed out by the trading today. There have been, to be clear, there have been some decent trades. There have been more gross trades, though, unfortunately. And yeah, there's just, tomorrow's a new day, but we're always bullish positivity as well. Where's the next trade? I don't know. To be clear, I stand by. I'm happy I got out of Apple here where I did. I like the short for a moment, but I was cognizant of the bull flag shape. I just like the way we pushed down as the future pushed higher, so I like that look. But yeah, this NVIDIA, pardon?
I feel like this is a long. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, so do I actually. Yeah. As we got the Qs pushing higher, and I should have gone with my gut because I said I'm not sure the Qs are short here. And then why do I try to short 2 Mag 7 names? We'll never know. I mean, we really won't. But let's see what Tesla does here. Like I said, I've been looking again, doesn't matter. We're going to learn here. We're going to grow. That is the entire point. Let's see what happens here. Of all of these tickers on my radar, SPY above 547, not a bad look. I love that 547.50 level earlier. Tesla dipping a little bit lower as the futures dip higher. Yeah, we got a really big bull flag on the Qs, on Apple, baby bull flag on Tesla, VAG uptrending on NVIDIA. It's been Amazon pretty bull flaggish as well. AMD still AM, whatever the opposite of AM dying is, this thing is all the way alive. Beautiful look. Also only 9 minutes to vote for your ticker of choice. You can hear it. Wow. AMD, double bottom.
Bro, it's up
Technical catalyst can exist.
What is going on?
Double bottom here on this guy, 137.40. I'll see if there's anything that Lisa Su related here on this thing to look at. Apparently 4 hours ago, they announced their AI event for October 10th. But it's on October 10th, and it was announced 4 hours ago. Also, they were at the Communicopia, so apparently that there may have been some things there. Not sure exactly when that talk occurred. 4 minutes ago, someone tweeted that, but again, we had that move up more than 4 minutes ago. So either way, this technical look here of the 137.40 bottom is certainly a great look. I want to be cautious about trading anything here because, like I said, it has not been, some days are not going to be the vibe. You got to wait for your opportunities, not trade every ticker under the sun, maybe Adair, come on now. But, you learn a little bit from every trade, and that I think is really key, and I don't want to, sully that. That's the whole point of the aggressive journaling is because you have to look back. And when I say aggressive, I don't mean like, you don't want to be too hard on yourself either. You want to focus on what worked, what didn't, and by identifying those levels, that's how you get better. Like literal levels on the chart, and then also levels in your performance, right? Things where you were aware of. So for Palantir, I think this was clearly not working, and I just kept, my read in the level, so I should have been more cognizant of that and let it go. Shout out to Frozen, I guess, shout out to Disney. But you'll see what happens here. SMCI says random oddities. I would love to look at that. Let's figure out random oddities. Also, the Electric Camel was asking me what my zodiac sign is. I am or if I was a Leo, I'm not a Leo, I'm a Capricorn. I'm a January Cap, so guess
Is there a difference between Jane and December caps?
I don't know, but some people care about the differences. So, not a lot of volume though. Dwindling volume on SPCE as it tries to push back above VWAP. Beautiful support here though at that 401 level, higher highs, higher lows. Let's see what it does at VWAP and that 407.50 level. Right now, we're trying to wick away from it. I see you are though involved in some more garlic aioli. So how's that going? Or you're still?
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same trade. Yeah, I got stopped out of the Qs. I tried to take a short there against better judgment, thinking we're going to reject again, and I stopped out for a 10 penny loss. We're still holding AILE. Sorry about that. And it's done nothing. Adara 132, 133, and that's just kind of how it is there. Yeah, not a whole lot for me to talk about right now. What are you guys looking at? Throw it in the chat if you want me to look at anything for you. I think I'm done trading for the day. We're going to finish this trade off on AILE, but I got to be up in about 10 minutes, so I don't want to get into a new trade. If you want me to look at anything for you, just throw it in the chat, but make sure to tag me so that I can see it, and then I will be more than glad to look at that one for you guys. So let's look at some of the small cap gappers and see what they're up to. Affirm, nice recovery today for Affirm, so didn't trade this one very well, but it's breached this area that I was looking at earlier. And this is the kind of the double top we were basing some of our trade on right there, the stop out, 36.84. It didn't really get that much higher. It got into about 36.93. So I'll keep my eye on Affirm, possibly for why it's moving. I still have no idea. Shout out to Sharuz. Please check QQQ daily, Sharif. Absolutely. Let's have a look at the triple Qs. Obviously, anything can change with the triple Qs. Well, look, my man, with CPI coming, we are getting lower highs. So this is kind of, to me, the pullback in Elliott waves. So we know that we have waves 1 to 5 in the initial bull or bear run on Elliott waves, and then we have a 3-wave pullback. So that's kind of what I'm waiting for to manifest at the moment. Right now, we have 2 of the waves that have manifested, right? One down, you pop back up, and then the third. So this one hasn't finished yet because we don't know. We haven't printed a newer high above 487. So personally, I'm biased either short or consolidative until subsequent to the election. I know that there are intervening economic numbers that we get during that time. Obviously, CPI, we have FOMC. We're likely going to get rate cuts. It's just about how much. But you have to assume that the market's priced a lot of that in. So we'll see. If we get that outsized rate cut, I don't know if that's good for the market. I think it may be spooking it like there's something wrong with the market that they had to cut 50. We all know that they're behind the curve, but that's a look there. So I think it's a good look right now on the triple Qs, Sharus. But I think we're in a pullback. And if you wanted to, get in heavily, I don't know if you're looking at day trade it, swing trade it, invest. I personally like everything that we've seen so far. The jobs numbers have been a little bit softer, but how many times are going to print 300,000 and 400,000 jobs added? There was going to be that time where you got, that 5-digit number, 90,000 jobs. And quite frankly, we have to expect a negative print coming in the next couple of years. I mean, we're not going to be adding jobs all the time. So how much of that is priced into the market? Price action-wise, you have obviously 430 as your level of support. That is the bottom from Black Monday, with obviously 500 as your level of resistance, and we're kind of in the whiffling and waffling. So we'll see. Thanks so much. Guess there is a big possibility we hit 200 again tomorrow. 200 on the triple Q? What do you mean? I think you mistyped that. No, definitely not the triple Qs, unless you were talking about something else. West y'all 1. Check out Siri, recovered post-split merger. Let's check out Sirius Satellite Radio. Whoa. What is this gap? Huh? Oh, here it is.
What the hell is even that?
Everybody knows where that's from. Well, do you not know?
I don't.
Okay, I'll tell you after. It's not something we can talk about here. So anyway, Sirius, next chapter charts independent path with buybacks and streamlined capital structure. Look, that's a monster gap there, and I don't see a reverse split, so I'll have to look into this a little bit more, but that is what the hell is this? 30-minute gap? That's crazy. What is going on? Did you know anything about this, Adara?
I heard some mention of a reverse split, but I haven't seen any clarification.
Okay.
On that.
That's interesting.
Sorry, I know
Yeah.
less about that than I would like to.
No worries. I mean, it's something for me to do homework on. Thank you for pointing that out. I had no idea. I don't see, is there a reverse split thing here? What did they say? They said, check out Siri, recovered post-split merger. Got it. Okay. So I'll have to look at that after, but thank you for letting me know that. It's a decent day for it today. I mean, it's negative, technically 1/3%, but that's a big boy move up. Yeah, so that's a look there.
Yeah,
what are you looking at? We got a 180 break on Amazon.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay,
Nice.
so finally that came in, guys. So yeah, I kind of had the feeling we are looking to move up here in the future. And now Apple just printed day high as well. What else is printed day high? Well, that's about it, Adara. It's Amazon and Apple. Not much else printed day high. Everything well off the highs. Sorry, I didn't trip.
Yeah, I'm involved in Tesla here because I know I said I was involved in too many tickers, and I mean, we're going to journal about that, but as of right now, I've already been involved in this one, so, you know, what's a girl to do? No, I'm joking. I do like the bull flag here. Yes, okay. I like the bull flag. That's why I got involved. I was risking here into 221.60s. We didn't even get close to that, so I said, okay, chill. I got so excited, and now we're basically back to flat. I really, though, like the potential for this to have this breakout as the futures move, and then we kind of undo all of that. So nice. Great look here. Let's see what occurs on the TSLA. You got to stay strong. You got to believe in yourself because the markets do not care about your feelings, and you have to trade dead inside. You can't be dead inside if you're getting in your feels. Shout out to Drake. Tesla, you don't love me. Are you riding? Are you going to push 222? I don't know. I'm going to stop trying to sing that song. But let's see what occurs here. Actually, it's funny, too, because that album is called Scorpion, and we were just talking about zodiacs in the chat. So shout out to all my Capricorns there in the chat. No cap, Capricorn. So, yeah, we'll see what we do here in 221.60s. We have not gotten there yet. GME breaking below 24, so just have this book up so I can trade this name. Wow, yeah, Apple, okay, we're going to add, okay, Tesla breaking above 222s. We're going to add here. Not very much, but okay, we broke back below. Let's see what we do here. Just going to add a skosh if we can hold that 222 level there. Nice. AAPL, though, I want to pull up because I am like, yeah, talk about getting out of a trade early. I know I said one of the things I was trying to do less today was get out of trades too early. And then what do? We're also going to get out a third of the Tesla here at 222.20s. We got out of a trade way too early here in AAPL. We had the long. I got out for 220.20. I don't think thought clearly enough about my risk levels. That is an L. Then I should have been getting long that 220.20 area instead of doing whatever the heck this short was. So again, lots of reflection already. We're already aggressively journaling in front of all of you guys. And again, that's one of the things I really like about being on this show is you do have the ability to reflect in real time. As we get some strength here in TSLA, AAPL, NVDA, Microsoft, as Sharif alluded to, there is still a lot of weakness and less excited names here in the Meg 7, Microsoft being one of them here. MSFT, still up about 1.5%. Wow, the support resistance flip, a little upset I missed that. Look at that, 412, what is this, 412.50? We jump, we find support, we reject at 413.50 with this beautiful topping tail candle. We come right back down. Then we come back and bounce, and then we reject at VWAP. Yeah, so some weakness there in Microsoft. Let's see if we can hold on to the EMA or if we slip below. Also, 412 was an interesting area for me for Microsoft going back a little bit. I just happened to remember that level. I've said before, I do think sometimes the eidetic memory is kind of helpful for trading for levels. So it's a level I remember finding interesting, though I don't trade Microsoft very often if I'm being real. Tesla. Happy I stuck with Tesla here because this Tesla pump is really nice. I was, like I said, a little bit like, oh, Adara, what are you doing? I had a bit of like, a Billie Eilish, what was I made for moment, but I was like, no, Adara, you're made to, you like the markets, you like trading, you cannot get discouraged. Let your true color shine through. Right now, the true color in this Tesla is green. I want to see us hold on to 220.20s. That would be a nice look here for me. Yeah, I started to Cyndi Lauper, dope icon of the 80s. How are you doing here? I can't believe we only have 8 minutes left here, Sharif.
Crazy,
this is wild. I'm also going to be getting out another piece of this Tesla if we can't hold that 220.20s. How you doing?
Man, we're about to go green on Apple, and so that could be interesting for traders because that could be a resistance level off which to work. And I'll let you know where that is. Just a skosh below 221, that 220.92. Right now we have a 220.80 level, but that 220 did feature a lot today on Apple. So that was a good look, but it does get breached in, approaching that more liquid time of the day. That 110 time slot, we do take it out on a closing basis. Come back in, ironically, we don't even test it, but we test for whatever reason pivot points over here featuring on Apple. But this is a good look. Keep your eye out on 221, though. Obviously, it's a nice bounce off a key technical support level, but 221 or that general area, 220.92, could be, all she wrote there. The high, from Apple yesterday, in case we do breach 221, is 221.80. So kind of like exactly where we're at now, but just $1 a little bit higher there. So still down 0.7% on the day, but it really has been the Amazon story today. I got to tell you the truth. It is fighting with Tesla right now for the number one Mag 7 name, 2.84 for Zon, 2.77 for Tesla here as it recovers from that, looks to be like a triple, quadruple bottom, generally at that 219. Obviously, the 218.64 is a low day on Tesla, but it did defend 219 quite well. And just, to point this out, 219 was the 200 period moving average on the 5. Not one that I use. I typically not using the 50 and the 200 as much on the 5. Those are more for the wider time frames. The 10 and the 20 seem to feature a lot more, especially on the 5 minute. That's been my observation. Tesla now, breaking through the volume weighted average price, inching in close to that $0.50, and that 180.50 on Amazon just came in. So Tesla, Amazon, looking strong. So is AAPL, but it's not breaching highs, and the huge is on its way to 1880 Adara. 18,800, which is a bit of a local top as well, especially in the early morning hours. We did get wicks into 18,821, but for all intents and purposes, we closed. Every single 5-minute candle closed sub 18.8. So here we go. We could be hitting 18.8 quite soon. There's 5 minutes left on the show. Are you okay with your position?
I'm okay with my position. Yeah, I can talk through this, Tesla.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I just want to make sure, because I got to weasel out of here, right?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, weasel.
All right, I'll see everybody in a hot second on the green screen.
Thank you so much, Sharif. And shout out to everything you do. Thank you for putting together the lessons. And thank you for being here every day. I continue to stand by that 222.20 level on Tesla in terms of where my stop is going to be. Why? Because we got to 222.40s. I said if we reject 222.30s here, 222.24s. I said if we reject 222.30s here, you don't want that smoke. We pop back above 222.30s. But now we're struggling with 222.50s. So that's a bit of an interesting level. Let's see what we do here on TSLA as we waffle and we whiffle. I want to see this interaction here. 222s, bit of a widening here in the spread at that 222.20 area. It is VWAP. It was also, a bit of an interesting area. We're just going to get out here as we continue to waffle there because I did not like that look. Now, of course, we pop higher, but you know what? You got to trust yourself. And like I said, the theme of the week for me so far has been Adara, work on your stop losses as you move them. Sincerely, Adara. So we'll see what happens here in TSLA. For the record, I was planning on taking some more profit and I stayed here at 222.80s, which was that kind of area that was interesting on a wick basis earlier. Then I'd like to see the 223.24. Happy I got it where I did though, because look, we break back below that 222 and we keep pushing lower. The other reason I like 222 for that long was because I liked this pseudo double bottom here. It was pretty bullish. I've always said when you have support and you come back to that support only on a wick basis, then I always find it to be bullish. We had that Kodunk. I missed the short 222. So I was like, you know what, if it comes back up, 222 long could be a little bit spicy. Yeah, sorry guys, I know I'm talking very quickly, but I am very energized by those markets. And again, I want to shout out something Obi said a couple weeks ago that I thought was pretty funny here. The book moves a lot faster than I can talk. So I'm just trying to summarize this as quickly as I can. I did get a kick out of that, and it made me feel better about my life. So thank you. The 222 is actually a bit of a bounce area here in Tesla, but then we reject off 222.10s. So are we making lower highs here in TSLA? I don't know. Time will tell. We'll figure it out. But Apple getting a little top and taily. Q's a little. Oh, hello, Randy. How are you doing today? What did you get from Starbucks?
Americano.
He got an Americano. Shout out to the Canadiana with the Americano here with Randy. He is not mic'd up, but he is sitting here. I like your glasses frames, by the way, Randy. And I like your green hoodie. The market actually is green along with you today. So you're matching the market. Nice. Hi, Randy is filling in for Sharif here today. Also, I like this SPY short here actually with that 547 rejection. Look how many times we wick into this and we can't close above it. I want to see us one more time reject this 547. If we do so, I will take an end of day short. You guys know I'll sometimes scalp, a last trade of the day. Just, if I see something I like here. We cannot even get to 547. That is nice. Okay, 89s, if we get those again, we're going to go 89s. We're going to risk it into 547.20s. I like that. Let's see if we get filled. I'm not sure we will. Might have been waiting a little too long here, but I saw what I wanted basically, which was lower highs. Let's see, we got filled. We're going to be looking to take some profit here at 546.50s. That would be VWAP. That was a level I watched. As I've said, I have two playbook trades in this, the SPY. It's going to be whole dollar breaks and previous levels of interest. So we'll see if either of those come into play. Are you enjoying your Americano, Randy? Nice. Are you excited for all this market action coming in the rest of the day? He is excited. Randy's pumped. The SPY and the Qs have been pumping, but we do have some of these names coming back to the downside here. Amazon, big bearish engulfing somehow after that big pop up. We do get engulfed by the bears. Those claws going roar to the downside. Still watching my SPY as it tries to whiffle and waffle here with 547. AMZN coming back to that 180 level. That is pretty interesting. We have 1 minute left here. I hope you guys had an interesting show. I hope you guys enjoyed the show today. I know this has been really fun. Shahru is saying, can the Q hit the 200 MA on the daily tomorrow? I agree with Sharif. I think it's really going to depend on what we get with CPI. So we're going to have to see what we see on the CPI on that level. I think this will be pretty interesting here. Listening to Adair at 2 times speed, says Tony Price. Yeah, it could be interesting. I do, Mashworth, I do, I'm like pretty tired anyway. If you're not new, you may have heard I do talk about being a little medically sleepy. So generally I am pretty high energy. Yeah, this helps, right? So that is why there is the coffee. But either way, I'm high energy. No matter what, you got to keep the energy high to keep things exciting. With that in mind, our show is done. We will see you guys tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Randy, we're going to wave goodbye now. We'll see Sharif, the green screen, and Obi and Sean at the big desk. Let's go.
See you.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. We got Obi today instead of Neil, but Sean's locked and loaded. They're ready to look at the trades as decided by you. So I hope you joined Adair and I on the How to Trade Midday show and you got into that chat and you're voted for your favorite tickers, but it's a subscriber-only chat, so make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Yes, this is a look at the TQQQs. We are at highs, the best performing indice on the day. It was one of the worst yesterday. We're up 0.5% right now on the actual triple Qs, about flat on the ES and about down 0.5% on the Dow, 4/5 in the negative though on the Russ. It is underperforming on the day. First ticker we want to look at, Tesla. So no real catalyst today to talk about, but there were good China sales. Look at this headline here with insurance registrations increasing over 16,000 in China, as well as Elon Musk, for whatever reason, wanting to make the yoke stationary while the car is parking itself. I wonder if that had anything to do with people intervening while it was parking itself, guys.
Yo, everybody. Okay, so
I was a little chilly. No. I had to put the mic on with the jacket. Yeah.
It's all good. What's
going on, guys? How's it going?
Yeah, Obi, welcome back. Welcome back to the show here. I am short right now on NVIDIA, so I have to make sure that we watch out for this one. The market's starting to get up to the upside. We will talk about all of these names, of course. We're short right here into VWAP. If we break it, we're out. I just want to give that a little bit of a talk right there because that's what we were doing. We just got stopped out of the TQQ short because we were talking about being short into this market, but the problem here is that right now you're at the highs of the day. So I'm going to give it one shot here to get back into the downside. We like the 60 short there on the triple Qs. It just broke, so we're out of it here. I'll show the trade. We're going to be out of NVIDIA in just a matter of seconds here. You break through 85, we're gone. I'm not letting this one get there it is. Not letting this one get too carried away. There's the short. We were shorting this all afternoon. All during the morning there and throughout the lunchtime part. And then we shorted the Qs. We did too much success. Shorted at VWAP, got stopped out. Shorted again there, made some money back, just shorted again, and then just shorted at 60.20 and got stopped out. So we're now out of all of the shorts. The market is really starting to bump higher. Look, Tesla was a trade today. TSLA. Palantir, we're wearing our Palantir hat. I mean, we'll talk more about that. Palantir was quite the story today. All right, 222 there on Tesla. We're not long, but that was a stock that we liked. All right, really choppy early. We were waiting for those bids to come in. They didn't come in. They just started going real fast, real quick. And then it came back there, and we were already obsessed with other names at this point. But Tesla bounces smoothly off 220 this morning. That was a great trade. That 220 all the way up to 226, that's $6 almost in a straight line with a little bit of a pullback there for $2 in between 224 222, and then it reaccelerated right back up. So I feel like the minute that we lost sort of this area right there, which was 222 again, I guess, that's when we started to go down. But look at us respect that level. It's on the sticky note here of 222. That looks like it's going to be a great long, and I actually like it back in as well. So if we can get something back at the 200 period to 221.50 or so, I like these bids. I think it can start the bidding down here. Tesla up 3%. Whenever we have a bullish day and Tesla's going, we know it's going to be outpacing the market. And I feel like with the good tariff numbers, the good China numbers, this is not to be expected, but no surprise there on Tesla numbers today, and that they're up 3%. So I think the China did surprise everybody. The Chinese economy is supposed to be weaker, as we hear, but they're buying more Teslas. So very, very interesting setup there for Tesla. Nice move today. I still like the long in and around 222. So we'll see if that comes through or not.
Yeah, that drive off the open, that was definitely something there on Tesla breaking through prior day's highs right there, right off of the open, a bit of a lick grab. through that. Pre-market high breakout as well. So a nice little opening drive push, pulls back into VWAP and holds. But take a look at this, guys. Pretty much been trading sideways since then. We did kind of retrace all the way back down through day lows. Now we're reverting back up into VWAP, trading at 222.80s right now. But yeah, the strong flush on Friday, oh boy, that thing was quite aggressive. We still haven't recovered quite the whole move, but yeah, nice little, I guess we're over a 50% retracement with today's high right there on Tesla, retracing about, what is this, almost 8% off of Friday's close into today's high on Tesla. So yeah, we'll see what this name has in store. A lot of spiciness with the Chinese news coming out on this one.
Amazon was an interesting trade today, especially at that 180 level. Multiple rejections into 180, but that gave way in the later part of the day. So a couple of headlines here. Oracle reported yesterday absolutely exceeding expectations, and they did mention their partnership with Amazon and how they look to expand their business together. Having here BOA analyst Justin post maintaining the buy rating on Amazon and boosting that price target to 210. Separately, there was this headline yesterday. Of course, Monday Night Football was on yesterday. AWS and the NFL looking at also expanding their partnership again. And, don't really know if those are the catalysts that sent this one up, but it's been one of the strongest ones on the day, guys.
All right, what's up, everybody? I'm shorting the two triple Qs right here. All right, yeah, so Amazon is going to be P&L number one, and it's a monster today for me. We talked about this early. There it is right there. Amazon 178.50 long break. Goldman Sachs upgrade. The deal with Oracle should help this stock boost. So that's basically what we put on there, and it was pretty much exactly what it was. There's the TQQs. We'll wait to see if it breaks 50, just recent highs. So, yeah, it always turns out that we should have held everything, but we already got out at 180 there. So we initially dipped down into Amazon for the opening trade there. We liked the long. We thought we could support the 200 period. We always like that. If we write down a long on the stock and we like it and it dips down off the open, I just look at that as a good opportunity to get involved. So we'll take that. Hold on a second. I need to put some bids out here on the TQs because we're starting to go down a little bit here, and I want to make sure we capture some kind of profit. There it is. Nice. Okay, starting to go down nicely now. All right, so there's the trade, and there's the 178.50, a nice break. Got as high as 179.50, got as high as 180 there. We reloaded it at VWAP. We tried again at the 200. Look, me and Obi sat here for a couple minutes afterwards, and we said, look, if we're going to lose on trades that actually are supposed to be taken, then that's completely fine. Amazon comes right back in. We tried the 200 again. It lost it, so we got out. We sort of left Amazon alone since then. But that is a nice break here of that 180. As you can see, we still climb higher and higher. And look at it, just love the 50-period moving average. It's a huge move up there off the 50. We'll see if we can hold that 180 right now in question. I mean, I like it. I think we're getting a little bit high right now on the name. I didn't think we'd get to 181. We almost did today. We're short the market here. Doesn't mean that we're going to be short forever. But Amazon right now, if we can get a pullback into VWAP or something around 179, I think that's a trade that I like a little bit better than where we are right now. Great move. We had it. It's going to be P&L number one, and it really started our day off right.
Yeah, we were looking at this name off of the open. Again, Sean with the banger trade right off of the opening drive, pushing 78's pre-market high, a little bit of a continuation from prior day. We saw that strength come in, not only going into the close on a lot of the Mag 7 names, but on Amazon specifically, we pushed all the way to 177s, well into not well into the after hours, but well into the aftermarket trading session, all the way up into what is that? Almost 5 p.m. there, and retracing that Friday's high as well. So a little bit of confluence. We have a trend that's been broken off of Friday, and then Friday's high, where we saw that aggressiveness getting sold off. We broke that high as well, going right off into the open set 178 halves for a push into 179s, and we kind of pull back a little bit with market tailwind. We saw what the market did in and around 11:30 there, around the midday session. So nice little flushes, but Amazon holds and continues to push towards high of day there as the futures print some fresh highs as well. So Amazon printing high of day at 180.50. Let's see if this ticker continues going into the rest of the week here, Sean.
DJT next there, and it was a big mover there in the pre-market as you see the headline 8% running up there. A couple of headlines, obviously. We know that the debate is today with Kamala Harris, scheduled at 9, but there was also this headline yesterday. The sentencing was delayed till after the election, so a bit of a nice catalyst there, but I don't think the Donald is as impressed with this V-shaped retracement, guys, off the high. I got cut up trading this one.
All right, we didn't trade it at all. Yeah, I mean, the catalyst today is there. So, I mean, this could have been a trade for sure today. Breaking some of these highs right there at 19, I guess 1870. That was pretty cool. If you were patient enough to wait for that, and that would have happened around 1120, that would have given you a beautiful move up to $20. I mean, the fact that it stopped almost to the penny at 20 bucks. I mean, it got to 2010, and then now it's down again from there. So you're down almost $1.50. You're down like, baby, and I hear you, man. That goes from, you saying China, $20.10 all the way down to $18.50 right there. I mean, I don't like the stock. I've sort of talked about that. I think if you want to trade it, you're just sort of throwing darts. And I think at that point, you might as well wait for some of these levels to come in. So if you like it, here's the 50 period. We haven't broke it since, so why not try it? Again, you get a little bit of a cross here between the 200 and the 50. This is just a 20-minute chart. I think you want to try it maybe down to 18. I would say the lowest you'd go, oh, there you go, just filled up. The lowest you'd want to go here would be the 1770 area for a trade. So, yeah, good short there at 20. I mean, we've been up here before. If it gets back there, I like the short. You know, what could they possibly, like, let's just play it out. Like, if you're long DJT here, like, what could happen tonight that absolutely impresses you so much that you think this stock is going to rocket tomorrow? So I don't, unless Kamala looks horrible. Yeah, I mean, he's gonna. I mean, that's in my ear. They're saying, well, what if he roasts her? I mean, he's gonna try that anyways, right? I mean,
yeah,
that's what I'm saying. So I just don't know. I don't like holding something, waiting for something. You know, it's one thing. We talk about trading in front of earnings. Yeah. Kind of reminds me of that. Yeah. We don't really know how this trade's gonna react tonight, and how the debate's gonna go. So if you want to take the risk, take it. But I think if you break below that 1750, you're in a little bit of a spot. So
no, I definitely agree. It goes back to the saying where it's like, okay, well, you know, you want to react and not necessarily anticipate. You want to participate in the move when and if you see it. And yeah, definitely, if you're doing that, then you're kind of anticipating and hoping for something to potentially happen. But oh boy,
what?
The reversion was beautiful on this one. I definitely missed out on that one. VWAP hold, nice little push all the way up into 20s. Failure to follow through of the $20 mark, and a nice little flush right back down. So a nice symmetrical move coming in on DJT here, about an hour up, and then almost just 2 hours to get back all the way down. So interesting stuff nonetheless. We know it's been moving around for the past couple of days there. You can see the relative volume that it had yesterday coming into today as well, breaking past some of yesterday's highs and even that pre-market high, but a failure to follow through of that 20 and then retracing pretty much the whole move back into the opening price as of right now on DJT. So pretty much flat move on the day, but opportunities nonetheless both ways on this name. So beautiful.
Before we go on, I just want to say one other play that we had talked about this earlier when we talked about crypto. I mean, Mara right now is at 1550. It's still going higher and higher and higher. Right now, Mara's not stopping, up 7%. I said that the play that could be there tonight is Bitcoin, right? If there is some discussion about Bitcoin, there's been some talk that Trump might mention something there in and about BTC. So I could say that would be an influential moment, right? So I think that if they bring that to the forefront tonight, I talked about it earlier. I think Bitcoin was, I don't know what it was, whatever time it was that we talked about it, you and I, say that there could be a run on Bitcoin if there is some positive talk tonight about it. And especially if Trump says something, because he was at the Bitcoin conference there in Miami. And, you know, so we know that they're pro on that side. I think RFK was also talking about it a little bit. So the thing is like, if they're pro it and then Kamala comes out and also gives, you know, positive feedback about whatever the discussion is, there could be no talk at all. Yeah. But if there is, then maybe the Democrats get on board with some crypto talk, and which I think sparks a nice move there. We're still on the TQQs. We're going to get a little bit out. We're 5 cents in the money short the market. But let's go find out about GME.
I think that 29% or 25% capital gains tax might feature tonight, Katina, man, especially with Bitcoin being an asset class. All right, here, GME reports after the bell tonight. Not too many analysts cover this story, so there's not too many, or stock, excuse me, so there are not too many predictions, but the options market does have something to say. We're expecting plus or minus 10% the expected move here. Also, last week, Roaring Kitty, Keith Gill did, tweet a very kind of hard to understand, but he was a picture of a toy dropping the dog, kind of interpreted as his dropping his position on Chewy, which had GME and AMC moving. We'll find out today what the situation is, guys.
I mean, will we? I mean, I don't know if we'll find out the situation exactly, but we'll definitely see what's going to happen tonight with GameStop's earnings. I mean, I feel like it's been a nothing burger the last couple of times, and I could be wrong. We'll have to double check the past couple moves. We can do that right after this. But the short float is only 9%. So it's not like a huge short float. That was the reason. Remember, we got to sort of think about where GME has come from and where it's possibly going. I mean, that huge move that was sparked there with dumb money and all that kind of stuff was because it was taking advantage of the short float, right? And that was over levered, and we all know that story. And then the option market went insane, and that's why Sharif was mentioning it right there again. As not many analysts looking at this name right now, they've been sort of a business that's, I mean, I'm surprised every time I see a GameStop with its doors open. I'm not a gamer by any stretch of the imagination. So there goes the TQQs just now taking out that high. So we tried it at 60.50. It's now dropping back up. So we'll out and we'll stop a fail on that last attempt to go short the market for sure. So anyways, GameStop right there. I don't know. Down 1%. We were talking about it earlier. It was up a little bit there. It's fallen back through. Relatively flat day. We'll wait to see what those earnings. You can join me on the after hours and we'll go over all of that as it comes through. So for me, I mean, I like the stock. I don't know. It has good moves. If it can move, that's fine. I think you just want to wait to see maybe a plan for the future. I don't know. The last thing you want to hear is a debt sort of offering. But I thought the last time we checked, actually, and before I go on this, because there's probably people that are watching, I thought they had a lot of cash. Yeah, they have not a lot, but they have $1 billion, which I guess is a lot. They're sitting there in cash. So with a market cap of $10 billion, cash on hand $1 billion, we'll see how much they're losing. Because their EPS right there minus 12 cents. We'll see if they can get that into the positive, because if they keep burning through, we got to figure out how many more quarters the cash pile can last. So we'll find out more about GME tonight. As Sharif was saying, the story will be told tonight in and around 4:30.
Yeah, we definitely have to see how many quarters are left before the game stops.
That's it.
At the arcade there. So GME again. Yeah, I know it's been on watch. We've been doing a little bit of volume over the past couple of days, couple of weeks as well. End of August, we started getting this bid back above this $20 mark there. And again, August 5th being the low at that 17.57. A bit of a failure to follow through on a higher time frame. If you take a look here as well, you can see that's been breaking down. Finally gets back below this 20 mark and then pushes right back in, that 20 staying a little significant. Again, you can see that 20 is where we rocketed up from. We held that level multiple times. Another failure to follow through, once again, and a level hold. We've been bidding up, but yeah, not necessarily in play for me just yet, but it is giving us moves. A little bit more liquidity, more volume over the past few days. Coming into this 25 level, so it might be something we want to keep an eye on. And yeah, Sean's right. The whole GME debacle is kind of based off of the short float and short float and that type of concept. Let's see if we get more traps on this name to give us some fuel for a further upside move. But yeah, that 20 holding I think is a much bigger picture kind of story. We are trading at 24s right now on GameStop.
$14.4 billion is what Apple is on the hook for. At least that's what the European Commission says, echoed by the European Court of Justice. Now, that's how much they owe in back taxes to Ireland, despite Ireland being okay with the matter. So we'll have to see how that one folds out. $14.4 billion is the quantum there. JP Morgan maintaining their overweight target or look on Apple with that 265 price target, and Wedbush raises theirs to about $300, obviously after Apple's glow time event yesterday. And this is kind of what we saw. So, a lot of new stuff. We have the iPhone 16 Pro, many variants of that. We're going to get the Apple Intelligence. That's going to come out in October. So slowly leak tweaked out the Watch Series 10 bigger screen, so a good look there. And then the Watch Series Pro, obviously a lot to do with scuba diving and all these other different type of activities. But what really stood out to me was the hearing aid addition to the AirPods, now waiting for FDA clearance though.
Here, there's going to be a sick new wearable. And for Apple, it's going to be cameras in the AirPods.
Sorry, what?
Cameras? Mm-hmm. Listen, potentially. Maybe I shouldn't say anything, Me and Tim had a discussion there. The thing is, remember, people don't want to wear the glasses.
Yes.
Everybody you see walking around the streets of everywhere have AirPods in. Mm-hmm. All right? What they're going to do is put cameras right here.
Okay.
And that way, it's the same thing as wearing the glasses, except for it gives you the right in your ear. Like anything you want, boom. They talk about how the cameras can see. It's like same thing with Tesla. How they have the cameras and they have the wide angle.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So it's like it'll say like just like the glasses. Like you're walking up towards.
So you can just take pictures with your headphones. Yeah,
all stuff like that. It's just like the only thing you're going to need is AirPods. So, anyways, I'm excited for that. We'll see when that comes.
It should be interesting.
But anyways, that's something that I had heard about. I think that could be something that's pretty hot because and we were talking about it earlier with the Apple Vision Pro. That has sort of been a flop, I guess, so far. So we'll see if that can get going. I didn't hear much about the Vision Pro at all. I just thought that was a cool idea. So many people have AirPods. I feel like the next iteration of it would be to have some sort of a camera in there, so it does the purpose of the glasses.
Yeah, I think that's fair. That's interesting.
Anyways, all right. So yeah, exactly. Black AirPods. Yeah, but I think they're like the white ones, anyways. All right. So I was talking about this with Randy actually when he was sitting here during lunch. Yeah, that's about right, 1 o'clock. Then we went to get the coffees. I was like, I'm going to short Apple because it was weak against the market. The market was up, Apple was down. So we tried that into the high of the day at that time, which was 220. I always like shorting 220 areas. It just turns out that it looks like yesterday's top was the high, 221.50. So that definitely on an island up there is joined today. So I feel like if you were patient enough and you waited to short something like that on Apple, that would be an idea. But we are red on this stock today as we tried to short it. Thought it was relatively weak. We got out of the way. It's just now touched the 50 period. This is the 1 minute chart. So you can see it really broke there and we've just sort of gone straight up. Reminds me of yesterday's break there on Apple, straight to the upside. I mean, it's almost the exact same break that happens right here at 218. Boom, up to 221.80. This right here, 219 break, up to 221.50. So it's a nice move up. We'll see if it fades back out. But for right now, I'm going to leave it alone. I haven't had the right read on it. I thought it would be weaker today. The Apple story is easy. Are they going to sell as many of these 16s as we think? Is this the super cycle that I think we all think that it is, and I think that Apple thinks that it is? So if that's right, then the analysts will hopefully be right on the buy side and wrong on the sell side, but right now it's a fight. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening here. I'm going to put some more bids out for the TQs, make sure that we get some out as it's falling in a little bit. So that's my take on Apple. I think it's worth the short up there again at 221.50. Yeah,
I like that. A bit of a range forming as of right now. Again, that 217 level showing up once again on Apple. Now I was talking to Jose in the back about this level just yesterday, and lo and behold, it shows up once again. Prior day's low holding. You can see a little bit of a bid here last Wednesday into the 217s, and then you can see that bid continue into the next day for a test of 225s. A little bit of something there at that 225, because coming in the next day, we bid all the way up there and sell off aggressively, only to come back and triple bottom now on this 217 here on Apple. Now, this triple bottom or quadruple bottom, if you kind of want to count this area as well, 217, 217 halves. A little bit of a hold on this 217 area. We've been ticking up off of that back into the 220. It should be interesting. Again, with that Apple event that happened just yesterday. Let's see if Apple really glows up off of this base 217s.
No low-hanging fruit there at all. Okay, so glow Apple.
Yep.
And hanging fruit.
Yeah. A little bit of, Here we go. Punception.
Yeah, Inception. That's a good movie. You say you like that movie, Inception? Oh, yeah. First class. I need to get
Love that movie.
Need to get some of those pills. All right, hey, trade the pool time. Look, if you're looking to join some funded traders, why not do it with Trade the Pool? You can see them on our screen right now. Go to tradethepool.com to find out more information. Becoming a funded trader means trading with whose capital, Obi? Firm's capital money instead of your own. At Trade the Pool, you can first complete an evaluation by hitting profit targets. Once made and you're managing risk, you can access up to $260,000 in buying power. You keep a whopping 80% of your profits while the firm covers the risk. It's a perfect way to trade big without risking your own funds. You can keep up to 80%. Ready to become a full funded trader? Join Trade the Pool. Make sure to please scan the QR code below or click the link in description to find more about Trade the Pool. So again, just another opportunity to join a prop firm. Prop trading is very, very popular, especially these days when you're looking to get funded. And of course, I think it's all about managing risk. You and I talked about that. That's been the one thing here that I've been on a prop floor my whole life. And it's all about managing risk. And sometimes I'm learning more and more, especially sitting beside a trader like you and various traders around here, that if we don't risk it, then there is no such thing as the biscuit.
Oh. I've heard that phrase before. That is much wisdom.
That's a good one. That was made famous by Mario Lemieux. No, it was
Lemieux?
Not. No,
Another Lemieux. Okay.
It was not. It was not. That was the same Lemieux, but not. That just goes back to the morning. At the end of the day, though, that's part of the benefit there of trading with like-minded individuals and being able to access firm capital. You can put a little bit more at risk. All right, just real quickly. So, we did get stopped out, man. But then you see what we saw. A big sort of wick there that gave us that out. It was obviously not followed through. Luckily enough, we got out at 50s. We do not have to pay the piper all the way up there at 63 or whatever it was. But then once we faded back down, I said, let's just use this sort of as the high again and just bring the short back through. So that this time it worked. So we get stopped out there. We'll make it back. Hopefully we'll be able to get up on TQQ, but it needs to be down to the downside. There's an airport fire somewhere in Southern California. More to come on that. That's from Benzinga Pro right now in my ear. I don't think there's anything happening. Let's check out the Jets ETF quickly. Okay, so it's still going to the upside, so it doesn't look like there would be anything related to individual stocks. We could check out Boeing maybe, but that's not doing anything. Anyways, that's just in my ear right now. So we'll figure that out. What's going on right now with fires there in California? Maybe it's environment related. We'll find out on that. But right now, here come the TQs. We'll wait to see a little bit of a move down here. $60.25 coming in for Palantir, for the TQQs here. Nice move down. I'm bidding 20s. Let's bid some 30s. There it is. We'll take some out right now as it's coming back in right now. So far, so good. I just saw someone say, oh, there's several fires in OC. Okay, so that's good. Not good, but it's good that it's not like a pressing moment at the airport. That was what I was fearing right there. But I think it's been a pretty choppy day.
Yeah, no,
what I was getting at. You have
choppy.
To trade the right names at the right time. And I think that's, you're not in anything right now.
I mean, no, I'm not really in anything right now. A couple of missed trades as well. There was a ticker that I was looking at for the reversion. I know we talked about it. Selling off, I guess, a little distinctly today. And the name is JPM. We talked about that 201 hold. It's all the way back up at VWAP, Sean. So we were looking at it at 201s, 202s. It's trading 205, almost 205 halves as of right now. So a nice little clean reversion back to VWAP here. See a little bit better here on the chart. Look at that beautiful, nice little cup action going on there. And look at that sustained relative volume, but the volume has been dying off there. That 261 is the low of day here on JPM. Let's see if the selling, again, I'm going to ask the same question. If the selling is real, where will it catch if we start to bid back up? And VWAP, I think, is a great place to kind of have a look-see at that. And VWAP right now sitting at 205.30s. We're trading just there right now. 205.34 to 39 is where the book is sitting at. Let's see if we can get a little bit of that push there coming in. And yeah, oh boy, that Palantir during lunchtime, that thing was pretty wild. What was the dude's name?
Peter Thiel.
Peter Thiel apparently comes out. I'm sitting short already, and I'm like, oh, there's a bit of a reserve here sitting in the halves, 34 halves, and I'm like, all right, well, let's put some risk on and really get involved. And you can see that I pieced off most of it on top of VWAP. But oh boy, that kind of push comes in, and then that news comes out right here. You can see that volume bar where Peter Thiel kind of comes out, or the news comes out, where he's saying something along the lines of, oh, he has about $1 billion worth to sell. Hasn't sold anything just yet, but he has a plan to sell by the end of 2025. And then boom, insta flush from 34.40s all the way down to 33.70s, clipping, not really clipping, but coming near the low of day. The low of day is at 71. This drop stops dead in its tracks at 72. Chop, 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 chop. Look at that reversion all the way right back up. And now we're trading again at those 34.50. So I'm watching this tape right now to see if that reserve that was there at that 55, 56 level will return. The market has recovered as well. Look at that V-shaped recovery. Yes, Sean, it is at highs. You can see, again, I'm looking at a lot of these tech names. We were talking about AMD being relatively stronger than the rest of the chips here today, and AMD pushing some fresh highs, while some of these other tickers still have yet to reclaim some of their highs. Apple did push higher. Alphabet did recover. Last time we were on, we were talking about Alphabet kind of making some fresh lows. It is almost back to, well, it's pretty much almost back to its opening price, not necessarily near its high a day there. High a day wick at 151.27. Amazon as well. Amazon, oh boy, that thing is trading all the way back up above its opening range high as well. Along with these markets, we were talking about that opening range, 100 points, 18,800s to 18,700s, and we broke the range lows. We picked up on top of 18.6, and we were ripped right back. So a lot of volatility, but haven't really gone anywhere too far here on the day. Where is the next trade is what I am asking as of right now. And I can't really see too much. But yeah, definitely some missed trades is what I'm seeing. The JPM reversion was absolutely beautiful here. Again, you can draw a moving average, draw a trend line, draw whatever. Kind of the trend breaks and times out as we start getting sideways on top of this 202. And then you get that nice little breakout of this consolidation for a reversion back up to 205s, which is VWAP as of right now. So let's see what that will bring us here on JPM. Can we get those sellers to step back in? Is it going to come in closer? Elf, Ian Rispetto is saying, yes, Elf is actually on my list for in-play names. And thank you for the super chat. Ian Rispetto saying, Elf is at its lowest close today since November 2023 at this level. What do you think of this as a long hold? Oh boy, I've been looking at this. So when I did my scans on this last night and it popped up and I was like, okay, higher time frame, this thing is eating dirt right now. This thing is falling on its face. Take a look at this higher time frame. This is the 30-minute. We can even, you know what, the 30-minute doesn't even do it justice. Let's go to a 3-hour and you can really see where this thing is starting to topple down from right here. So a nice little strong trend over the past few years. You can see, and yes, you are right, a little bit of a fade. We haven't really seen some of these levels since late 2023 for the past couple of years. We've been bidding up, and look at this breakdown, man. So this aggressive earnings bid breaking down kind of a toppy action here at the 220s and then straight flushing on a little bit of expanding volume as it makes lower highs and lower lows. And over the past couple of weeks, it's really been kind of falling apart here all the way from 170s just at the end of August. And we're about halfway through September here, and we're coming into 110s as of right now with the low at 108 on the day. So yeah, Elf Beauty definitely not looking very beautiful. This is an ugly chart for longs, but beauty is in the eye of the beholder. As a short, this thing looks absolutely beautiful. So that's
right, good one. Yeah, good way to flip that one around there for sure. We'll start a couple new positions right now. So it's a new position that we haven't had Microsoft in a long time. I basically just scanned through a bunch of charts, and I was trying to find names that were actually pulling back down, because I was looking at the futures and was like, if there's anything that's around the 50-period moving average, I kind of want to buy that, because the futures dip back into this 18.8. I kind of like that trade. I know we're short the futures now and we're short Microsoft, but I didn't find anything. So then I was like, let's try to play something maybe that we can reflect this sort of top. So we are short the futures right now. In case we do make a way back into the 50 period, then we'll try to get out and flip over to the long. But for right now, I picked that, and then I went and found Microsoft, and this was a name that was still under VWAP. There's almost no other names that are underneath. So I said, let's try it against 413. Little small position here. We're short at 412.35. It's been in and out of the money or flat anyways. It's just been doing nothing here. Spread kind of what it is, 10 cents. We'll give this up to 413. If it breaks higher, then it breaks higher. We're back into the future short just a little bit right now. There was some news. We're trading light, by the way. Some people ask us this question, and we talk about some of us will trade different share sizes and things like that. And the important idea here is that I feel like right now, no matter what your default is, unless you get a really good setup somewhere, and I'm going to try to find them as much as I can, then it's not really worth putting on something huge right now at 230, unless it's going to be a long, and we'll talk about how that's going to set up. All right, so just quickly here. Boeing, I don't know, there was just a headline here. United Airlines CEO says Boeing has turned the corner. Okay. That's good. Yeah, so right into there.
So it's still on the ground is what they mean.
Yeah, like I don't know if it's like driving around a corner or something right now, or what's going on. Is it's on the tarmac? I'm not sure what.
On the tarmac. We haven't lifted off just yet.
But there's no lift off yet, but it was a nice little lift off from this 158 area, and that was the bottom. So now that we're getting some more positive talk here from Boeing, I wonder if you can just go long, almost not right now, but like soon, and give it to this dollar, down breaking through 158. I mean, it's almost, we don't trade airlines here. Yeah, just go long SMCI, says Random Oddities. You might be right there on that one instead of trying to fight the market here. First of all, here come the TQQs a little bit downside. So I don't know. We don't trade it. This is not an airline, but we don't trade this too much here. But Boeing at 158, we should have had another look down there. I don't know. I don't have any scanners that would have triggered this, but that bottom of 158, look how good that was. So obviously we got to respect it if it comes back in there. And I'm almost thinking to buy anywhere near here, 158.50, 158.60. This 200 period looks to be a decent trade coming through. All right, TQs just went down like 7 or 8 pennies for us. We'll put a bid in case it happens again. We want to get a lot lower. But I think Boeing could be a trade here, Obi, trying to break a little bit higher, especially if we take that VWAP. And what about a 160 break to get back to where we were today at the top? So we'll find out more about that with Boeing and the United Airlines CEO. We could see if UAL is doing anything. I know there was talks with UAL and Boeing. So yeah, okay. So it's continuing to climb a little bit higher there for United Air. All right, Microsoft not doing anything. We want some more shares. Ooh, almost close to now. At 75, we're waiting for a few more. And then that will be the end of that. We'll see if the futures want to turn around a little bit here. We just missed our 75 fill there on Microsoft.
Yeah.
All right.
This part of the show is brought to you by Moomoo. Moomoo is shaking up the investing game with its cash sweep program, offering an incredible 8.1% APY on uninvested cash, far surpassing typical stock returns. This all-in-one app, backed by NASDAQ and the SEC, ensures your funds are safe with FDIC insurance up to $500,000. Your cash earns interest 24/7, and you can access it anytime to reinvest when the market turns. Plus, sign up now to snag 15 free stocks and bonuses up to $2,300 in Canada. Don't let your money sit idle. Make it work for you.
All right, we're making it work for us. Thank you so much there, Adara, for that read right there. Microsoft, I mean, we get to 75, Phil. We talked about that. We just get out at 50s, so well worth it here for Softy as we're pulling back in right now on Microsoft. We're just 20 cents in the money, but we did take some out. I mean, the risk here is 30 cents, plus a little bit of slippage if we break above 213. So, you know, I'd like to get some more out. We're waiting in the 30s now. If we do to give a little bit more of a push back in, we'll do that for Sir Softy. And look, I mean, I really hope the market falls. I really do. But we got to get some out. Like we just got a 37 or 38 fill off of a 54. So I consider like it pretty lucky. All we were trying to do was get to the 50 period moving average, but that didn't come quick enough. Like now it's almost right here, right now. So you could see if we can get something out at 30 right now on the TQQs, we should do that. So I'm going to put another bid. If we can get something out, that would be great. Microsoft trying to go. This is going to be a good stock for us, but needs to get a little bit lower. Like I said, I'm bidding in the 30s for Softy. Maybe we'll cross up a little bit there, see about getting something out. All right, we'll cancel that now. We get that 48 fill. Now let's bring it back in. This 50-period moving average on Microsoft would be a decent spot to get out. But yeah, that's why we were bidding there. Again, we were bidding 32s. That's where it is. Sorry, 32. So let's bid like a 35 and get another piece out. We're just trying to sit here and get some fills as it goes. And then hopefully, I'm still bidding O's. So 412 flat. Maybe we get a little bit of a whoosh action right there. We're able to put a little bit more in our pocket on a downside push. So no, we need to moon. Yeah, what's up, Ozan? Here we go. This is for you, Ozan, right there. It doesn't matter which way you are, and I think Obi mentioned that you can be long or short. You just need to play the right stocks at the right time and make money that way. So, all right, so we're trading the TQs and Microsoft short. But if we break those highs, let's completely flip it over and decide to go long. Because, again, I'm a little bit nervous about the market, up 0.7 here. 18.9, we're still kind of in no man's land. We'll do a little bit of a deeper dive into the futures when we get back. But, all right, Obi. What's on your mind?
Yeah, no, I was just reading the chat here. Somebody pointing out FBLG. So now, I guess this is a bit of a mid to small cap, 143 mil on the market cap. Normally does only about 450,000 average volume in the past 30 days, but today doing about 4.6 million shares. I couldn't really find anything too crazy on it in terms of headlines right away on this FBLG, but it seems like it has been bidding up. There could be some sort of some buzz on this one here, but yeah, nice little push on the day. Strong relative volume as well. Again, we talk about it doing only about 450,000 shares a day, and today it's pushing about 4.6, trending to the upside. 427 is the high of day as of right now. What is this line right here? Okay, interesting. But yeah, no, it's holding that $4 level, bidding up all day. So interesting stuff. Have you guys been trading this ticker at all? I'm curious to know. I know that somebody did mention it in the chat. I just missed the name, and there it is. DC4L asking what is up with FBLG. I don't know, but it's definitely something up, and price action seems to be one of those things here on the day. FBLG continuing to trend up. But yeah, you know what? Let's take a quick look at what else has been moving here. So I'm just gonna go to volume gainers on the day and see. Let's just run through some of these names to see what else has been moving. Are we missing out on anything? Again, I think it's important, even in the middle of the day, to run a couple scans. Sure, you have your list of names that you're potentially looking at, but you're not gonna have eyes on everything. So in the middle of the day, I'm gonna ask you guys this in the chat. How many times do you guys run scans in the middle of the day? Do you have preset scans for midday, for end of day, volume scanners, maybe relative volume scanners as well, maybe other indicators to kind of pop up at random times, being like, oh, this may be part of your setup, might be part of your playbook. You might want to take a look at some of these. So I'm just going through these, just clicking through them. Again, not really too concerned about what the ticker is, more concerned about, is there a setup that I can potentially see which aligns to my kind of style here. SoFi, a little bit of an interesting push here. Nothing too crazy. It's doing about average volume, but the relative volume is about 2 times as much right now. Ford, again, we saw that this name was on the downgrades this morning, and a strong flush right off of the open there. Sean saying you got out of Microsoft, or you're in Microsoft?
I'm saying see you later, Mike.
See you later, Microsoft. Okay,
hopefully
so
it comes down in, man. Nah, it's a good trade, man. I mean, it just went 50 cents in the money, but we didn't get filled. We were bidding 412.05. It comes down to 412.08 right there and stops. So that's okay. We just went to 17 and got filled right there, or 18s, and got filled there on Softy. So good little out there as it pulls back in. So right there, I mean, there's 75. There's out at 17s. 25, 17s, 58 cents right there as we cook up some math. All right. So that was a good trade there. The math blows up in our face potentially. All right, just back to here. Yeah, we'll buy some 44s again. I mean, I don't know. The TQs is really starting to get me right now. Oops. SMR, Larry Ellison talking a little bit about SMR. Larry Ellison, isn't that Oracle? Is that?
What's Oracle up?
Oh, a Barron's article is what it was talking about, nuclear power. So we can have a look here on SMR. There it is. There's a nice little gap up there. So from 767 all the way to 785 and starting to go right now. You know, I mean, we might be early on this story. I'm not even sure what this story is, to be honest with you. I'm going to buy some right now. All right, so I'm just going to play this gap to 775. If we gap lower below that, we'll get out. Small amount of shares here, but let's just try it. Don't really... Oh, it is Ellison. Okay. talking about how there's this is just a play for nuclear power. More countries will battle out for the supremacy, blah, blah, blah. All right, Derek can talk about this if it comes through. This is just a very, very small position, a couple million shares, and then we'll just see what winds up happening. Breaking through 793, 794. We'll wait to see if it comes back in. It looks like it's trying to. I mean, we might have just punched the top there. Quick little play on a story there. TQ's not doing much. Microsoft's still doing this. We'll wait on SMR to get going. Just a little bit of a look here. If it does get going against small modular reactors. 929, obviously, that would be really nice, Phil, to come through. What have we done on the 20-minute chart? 805. I mean, we don't have enough shares to worry about that. Maybe we come into here, 830, 840. Something like that would be a good little spot for us to get something out. If this name pops, hey, let's go 825. All right, let me just put an order up there. I mean, if it goes, it goes. If it doesn't, we are well positioned to get out for 20 cents. So we'll play this SMR with a little bit of news here. There it is right here on our Benzinga platform right here. Oracle's, so we were right. Larry Ellison sees a $100 billion AI boom powered by nuclear energy. So there it goes now. New scale power starting to go back up to the upside. So we'll take that. There it is. Let's break through 8 and see if we can get going. I mean, there it is. 8, 802, 803, 804. Trying to go higher and higher and higher right now as SMR is a nice move to the upside right now. So anything you want to go? We do have our guest of the day coming through very, very soon. So we'll just wait 1 second. Is there anything that you're in you want to talk about?
Well, I got a little short here on Palantir, but we'll see if it works out. I'm keeping it pretty tight. Yeah.
All right.
Nothing too crazy.
All right, then let's bring it in. It's Justin Zacks from Moo. Hey, Justin, how are you doing?
How are you guys doing?
Not too bad. We just got a little bit of story there about nuclear power. Is that something that you guys are looking at or you've done any research in and any names in this space? We're right now with SMR, Larry Ellison, talking about a $100 billion boom coming to the space.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to play that. There's those outright companies. There's also these, uranium funds that, are very interesting. Uranium is not traded like a normal commodity. It's like privately negotiated contracts. So it's very interesting, and it seems to be somewhat scarce. What I'd be looking at with this uranium play is tonight's debate. So the presidential debate, and each candidate seems to have a different view on energy. Trump is more traditional energy. I'll be looking at the traditional energy, and then Harris will be more on the alternative energy. And so depending on how the debate goes and who everyone assumes the winner is, et cetera, you might see some movement either way in both of those sectors.
Yeah, we just come over to the screen right now. We just quickly went in and out of that, Justin. We got some long there at 90s and a little bit out there at 810 as we start to go on. But a good look there, talking, of course, about the election tonight. And I guess you'll be watching that. Is that something that obviously you just talked about some of the different sectors that's coming through there? That debate starts at 9 o'clock. Is that too late or what? Because we had talked about that. We try to get our beauty sleep around here. 9 o'clock probably till about 11 o'clock. I guess it's all about energy, maybe some immigration. Is there anything else other than energy that you might be looking at tonight for some keywords or anything like that that the two candidates might be throwing around?
Harris, obviously, you're going to look at if she says anything more about, a possible equity giveaway for housing that could influence the home builders. Overall, though, for the entire market, everyone's going to be looking at the tax cuts, capital gains rates, how each candidate expects to pay for, whatever programs they have, tariffs on the Trump side. So those are the main things I would be looking at in the debate. And they say money never sleeps. So, you can trade 24 hours, a day on these platforms nowadays. So it's something that, everyone will be watching for. Interesting market we're seeing here today. So it seems like there was a little bit of push and pull early on. We saw these great, blowout earnings from Oracle, but then we saw this, EU decision, fine on Apple and Google. And then we saw some really poor comments out of a lot of the banking conference going on right now. And that really influenced a lot of the bank stocks. But it looks like, I'm looking at, I show you my screen here, I'm looking at, JP Morgan is the stock that everyone's looking at today. And it looks like it's trying to make a comeback.
I was thinking about actually dip buying some of that and averaging into the long-term account because, I mean, I like to hold the names that are sort of top of class. And I think JP Morgan on negative comments there, maybe a buy to that downside. You know what else I was thinking about, Justin, that could be a rally? And if we come over here and look at IBIT today, what about crypto? I mean, Donald Trump, as he was at that cryptocurrency convention there in Miami, where he spoke kindly. We know RFK, both these guys apparently are bullish on the crypto space. We see a name like IBIT to the upside. We see a name like Mara to the upside. I just wonder today if Donald turns over to Kamala and asks for some opinion on crypto, because I just think that that could be a way for him to garner a little bit more votes. I mean, you never know. It should be a tight race, right? If you can swing people, especially some of these hodlers, maybe crypto gets going. It's been a huge day for Mara, up 8%. Do you see any play there, or am I just sort of picking at straws here?
I think it may be a little thin. I know Trump did speak at the Bitcoin conference, but what I would look for is if there's any, I'm actually on the other side. So if Kamala Harris indicates at all that she is comfortable or, pro crypto, that could be a really big boost, because that would be big news. Everyone kind of knows Trump's pretty on board with crypto. I wouldn't expect it to come up, as a major factor in the debate, though.
All right. So we'll double check. Yeah, I don't think it'll be. I think you might just brush it off, and we'll see what happens there. Hey, I've got my favorite hat here, and I don't know if you can see what this is, but this says that we are a Palantir investor. Palantir. I mean, what a name! If there's any charts you want to show for that, it was our trade of the day yesterday, taking out 52-week highs. I mean, what an event, right? A stock being added to the S&P 500, definitely a catalyst for some upside moves. But I have it on my screen here as well. Today, Palantir had a tough time, right? We're flat on the day despite the market being up 0.74. Any thoughts initially on Palantir? What a great trade it's been over the last month or so.
Yeah, so, you have to be careful with these three stocks, Dell, Palantir, and Erie. They announced that they're going into the S&P 500. That won't happen until the beginning of trading on the 23rd. And when that announcement happened, all the ARBs rushed in to put this trade on ahead of time. So a lot of the upside's already been taken out. So you might see these names trade sideways for a while and maybe not participate as much because so many people are long waiting for them to go into the index. So I would be super careful around those three names until, once they're in the index, it's a different story. You can kind of go back to the fundamentals and the technicals. But for now, when they're going into the index, these moves can be very sporadic and could be lots of volatility, particularly on the day before on that 22nd.
Yeah, exactly. 23rd going in there. So good call now. And I think you're right. I mean, we hit it yesterday because it was such a great opportunity there coming off of that inclusion back on a Monday, right? So get the first chance. And then today it's going the opposite way. So, all right, Hoka, just really quickly. Here we go. We're getting a little bit of a flush down now, Justin, as the futures, although in our business here as day traders, a 15-cent move means something. I know maybe to a lot of people it doesn't, but here come the TQQs finally starting to push down a little bit. We were sort of selling these tops, just thinking that, hey, maybe the market's a little overextended up here, 0.67. Any thoughts, Justin, over there at Moomoo? And I want to thank Justin Zacks again for coming through at Moomoo, of course, the VP of Strategy. Make sure you hit that QR code on your screen immediately to find out more about Moomoo. But what about Apple? I mean, I like the stock. I think it's almost a defensive name, right? I mean, all the cash that it has on hand, it is an AI play. It's a wearables play. It's a service play. There's lots included with Apple. Do you like the name here, or do you think maybe some steam comes off now that we're past the Glow event?
So, we saw a 13 billion euro fine. That's, even for Apple, that's pretty significant. So they will take a minor hit there. I think they wrote off something like 10 billion euro or something like that. The stock is trading pretty rich given its growth trajectory compared to some of the other Magnificent Seven. But all it's done is perform well. So, it's one of those stocks that's kind of hard to trade right now. But it was interesting that it did brush off that EU fine and kind of did pretty well today. And on the overall market, you said you looked at a little bit of a sell-off. I think people are really positioning ahead of tomorrow's CPI. Right. And we saw this big sell-off last week, and it looks like yesterday and today we've seen a little bit of that short covering going into the CPI number. And what I think is, I think it could definitely be a market moving number. And if you do see that CPI come in a little bit cooler, we could see a continued short covering on this idea of a possible 50 basis point rate cut. And on the other side, if we see a hot inflation number, it's going to be look out to the downside because you're looking at a stagflation scenario.
Yeah, I really think that there could be a melt to the downside if that does come through. Part of the reason why we're a little short right now, I just feel like, do you feel sometimes trades are overcrowded a little bit? I don't know how many times I heard about it, probably from yourself and from many of the guests, and definitely from us on the desk here, that September is historically the worst month in the market. How much of that do you feel is like a self-fulfilling prophecy? I don't know. I feel like right now we're through earnings season. There's been a lot of top-heavy stocks coming out of the summer. Do you feel like September is gonna end here? We're almost halfway through the month. Any opinions on where we go from here to the end of the month, regardless of the CPI number?
Yeah, we did see a little bit of that sell-off, and I think all eyes are really going to be on economic data and how the economy is doing. And this is why we were kind of a little spooked in mid-session here, because we saw this triumvirate out of the banks. It was the net interest margins on the banks itself aren't going to be as good. Saw several comments about that. You saw a lot of comments about the consumers, higher credit card debts, auto loans, all these types of things. And then you also saw the companies, the banks themselves take this, kind of this big hit that kind of drove everything lower. So this was, all about the economy, but we've kind of brushed it off. So that tells me, maybe we've, some people are saying this is kind of a buy that they're waiting for the good news. So I think when we hit that good piece of news data, we're going to be, off to the upside. But ultimately, it's really going to depend upon the Fed next week and the economic data, because you're right, the earnings season is relatively slow until you get into early October. So it's really going to be all focused around this economy. So, watch the oil price, watch the Fed meeting here. I'm curious to see what they do. And it could be very interesting if they do cut 50 basis points and how the market interprets it as something, the idea that they're catching up or the idea that they're panicking. And I think you could have both reactions could be possible.
Yeah, I mean, in this market, we actually talked about the volatility, and I think you're right about even names like Palantir. Let things settle down. Let the volatility come in and play what you see instead of trying to make any guesses. You know what's reporting tonight? GameStop. Justin, we have a note that maybe we could discuss a little bit about this with you. Over at Moomoo, are you guys seeing a lot of inflow at all through the option market? Because we just had a nice little flush. You come over to the screen right now on GameStop, down 4%, a little bit of a flush right now coming into options, coming into earnings tonight, now bouncing off the 50-period moving average. I mean, net of anybody tweeting something out or tweeting out pictures of cats or lying in his chair all beat up and things like that, wrapped around calling ambulances and things like that. Is there any reason for us to be trading GameStop here? You excited about it? What are you guys seeing in the options market here for GME tonight?
I think this is generally a tough stock to trade. You're really trading a lot on sentiment here. The company's again expected to report negative earnings. It's reported negative earnings for quite a while and is expected to do so. So, they're really looking for some type of catalyst, and maybe they do announce something interesting that they're going to do with some of the cash they're sitting on, some type of corporate engineering. But the options market is pricing in about a 13% move. So this stock is always of interest from traders, and it's moved about an average of about 11%. And it is one of those stocks that's set up for that short squeeze if there is some good news. But if you look at the most recent reports, they've consistently haven't really blown the doors off of it, and everyone's kind of got excited beforehand, and then it's sell the news. So very hard stock to trade, I would say.
Yeah, agreed 100%. I mean, we talked about it. There's only $1 billion cash on hand right now, and if they keep burning through that, is there going to be another offering to get that all settled out? And then we never know. You got to look out below on that one. One last name, Justin. Again, Justin Zach's coming from Moomoo, the VP of Strategy. I want to thank you for coming on board one more time. We talked about implied moves, right? The implied move on Oracle was about 7.5% or so. Today we get a monster move, over 11%. I think it was near 12 or 13 at its highs, pulling back a little bit right now. But I'm going to ask you something because we've had Danielle Shea on as well that looks at options a lot. and she had mentioned to us, when you get an outsized move is really when we have to start looking at the stock, especially as day traders. What's your opinion on that? Like you just mentioned, GameStop 11 to 13%. So if GameStop moves 20%, we could probably expect a continuation of a move in the same direction. Is there anything from your studies that have sort of stated that when you get an outsized move, long, continue the long push maybe for the next couple of days? Anything in your studies showing that?
Yeah, sometimes you do see. I mean, if it's really good news, you have day traders like the people that follow you are able to get in with a relatively small size very quickly. But the people the institutions that are making major moves, and if it's a major shift, these could be multi-day moves. We saw that when a few quarters ago when Nvidia blew the doors off of it. Right. You saw a really outsized move, and that move continued for quite a long time because you had a shift of people that were not owning that stock that had to own that stock from the institutional side. So you will see that, and usually you see the vols come, the price of the options come in, so it could be lucrative from an options trade. Obviously they're not as expensive once the earnings are out, even though that upside move may continue.
Justin Zacks, anything maybe we didn't cover that you want to touch on, because it's been a great time. We're approaching power hour, 3 o'clock, so we'll wrap it up. Is there anything else you want to talk about? CPI tomorrow, we touched on that a little bit. I think that should be exciting. Anything we left uncovered?
Yeah, just for the rest of the week, look for, PPI won't be as important, but you have jobless claims, you have an ECB rate decision. That'll be an interesting precursor to the Fed. That's on Thursday. And then you have Michigan sentiment, consumer sentiment on Friday. Those are the three things I'll be looking for going into the economic numbers for the rest of the week.
Man, it's a flurry of economic numbers, and hopefully it doesn't too much flurries around here yet. It's getting a little cold here in Toronto, but we'll hold out on better weather. Thank you, Justin, so much. I want to make sure that everybody scans those QR codes below from Moomoo. Thank you, Justin Zacks, VP of Strategy. Always great, and thank you for pointing out some of those numbers coming up.
Thanks. Good luck trading.
Ciao. There we go. Justin, thank you so much for that one. Again, super smart dude, man, talking about all those different names. And what I really like is the longer outlook there, because sometimes I get a little caught up in thinking like, oh, I'm going to go short this name. And then all of a sudden it's, oh my God, tomorrow's CPI. So if there are whisper numbers of it being a cooler number, maybe you want to go long. What's so funny? You either want to go long or you may want to go short if it's a hotter number, so on and so forth. So thanks, Justin, for coming through on that one. Not too many stories hitting while he was on there. We're still in that SMR. That was a good one. Again, Justin talked about that, and I didn't even think about it again. Possibly talked about tonight. Energy going to be in play. So there's SMR with a nice move up there off Larry Ellison comments. Microsoft, oh boy, we got a nice little move down on that name as well. Look where that went while we were talking to Justin. Unfortunately, we missed it, but it went down nicely there. So we'll put another bid down sub 412 if we can get that one going. But so far, so good, holding these shorts into the hour of power. Obi, nice. What do you got on board? Ooh, you're liking the shorts as well.
I'm liking the shorts, but these shorts might be a little too short right now as they are revealing the price action. No, I'm joking. Sorry, what? I thought you
like shorts. You said these shorts might be too short.
I do.
You got a pair on right now? No.
Well, let's leave it up to their imagination. How about that?
Okay.
VWAP coming in here on JPM. Nice little bid up over the past couple of hours there, and bid for me, in my opinion, was doing a little bit of dissipation. So I'm like, all right, well, I'll try to ease into this. Into this short here as it potentially comes back into VWAP, and VWAP it's there at right now 205.30s right here. So 205.30s coming right into VWAP, but a little bit of a spready, or it was spready. Now the spread's really closing in. So it was about 15 to 20 pennies. Now it's coming into 5 to 2 pennies right here as it comes into VWAP. So interesting look there. Palantir as well, kind of attempting to push that 34.60s. We talk about something kind of potentially being there, 34.50s before that quadunk that we had earlier on today. And yeah, the market is at its highs there, but taking a little bit of a slowdown on the bid that we've been having since 12 o'clock there. So you can see we've been kind of chopping sideways going into power hour as of right now. So I'm just curious to know whether or not we take a little bit of a breather on some of these names that have also been bidding up, being Palantir and JPM. What's up, Adara?
This part of the show is brought to you by Firefly Neuroscience. Firefly Neuroscience is revolutionizing brain health. Our groundbreaking brain network analytics technology is transforming care for patients with depression, dementia, anxiety, concussions, and ADHD. With 15 years of research and a wealth of brainwave data, we're set to illuminate the future of diagnostics and treatment. Pharmaceutical companies and medical practitioners, get ready. FDA 510K cleared BNA technology is here to supercharge your clinical trials and enhance patient care. Join us at Firefly Neuroscience, traded on NASDAQ as AIFF, and be part of the next big leap in neuroscience. Ignite hope, one brain at a time.
Thank you.
Brent crude and diesel futures are at 2021 lows. Is that right? Right now is USO. We actually sort of talked about that a little bit. I was just joking about like being
the
cheaper.
Cheap gas?
I wasn't joking. I need to fill up the tank soon.
Sure.
Anyways, but at the end of the day, we're not quite near 2021 lows here. But we could be on the future. This is USO. We'll have to check out the futures contract to see what we're at right now. Of course, this does not mimic the price of oil exactly. So down to $66. No matter what, we are at beginning of the year support here for oil. Again, supply, oversupply, right? Oversupply right now. And we talked about that. The number's going to come out tomorrow at 10:30 for oil supply. We'll find out more about that one. But right now, nice downside pressure here to USO. So, wow, a good move there. We talked about ExxonMobil getting a little bit cheaper. You never want to chase yield, but this name is gotten hit, man. This was just at 120. It found a top, and now it's down 8% from that into 110, 111 goes ExxonMobil. That could possibly be bought up again. And then I know you're already in this name, but I think we like JP Morgan as well, down 5%. If you think the market's going to fade out a little bit here, JP Morgan just broke back below. And I mean, it's your trade. I'll let you talk about it, obviously. But this 206, good little top there to watch out for on JP Morgan. Starbucks really battled back on the consumer side of things. They battled back and took out $92 today. What a good move for Starbucks. I mean, we could zoom back out a little bit here. There's 92. It bounced around it a little bit, right? It was the high, then it faded back out, then it broke through. So I thought Starbucks had better days and had seen its highs. That little bounce again off this support seems to want to hold $90 to $92, a take higher right now. If we can hold this level, look for a potential long breakout on Starbucks back to $98. I mean, why not do that? There's nothing in its way stopping this move from coming through. And on the 18th, which is a week tomorrow, we are getting a rate cut. All right? As long as it's a quarter of a point, I feel pretty good about that. And I think the market rallies on that. I mean, I really do. So I'm gonna hold out the fact that there is a good chance that some of these names get back up to the upside there heading into the rate cut, and then we'll just trade it off of that, and we'll see what happens. I'm not sure the 18th is necessarily going to be a good day, but I just think that cycle starting all over again. I've been sitting here for too many years, 20x, and it's just like this is the change now. So we were in a rate hike cycle, and now it's the other way around. It's a rate cutting cycle, and that's been really bullish for stocks. Obviously, as days come in, and we just talked about that with Justin. Very hard to trade individual names off of singular events like Dell, like Palantir, like Erie, all getting added and removed there from different indexes. Those can be tough. But I think when the story is cuts, I feel pretty good about tech names and being able to sort of rotate into those as they continue to flush a little bit lower here. Maybe I'm just being stubborn with that. But I like tech here. It's funny because we're both short right now. Yep. But that's kind of the talk, and I think that can hold true for a minute. All right, 75 cents now in the money. You know what? Why not just take a piece out right here if we can get it? There we go. We cross up, take some 11s out right there, spin it. Money. All right, that's 65 cents we just took there on Microsoft. We're short 75s. We take that fill. We were waiting a little lower in there. I'd hate for it to bounce off 412 and we miss it. So I canceled my 80s. I bid 11s. I actually punched out, removed liquidity, grabbed it right there and took it out. So there's the out right there on Softy. We only have a small piece left. I will reload it one more time up here if it does come through. But that's a good trade for me there on Softy. And we'll just wait to see if it can get a little bit better. Time to short Mara, I'm not sure. But SMR, I wanted to get out. Okay, now let's go here. Let's go now to 85s. So make sure we put something in our pocket for sure. We were going to get out anyways at 75. So right there, we get long at 90s. We get out at 10s. So right there, that's 20 cents. So we protect it. We go 1 for 1. This way, now if we get out on the 50 period, it is still a win, but obviously a relatively uneventful one. All right, you know what? Let's just go to 779. So we have a key here where we can go hands off. The minute this will trigger on our time and sales, we will be able to be punched out of this trade. So that way me and Obi can be having a very enlightened discussion. And if a trade comes through, it'll automatically be punched out. So I don't need to be focused on the level 2. So I will push enter and sit back and relax with SMR and just hopefully Microsoft will break that 412. Are you still short everything?
Yeah, I am. I do have my stops in here on these tickers, but yeah, let's see what that pullback kind of brings if we do get a pullback. As I say that, there goes Palantir with a little bit of an aggressive bid, pushing right back up into 3460s. But yeah, I might get stopped out of that one there. The market's holding above this 18.8 as of right now, even though it kind of chops a little bit sideways. We're going to have that on watch. Interestingly enough, Sean, that 5,500 on the ES still hasn't broken through. That is still holding up as a bit of resistance as we had that strong bid during the midday session that kind of bid all the way back up. We retraced to some of these opening prices right at that 5,500. And you can see the NQ has already broken up above its opening range highs. The ES not so much, so a little distinctly different action. Now again, that disconnect we already kind of observed in the morning session, and we're getting a little bit more of the same coming into the closing session right now. So yeah, let us know what you guys are trading. We can take a look at those too. I'm kind of watching just JPM and Palantir right now. Also got eyes on some of the other tickers we've been moving around earlier today, which would be Amazon. Eyes on Nvidia as well. Nvidia a little bit sideways. Nothing too crazy on that one there just yet. And again, yeah, Nvidia's been kind of an interesting ticker over the past few days, but a chip name that is doing things distinctly different today is AMD. Take a look at AMD, guys. AMD here. Let me pull it up here. It looks like I might get stopped out of this one here on Palantir. If let's see, I just got to make sure. Okay, yeah, that's cool. AMD right here. Look at that. Look at that bid, Sean. So aggressive bid through that day high, 140 push. We're trading at 142 and some change right now. So that is quite the run up, looking distinctly different from the rest of the chips. Let's run through them real quick. Look at Nvidia. Nvidia nowhere near its high a day. Let's take a look at Intel. We know we just talked about Intel for a couple of seconds there. Intel nowhere near its high a day. Now, I guess if we look at SMH looking a little bit closer to that of Nvidia here. So I did get stopped out of that Palantir. That's perfectly fine. Where's the next trade is what I am asking as of right now. So Palantir decides it wants to continue to bid up going into the close today. That's fine. You can do more of the same. I already got kind of what I was looking for. I do have to do a little bit better with this. With some of these executions here, a little sloppy in my opinion, but we're getting the hang of how this thing kind of moves around. So going to continue kind of watching it. Again, day 2 catalyst of Palantir getting added to the S&P 500. That news coming out on Friday, and the first day it traded in the open market was yesterday. So going to keep eyes on that one there. Now, another name I have on watch is TSM. TSM, very strong and aggressive flush right off of the open there, quadunking all the way from 163s to 158s, and a slow and methodic grind right back up, printing 162s, just shy of 162s. 161.97 is this high of this trend here, not the day high. That's sitting at 163.12. So it's still about just over a point to get back to those levels. if TSM is going to do any of that. But yeah, AMD looking distinctly different when it comes to chips here. Fluffy Hippo saying, Obi, get out of Palantir. Buddy, I'm already out. We broke these highs here. I got out, and I'm like, yeah, I don't want to be involved, because earlier there was a strong reserve that was happening the ask at 34 halves, and I was like, all right, maybe I can risk in that area as well for a potential pullback into VWAP. If it doesn't want to do it, it's fine. It's not doing it right now, and got stopped out above that 60 mark, so potentially poised to push higher here going into the end of the day. We saw the type of buying that came in on Palantir going into the end of the day yesterday. Let's see if we see more of the same today going into the close. So going to be watching that one there as well. JPM, kind of a chop here on top of VWAP. So nothing too crazy going on. I'm thinking, well, I was looking for a pullback in for that selling to come back in. But if we're going to reclaim and hold VWAP, that's perfectly fine as well. More than willing to be wrong on this one. Looking for the next trade. So do you guys know what the next trade is? Because I have no idea as of right now. But I'm looking around. I hear the siren. What is the siren for?
The siren is for a 70-cent winner on Microsoft. We just reloaded it. So it's we reloaded it at 60s there. We actually took it at 40 there on the 50-period moving average. It just went back and bounced off 412 again. Like, I thought this was going to make the move to the downside again and break this level. So we're just scalping it. I mean, Microsoft, this is like almost, like it's been scalpable. I really want to get out of it right here, to be honest with you, Obi. But then I look at it and I say, is it worth holding? And I think it is, right? I mean, we're underneath VWAP. We do have a chance to get back in right there. So I don't necessarily want to be like just holding it for the sake of holding it. But I do think that if we do have a move to the downside, Microsoft is definitely more aggressive. Like, I'm shorting here the futures. We've gotten in and out of there. We just shorted some more at 60s and then got some more out right here at 50. So you can see our average price right now on the TQs is 58s. So right here, much more aggressive the actual market is than Microsoft. So I don't know why Microsoft continues to make moves downside. Like, look at this, it's not even popping, although the futures just kind of went there. Let's see if we can get some more fills on the down low for the futures right now. That would be the first step, and then hopefully that can come in, and then if it does, then we will sing its praises, but for now it's not. Microsoft target there, 411.80 would be nice. All right, I know you just went through that there. Sirius just went through a merger, Sirius Satellite Radio, is that what happened there? Oh. What was the news on Siri again? Because Siri, this is not the Siri price. It was $3. So I don't know if this thing just reverse split 10-1 maybe on Sirius.
SIRI?
Yeah, SIRI.
Yeah, split today.
Split today, yeah. 10-1 maybe?
10-1.
Yeah, okay, so there it goes. So Sirius Satellite Radio split 10-1 today, up 4.68%. Remember, this was a name that Warren Buffett was in there. People are saying a merger there for Sirius. We'll find out more about it. Adair, I think, is probably looking into it right now. Sirius Satellite Radio. We'll find out more about it. Our charts will not be good for that one, but definitely a mover there. Sirius up to $25, moving around quite seriously. All right, 48s, 49s. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Hopefully we get a fill coming out here for a nice move back in for the TQQs. As there it goes. Nice little move to the downside there. Is that a tea or a coffee?
It is a coffee.
It's a coffee, okay. I was debating getting a tea. Nice move down there for that. Oh, Shopify. So good for you, TQs. Let's see if it wants to hold that. We're still in 80% of that position, waiting for more on that because we just keep on reloading it. There's another name that's negative today, down 0.94. If you do want to play the short, I always think it's better to short weaker names, which is why Microsoft is a little puzzling to me because it's actually up today. But Shopify right here, nice downside move. Playing off $67, looking to break through the 50-period moving average of 66.75. We're not too far away from that. Under the 50, under VWAP, and right now under the 200. I think Shopify can break this little shelf right here and get a lot lower. So that's a name to look at if you are short. Shopify's had its moments, man, and now it's just been selling off pretty good. Right back into the 50-period moving average. What a rebound off that August 5th date. $50 all the way to 75 puts up 50% retracement from that low. So that might be something there. 50% up. and then another 25% back down into 66. So we'll see if that can hold the 50 period right now. I like the short there on Shopify if we can get it. There's Microsoft. I just want to make sure my math was right. Yeah, Microsoft is much stronger than the market. So this is a little puzzling, but it's been a great short. We haven't lost on this one yet. And I think there's some more downside coming here for Microsoft.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit of a pullback here on the market. But again, trading near its highs. Palantir pushes up past those highs and then pulls right back in. Not really going too much. Moving a little sketch around here on this breakout. So I'm gonna just pack my patience on that one. Let that price action kind of work itself out. And JPM coming into that 205. What's up, Adara?
On Sirius, pretty interesting here. They did undergo a 1-for-10 reverse split as part of its split here from Liberty Media. So spinning off of Liberty Media here as its own company. It also reaffirmed its guidance here, and they also did confirm their quarterly dividend and announce a $1.16 billion stock buyback program. So buyback program, spin-off, 1-for-10 reverse split, and also here reaffirming their guidance. Good look for SIRI. Could not find a chart that was not split adjusted here. So interesting look here for SIRI, guys.
There's those. Oh man, I was gonna say those are some serious headlines, but yeah, some nice talk there. Thanks to Dara. So merger there, split off from Liberty. And again, I like the buyback. I mean, whenever you're hearing companies with some buyback, that gives you a little bit more support there. Give me a break. Or mean. Oh, I thought.
Come on.
Where's my little note? I have like a love letter from Ramin. I don't know. Now it's gone. Neil probably threw it in the garbage there. I'll find it.
All right.
Okay. Anyways, we'll have lots of fun on this show. We're still waiting for 412 to break. Nice looking chart on Carvana, says Rivian Millionaire. Okay. I don't know if you can buy Rivians in these vending machines yet, but Carvana right now, nice upside move. Still down that 3%, but yeah, definitely getting going. I mean, we talked about IWM. We talked about some of these names that will benefit from lower interest rates, right? And I think you might have nailed this one, Rivian Millionaire, and everybody else as we go. We just take another fill on the TQQs, gets them out there at 50s. All right, so just looking at this, nice little bottom made there at 125. It seems like it wanted to hold that. That looks like a good trade there for Carvana. Again, interest rates are all the thing, right? I mean, if you're trying to get a car note, you'd prefer lower rates. So that would make sense to me. And that this could be a play coming through. Let's just check out what the short float on Carvana is before we actually get in. We're still in these trades that we're in right now. CVNA. Okay, 15%. It's been a lot higher than that, man. This was one of the names that I thought was like in the 50s or 60s at one point. I guess I can't double check it, but I think you guys would remember that name, Carvana, definitely getting blown out to the upside. Cash of 1 billion, market cap of 26. That's a little concerning, but still like the cash with a positive EPS. That's right. I think it was a couple quarters ago they finally turned positive there on the EPS. So nice little move upside there for Carvana year to date. Sometimes we have, where is it? Here it is, 150% banger so far since January 1st. And again, you just want to play the rhetoric, right? Like you sort of watch the momentum, look at the 50-period moving average. It's really held it pretty good as some of these like lower float, not low float, but short float names get to the upside there. And then the rates, I think you can play this name. I mean, I would get out if we broke below like 120 in here. I think there's a good chance that this name gets busted up to the upside one more time. Again, Microsoft is still holding 412, man, but it's just right there. Let's see if 412, come on, 412. Let's see if we can break that one. Here's Microsoft right here. Oh, it just bounced again. Look at that level, Obi. I mean, you want to talk about just a hold. Just keeps on holding down there at 412. Let's see if we get a break lower. Futures are in trouble, though, as we continue to go higher.
Yeah, that JPM with a little bit of a shake and bake there. We dropped all the way down to 205s, which happens to be VWAP. I have VWAP as 205.30s. We drop down to 205s, print a little bit of 205s, and then rip right back up into this range here, kind of this chop that we've been having over the past hour or so. Again, it's 320 right now, guys. So only about 30 minutes left until these imbalances come out. Palantir continues to push higher here. 3470s incoming with a couple hundred lots there on the ask. So let's see if those get taken out. Again, very, very liquid ticker here today. Almost 77 million shares traded on the day here on Palantir. And yes, continues to kind of bid up going into the final I guess half hour or final hour of the trading day as of right now, printing even higher. So let's see what some of these prior highs are on Palantir to kind of identify where those tops were in the morning. Take a quick look here. So this high from before right here coming in at 78. So okay, so that's 78. So we're printing 71s right now. So only about 7 pennies away from there, measured from the ask there. So let's see if we can come into some of those prices and start pushing up. I was like, yeah, if we can push some of these wicks, even that morning wick, 35.20 is the high a day there, and we're not too far away from that price either. If we continue to bid up in the next half hour, oh boy, is that going to be a little messy for those for the intraday shorts that might have piled into this name here. I did like the short very much underneath this 34.5. But if we're trading above some of these highs, I kind of want to definitely leave it alone, especially with the market being at its highs here, trading above 18.8 on the NASDAQ and trading now, attempting to push up above that 5,500 that we've been kind of holding below for pretty much the whole day, opening prices trading aggressively lower after printing some of that 5,500 there on the ES. So JPM also pushing that little wick of that 205 was a little distinct, so I'm really kind of looking to potentially get out of this one as we come into the close here on the day. But yeah, let us know what you guys are trading here. Vulcan with the super chat here. Sean, based on your 20-year experience in stock market, does the market react positively or negatively on a short-term basis during interest cut cycles? So I guess that's a question for you.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to answer that question, so I'm glad that you brought it up. And honestly, I don't know. I mean, you know, what for us as day traders, what it means is just volatility, right? I mean, it's going to be a very, very exciting couple weeks, I would feel like. Obviously, as we head into the interest rate, here it is. Let's go Microsoft downside. Please get to the down. It doesn't matter if it does or not. But I just think we're looking for that volatility, right? I mean, we're looking for the VIX maybe to spike up, which would be bad. That would mean the market would be going to the downside right now. Come on, Microsoft, start to push down a little bit. Look, for me, I haven't studied it enough. I'm going to ask Brian Shannon. We'll get some guests on here that maybe have an opinion and a studied one. But to me, when I think about what rate cuts are supposed to mean, it's generally a bullish sign for the market. But remember, like, the market just touched all-time highs, and we had 500 straight points added to the overnight rate. So that's not supposed to happen either. We just got through a COVID period that I don't think any of us could have expected the monetary policies to be sort of as bountiful maybe as they were. And then the reaction that we had to inflation, I think, was a very, very unique situation that we just went through that maybe we've never gone through. Looks like I've been through war here with my hair, that we've never been through before as well. So Vulcan, I don't really know what to expect. And I actually think it's maybe wrong to think one way short term, but I really like it for just buying tech names on dips. I think tech names will be the winner here, especially if the US dollar can get it all figured out and we can repatriate some of the US dollars back in. So there'll be a lot of people in the chat that probably have a good opinion of that as well. Tweet it at me. Let me know if there are historical data points. Maybe we can get JC back on at some point and we can ask him that question as well from All-Star Charts. I know that he probably has some interesting data points there, as well as you and I, of course, went to JC's event there, that book signing. And that was a fun time. And he has lots of information on lots of different charts. So yeah, I would say definitely sector specific. A lot of people like the IWM there that will benefit from interest rate cuts as well. But the market gets turned upside down, man. I mean, a weak oil should mean a super strong stock market. That necessarily hasn't been the way yet either. So yeah, what you learn in economics classes sometimes is different than what actually happens in reality. So we'll wait to see there. I think it's a bullish sign. That's my opinion. But again, you're going to have someone that says, they're cutting because it's such a weak economy, or the job market's not strong enough there for this and that, right? And so you got to watch out for that. The jobs numbers have been very, very important. We'll see what happens with tomorrow's CPI. Hopefully it comes in as expected and we can just sort of continue with this rhetoric. But right now, we'll see. I think it could be a temporary down push in the market, like September 18th, maybe the week after that, maybe a little bit of a leveling off, maybe a little bit of a flush. Then we can see hopefully a move back up to the upside, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what some of these economic numbers bring in over the coming weeks here. But yeah, no, price action is definitely, like we said this morning, Sean, a little volatile, but not really getting anywhere. So that, what is that? To me, that's usually like indecisiveness, kind of maybe just people just positioning in and out, whatever. I don't know. I don't want to speculate too much. But at the end of the day, being a day trader, just want to react to whatever action that I'm seeing. So yeah, I'm not really. It's funny. It's funny you say that. I don't have a finance background at all. And I think that definitely, I mean, I guess potentially double-edged sword, because you could be like, oh, things should be happening this way, why aren't they?
Exactly.
And then you can kind of get a little stubborn on your trades due to that. Or you can be like, oh, I have no idea, I'm just going to follow the price action and the charts, and maybe you luck out there. But yeah, no, many different.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that opinion came through, because that is what I think. I think it's just important. Microsoft presenting right now at the Goldman Sachs conference. Microsoft presenting at the Goldman Sachs conference. Whatever that means. Sorry to interrupt or that train of thought there, but I'm in Microsoft right now. It's not really moving around. We only have about 20% left of this position. I'm going to let it ride into the close. We did get stopped out on our last trade for the TQQs, which is completely like, fine. I don't like to get stopped out, but there's the trade. A couple profitable spots down there to the 50 period. Ramin, just real quick right here, and then we'll just show this trade. We got stopped out, so there's it out at 50s. Again, our short 60s. There's the stop out at 65 break. So that was the high of the day. We do get 66s. We'll keep on like our ears sort of to the ground here on Microsoft. But we talk about it all the time. Trade what you see.
Yes.
Right? The trend will always forever be your friend. And if you can continue to monitor that properly, you should be in a good spot. People wondering why I'm in SMR. We did have that report there coming from Barron's article that Larry Ellison, of course, from Oracle fame, talking about basically $100 billion on the sideline right now for uranium plays and SMR. I mean, what did CCJ do? That's Cameco. That is a uranium play as well, dual listed here in Canada, of course. Looks like we got a little bit of a bump on that, but not too much volume there. But yeah, SMR is where we played that name. You could see a big increase there in volume for SMR. So we'll wait to see what happens here with NewScale. I believe it is NewScale, right? Yeah, NewScale Power Corporation, the beneficiary of that story. So nice upside move. Hey, you guys want to know the top traders from yesterday?
Ooh.
Let's go. Right here, I have to refresh this. Compare your profits, not loading up. So I will click on this in a second and get that for you. But so a little bit of a, what do you call it there when we built it up and then it was a letdown. I just said, let's go over the numbers, and I went over and it wasn't there. All right, we'll get that going one more time for you. Yeah, disappointment. We'll get that in a minute for the tip numbers. But do you want to talk about your JP Morgan trade?
Yeah, JPM kind of just holding on top of this view up again, coming in 331 right now, about 19 minutes away from imbalances. So let's see what we got going on. But Palantir pushing that high as we got above that 78, Sean. 3480s printing right now.
The market got me out
What's
there.
going on, Adara?
We're going to take a look at some of these names in the S&P 500 making larger outsized moves here to the upside and downside and go over the catalyst. Before we get to that, though, I didn't see anything Microsoft specific coming out of that Goldman Sachs Communacopia conference, but be aware it has been going on all week. AMD, we had Lisa Su speaking at that today. Also worth noting, CrowdStrike and Walmart set to appear tomorrow. In terms of the names here in the list, we're starting off with Goldman Sachs, GS. Look, a lot of these banks to the downside, down more than 4%. Last night, we had CEO Solomon here saying that they're seeing their trading business trending down roughly 10% for Q2, though other aspects, including investment banking, are going well. So GS to the downside. Also a note here is XOM. Like a lot of these oil names, we do have Exxon Mobil trading sharply to the downside. Lots of weakness with both diesel and Brent crude hitting actually their lowest level since December 2021. OPEC cutting its demand forecast there. Last but not least, GM. A lot of these Detroit automakers actually weaker as well, including Ford, with Wells Fargo issuing a negative analyst note here on the group, though they only dropped General Motors' price target here by $3, saying that, or sorry, by $1, saying that they have some concerns with regards to its vehicle production forecast and the strength of some of these automakers in Asia. So pretty interesting list of exciting names today, guys.
Thank you.
NVIDIA.
Yeah, that GM's been kind of falling to the downside. Eh?
General Motors?
Yeah, you see that chart
Yeah.
lately?
Well, didn't we look at Ford earlier?
Yeah, Ford was doing something similar as
that?
well. Yeah. So it seems like maybe it's just those type of car makers right here. But yeah, take a look at GM on a higher time frame. Let's take a look at it on, let's say, the hourly here, and look at that thing to the downside. Sean, look at this one. Been definitely kind of missing out on this one. A lot of that flush coming in the pre-market as well. But yeah, a little bit of a pullback, failure to follow through. Can't even get to 50s after a strong trend up. And again, I'm gonna call it out, saying that is August 5th right here. Those lows, nice little trend all the way to the upside. Finally, the trend breaks, and also you can't get through 50. And look at that push back down, lower highs, lower lows. Distinctly different action relative to what we've been doing since August 5th. And look at that flush that's coming in today. Again, maybe catalyst driven as well, potentially here with that relative volume coming in right in the pre-market for a continuation flush to the downside. So GM giving us some spicy moves here, driving to the downside a little bit as this market pushes to the upside.
Yeah, we got a couple fills there on, there we go.
Look at SMH.
Let's go. We took some more short there on Softy. You know, it came into VWAP again. We'll just short that. I mean, look, we're now 30 cents in the money on these reloads. This is, I can't we scalp. And I mean, we're going to try to hold on. We talk about this over and over and over again all the time, what we're trying to do here on the show. And I mean, I am trying to do the best I can here to try to still hold on to something, but at the same time, take a little bit of profit. And I know it's not going to be for everybody. We are on a prop floor. We talk about that all the time. Make sure you do hit up that Trade the Pool or realtrading.com to get on a prop floor yourself as well. But like, here it comes. Like, this might just be like not that big of a trade for many of you. But again, when you have a little bit of an upsized buying power, like there we go. We'll take another out at 24. So we're just like getting 30 cents back and forth here. How many times does it happen, right? I mean, when you take, let's just say you take it here and then you take it out 30 cents, then you take 70 cents, then you get the same position again and you take another 30 cents. Well, that just gets added on. You know, it's not like it's not just like one event happens and then that's that. You know, we reloaded it again. So when you're taking 50 cents plus 50 cents, that's $1 plus that's $1.50 when the move is only 50 cents, but you had it 3 times. That's the compounding mathematics there, just like when you buy a stock and you get that compound interest. We just keep getting paid there every single time it comes in. We don't have the huge move to the downside, but we will hold for that. If it does come in, great. We do talk about the conference happening right now. So, all right, Obi, I'm going to put a bid now back down at 44.1207s. We'll see if we get that fill. And why we're able to do this is because we reloaded numerous times up there. And if we just hold the same amount of shares, then we can't do this. So again, it's get into your comfort zone. I really like the way Obi trades, obviously. We've talked about that. Trading 3 or 4 different names today. I think maybe even less than that. Stay focused. Stay in the names that brought you to the dance, you know. Microsoft has been a very, very popular name here. For me, it was one of my... Boom. Bang.
Let's go.
Right there. Thank you, Obi, for that one as well.
See him coming from a mile.
Because there you go. Yeah, that's why I said you gotta watch out for your coffees. Nice move to the downside. We get a little excited there. I mean, Obi, we just put this trade on at 412.60 and we just got 412 flat. So it's 60 cents. Just got back in there. Let's see if it continues to move to the downside. Right now for Microsoft, we'll sit into this one. SMR is not doing anything right now. We'll see if we get back up to the upside. We've already got this out. We'll see if SMR continues to work. I am going to put this at the 50 period right now. So let's just take profit on SMR. Good trade. We punched it as soon as we heard the story. We've done that before numerous times on the show where I hear a story and we get in. Sometimes it works, sometimes it does not. What about 794 as a stop order right there? Again, breaking the 50 period. We have not broke it since we've been in this. So let's just take it out. Hey, look, This is what we talk about. Will it be a flat trade if we get out? Yes, it will, but we've already captured that. I mean, it wasn't that big. That was 94 up to 10s. 15 cents worth of profit. It's a light shares, but just showing you that's an opportunity there. Hey, if it runs, it runs. We did the work on SMR. It just hasn't gone up. So there it is. Let's put the stop out for flat. Make sure we at least capture that profit on half of it. And we'll wait for Microsoft to drop below 412 now, and hopefully it continues to go. What's up, Coffee Trader? Got stopped out on his Tesla. So you were going short there on Tesla or long? I mean, I would not. I think it was Sharif. I mean, you and I could talk about this all the time. I mean, you're clearly short JP Morgan, which is a weak name. So I think me and you vibe on that. The whole point is like, I wouldn't, and I know Microsoft is up today. We've sort of gone over that. It's still underneath VWAP, which is why I'm shorting it. Coffee Trader, Ayal, I'm not shorting Tesla up 4%. No, it's on here as a long. If the market wants to rip, great. But for me, I'm going to hold off on shorting Tesla. I hope it goes to the downside for anybody that is short, but I don't want to short a strong name. We're already short what I thought would maybe be a weak name under VWAP. Although we're still up on the day, Microsoft is really doing a dance here. Let's see if it breaks. Now we have the 200 period here. Oh boy, Obi, not to steal a line from you, but if we break that 200 period and the market breaks this 50, then how low can we go? We shall see on Microsoft. 50 cents in the money right now. SMR doing its thing as well. So far, so good here. I'm in a great mood as we go today. I wasn't so certain I was going to be feeling well today, but we get the power of the markets.
Yes, sir.
Just get that boost up. You know, it's like we're Mario Kart, man. We got that star. The minute we sit down here every single morning, we get that little boost of energy, and we get going on that one. So we're really happy to be trading again right now. Oh boy, Tony the Tiger. That's great. When's the last time you had cereal?
Damn. Honestly, I don't know. I know there's a box of cereal sitting on top of the fridge. I don't think it's been touched
here
in many. No, at my house.
In your house.
I don't think it's been touched in many moons. So
my wife is against cereal, man. I remember growing up, we were having Fruit Loops.
What's your favorite cereal?
You know what I really like though? It's a sugary one. And I haven't had cereal in a minute. If I could have cereal now, I actually like Raisin Bran, which is very, very lame. I understand that, but.
Not too bad. Raisin Bran.
All right, me and Ramin, we're back. We're back together right now, me and Ramin. No, corn pops. I really liked. You like corn pops? I liked corn pops. You can sort of snack on them with.
You know what I really like?
With or without milk.
Flintstones Pebbles.
I remember.
You ever had those? Those.
Didn't they have?
I used to eat so much that sometimes they did the marshmallow ones as well.
Cocoa Puffs, the
Cocoa Puffs were so good. Oh my God.
Oatmeal crisp right
There's
there.
Some cereal right there. Let's go.
Is that what got a little bit of milk in there, Ramin? Yogurt.
Fancy.
It's funny that you bring that up because my wife went to Costco today. Maybe we should be trading. Oh, where'd you get that from? Nice by the way, please videotape this. If I tell the lunch lady that. Sure, it's yours. If I tell the lunch lady that oat milk is being used for something other than coffees or teas, there's a problem. Are you showing your receipt to me, Ramin, right now? No, but...
it has her name on it.
It has my name on it.
Oh. Okay, so I'm going to go... Oh, it has your name on it. Okay.
Let me get a marker.
So let me
just start writing my name on anything and everything around me.
How can we prove that something
claim it as my own?
Give me something that's new over there.
Doesn't match the expiry that you guys have.
Yeah. Just playing around, whatever. You take all the milk you want. But writing your name. That's Obi's banana. That you brought that from home. That means you brought that from home. No, we just play around here. But no, I mean, one time this was like, here we go. This is stories from the crypt here. So I think this was a couple years ago, maybe. In today, I got to lower my voice. So this is a couple years ago. So we have fruit, right, that we get every day. So it was maybe 4:30 or something like that, and I was on my way home, and I had my jacket on, whatever, my bag, everything like that. I was getting ready to go home, and I went into the kitchen there, and I grabbed an apple.
Okay.
And so she turned to me and goes, fruit are only supposed to be eaten if you're in the building. Like, she knew I was leaving. And she was like, you're not, the fruit is for people that like currently clocked in, basically. Oh, she did that to Ramin. Yeah, so there you go. So Ramin's already felt the wrath. And then I was like, For real? I mean, the apple still went with me home, but the idea was there. Now we have to be a little more sly.
Yeah, you got to be slick with it.
Yeah, slick with it. So I like writing the name down on the fruit.
As long as the name is there, it has been claimed.
And then if she does see this clip tomorrow, on the fridge will be a note that will say, it'll be very passive aggressive. It will say, milk only for those that are using it for coffees or teas.
That's fair. What was that?
What is Tuxedo Tuesdays? What's up, Erie? You want us to wear the Fruit Police? That's right.
Fruit Police.
Are we supposed to wear tuxedos? I don't own a tuxedo. You own a tuxedo?
I don't know if it fits anymore, but I still have my my tux from prom.
Oh, you wore a tux to prom?
Yeah.
You're just a pimp, eh? I just wore a suit. I didn't do anything.
I had a little fedora as well, if that helps.
You did. Of course you did. Did you have a cane?
I wish.
Yeah, man. Why don't you fill it out with a cane?
I mean, that would have been a little too much.
I think for Halloween you should wear this tuxedo with the fedora if you have it, even if it is super.
I should dress up as Tuxedo Mask.
Yes. Is that a anime character?
From Sailor Moon.
So yes.
That's like the guy from.
I mean,
Sailor Moon.
how am I like? You look at me. Oh yeah, from Sailor Moon. Like I'm the crazy one. Like. I mean, I'm trying, man. I mean, we watched One Piece. I thought that was great, man. Yeah. And we were looking all through London for these wasted, for these not yet, for these One Piece little things. And my son absolutely loves that one. So, all right, let's go. I don't know. We're still in the same trades. That was a good talk there. Thanks, Obi. I think that provided a lot of interesting moments there. All right, SMR did go back into that level. I'm debating just taking this out at 8:15. I think that's a possibility right there for that trade. I'll hold it, but there's only, what? Do you see how much time is left?
Yeah, there's
15 minutes.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. What's up, Adara?
Just keep an eye on WOOF here. WOOF is the ticker. This is Petco Health coming into new high of days, getting increasing volume here is basically at the start of Power Hour. They do report after the bell alongside GameStop, GME, and Dave & Buster's PLAY. So it should be a pretty interesting post-market earnings season here, guys.
Right. So it'll be interesting.
I mean, yeah.
We got on watch.
I mean, the thing is, is GameStop play, but the thing is that we have a bunch of question marks written beside our GameStop because we don't know exactly when it's going to be coming out. So you got to make sure that you do watch the recap show with myself and Brian Shannon in 15 minutes because we have WOOF also is coming out. WOOF, expected move. What? Okay, the WOOF, the implied move on Petco today, it's only a $3 name, 21% move implied on WOOF. So we'll find out tonight if people are buying more. Well, we had that Chewy talk as well, so we'll wait to see if pets are still on everyone's mind today. 21% implied move on WOOF. Again, big destructed name to the downside there. As a lot of these, is this one of those, I know Chewy, BarkBox was one that I got invested in that got wiped out my account. So that was not, hey, what's up? That was not a good trade either. But WOOF downside there. A play was the other one. Dave & Buster's coming through tonight as well, as we just had gone through there. Thanks to Dara for all these mentions. Dave & Buster's, the implied move on this one, also quite extended, 15.5%. So although we do obviously want to thank Justin for coming through, talking about implied volatility and all that, there's going to be some movements here. When's the last time you've been to Dave & Buster's? I mean, this name, boom, 70 all the way down to $30 right now. Like, there are so many names that there's like a lot of trouble here brewing, right? Like big trouble in Little China for Dave & Buster's today. Down, we'll wait out to see what their report can come through with, but downside play there for Dave & Buster's.
Been to Rec Room in the past year. I think that's more like Dave & Buster's for. Well, I guess Dave & Buster's
is supposed to be like a Chuck E. Cheese for adults.
Yeah. I like the Rec Room.
Five Nights at Freddy's. See that movie? That's not bad.
No, I haven't seen that movie.
I saw that one with my kid for a bunch of times. He really enjoys that one. Microsoft coming back.
3 more minutes, John.
Yeah, 3 more minutes.
3 more minutes until these imbalances come out. I'd pieced out of most of my JPM there. We did revisit that 205 on a bit of a flush there. So 205, what's that low there? So 205.11's printing. The prior low there that we got, 205.06. So this one printed 06s, this one printed 11s on top of 205. I pieced off of most of it as we are holding in and around this VWAP level, going into the imbalances right there. Got my stop in. Let's see what this thing does here going into the close. Aggressive selling off of the open there. A bit of a beautiful reversion back to VWAP. I definitely missed out on that trade. I kind of was watching this one, and I was like, all right, well, when and if this breaks trend, I do want the reversion long. Missed out on that one, so we take the reversion of the reversion, Sean. Again, getting maybe worse and worse as the reversions revert.
You reverted the reversion?
I reverted the reversion.
What the heck is wrong with you? Okay, so we'll
ask myself that often.
Yeah, same. Generally, it comes from my wife, but I mean, sometimes I do talk to myself about that all the time. Probably like today. Oh, Jerome?
Ask him about CPI.
I tried. Yeah, he doesn't. Last CPI print, we were talking the night before. He was very, very hush. Yes, you have to be very, very careful with it.
I like the churn that you're doing there on Softy. Like the market's not really getting anywhere, and the Softy's just churning.
That's another 20. That's another 25 cents.
Solid.
Appreciate it, man.
Recycle.
All right, 412.30s. We'll wait. I'm getting we have to start piecing this out. So I mean, we think the flush is upon us, but again, on a positive day, do we really want to mess with these market on close imbalances? I mean. Remember when New was there? It was like 90 million shares that one day on the rebalance of the addition of this name into, was it the Russell? Anyways, New rate, MSCI. So that was a good one there. So that's getting a nice bid coming through. We only have 30 seconds. So I'm going to zap this away, talk about this, and only show NASDAQ in New York. So in about 20 seconds now, we will get that coming through. So I'm bidding some Microsoft. As this breaks 413, we're out. We're now playing with a lot of house money. So we're just going to chill out on Microsoft. If the imbalances come bid, then we are dead and it will take us out and we will get stopped out. If it comes offer and it's a sell, then we have lower bids to go. SMR, there it is. The market's now, boom, finally, let's go. Nice downside move. Bring the pain for us. It doesn't always work out, but this time it does. Nice move down there for Microsoft down to the downside. It's a sell for NVIDIA as well. As that goes, it's a sell everywhere right now. We'll wait to get the number from Adara, but we have a sell in NVIDIA, we have a sell in Amazon. As that's starting to tick lower, we have a sell in Intel. Who cares? There's a sell in Google as well, pushing the market lower. It's NVIDIA, though, with the largest one, down to 107.40. Look, good out there for Microsoft. We'll get lighter and lighter on that name as we go. SMR taking out the top now. Let's just put an offer here on SMR. Maybe we get hit there at 17. Hopefully we do. Our good friend Palantir, Alex Karp and company, come in and buy those dips up just like we did. We bought those dips up today on Palantir, got hit early, made money late on PLTR, but Obi and I talked about this. We're nothing without honesty, still red today for myself on Palantir, but just a little bit. We're able to make that money back, and there it goes. Right now, SMR. Money. Boom goes the dynamite on that one as we get at the rest out there on SMR. A good hold into the close of the day, Obi. Yeah. We're having a lot of fun. Thanks for filling in for Neil today. I don't know if he'll be back tomorrow. I'm hoping that he will be healthy enough to be with us. So good trading so far today. We're just short Microsoft. What's up, Adara?
Just a quick update here on this ongoing feud between Disney and DirecTV. DIS curling to the downside as we have DirecTV confirming that they have rejected Disney's offer to restore its ABC news feed for the presidential debate. So Disney offering to restore its news feed, DirecTV rejecting that offer. These two have been in a little bit of a spat since September 1st. Disney putting some of its channels off the grid on DirecTV to do some negotiation issues. DirecTV responded over the weekend by filing some complaints here with the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission. So update here, DIS on watch with that news, guys.
Yeah, Disney with a little bit of expanding volume coming into the close there as well. Interesting action on the day here, Disney. I just pulled it up when she was mentioning. It's pretty much a strong range. Look at that wide range, 88.85s to 88, so about an 85 penny range there. kind of holding that range from Friday, right? That's selling from Friday. We've just been kind of clocking that range over and over again for the past 3 days. Let's take a look at a higher time frame as well. And my question I'm asking is, where did that anchor go? Wasn't there an anchor just here? Okay, so yeah, sometimes you put it on a higher time frame, it goes back to where it belongs once you kind of switch to that time frame. But yeah, okay, cool. So a little bit of a choppy action there. Let's see if this kind of comes in. But yeah, a bit of a range happening over the past few days was something I kind of picked up on right away after picking up or after pulling up the ticker there. Again, hey Davis, you are awesome as well. Again, crazy action today on Palantir. Again, especially in the midday there, with that aggressive flush coming in through VWAP, 34 halves down to 33.70s, and we've held that. So we've held technically on a larger time frame, we've held a higher low. Let's pull up Palantir and kind of talk about it, because again, I think this name will potentially continue to be in play until it does get added into until that final day when it does get added into the S&P there. Kind of let's see if it has that anticipatory run going into it there. And so far, it has been holding higher highs. We did make a higher high today and a higher low as well. And look at that, a little bit of an interesting push. I think it was Peter Thiel, his name, kind of coming in with that catalyst and being like, all right, well, you know, got a billion to sell on this ticker. The ticker flushes aggressively, and guess where it instantly finds a bid? It instantly finds a bid right above low a day at 72s. That was very interesting. Reclaim of that VWAP and in a push all the way back to some of these opening range prices there. So not necessarily at the open just yet. Open is only about 4 pennies away at 34.86, and we're trading at 34.82s as of right now, continuing to push up into the close with only about 6 minutes left. So absolutely crazy action there. A little bit of a continuation trade, maybe potentially multi-day. So today's high 35.20. Coming in tomorrow, I'll definitely be watching that high 35. Let's see what we do with those. But a little bit of a base getting defined today at that 33.7s. Will we be back here anytime soon? I have no idea, but I definitely want to be watching if we ever do get a little close in there within the next week or so. Thank you as well, Bears versus Bulls, for always doing a great job. Again, hopefully I hope that Neil is feeling better for tomorrow, and you're gonna be seeing Neil and I on Friday as well. I think Sean's taking a day off on Friday, so it will be Neil and I. So I will be back on Friday to have another trading day with y'all. So hopefully you guys are looking forward to that. I definitely am. Oh boy, indeed, Sean. As these imbalances kind of pair. And nothing too crazy that I'm seeing is happening across the board. No significant imbalances. I have NVIDIA here as an 835K imbalance to buy. Intel being the next biggest one. Google being following closely in third place, with Apple and Avgo next. So nothing too crazy as of right now. JPM didn't really do too much. We dropped down. We popped back up. I'm probably going to get stopped out on this one for my last little bit. Here, covered most of it on top of VWAP. Didn't really do what I was looking for going through. I was looking for it to get back down through that 205, and it didn't really want to do that, and that's perfectly fine as well. We don't have too much time going into the close here. TJX saying NVIDIA. So let's take a quick look at NVIDIA before we kind of leave you guys here. We only have a couple more minutes left or 3-4 minutes left until the bell here. But NVIDIA trading back within this range. We were looking at this range 110s to 104s was a bit of a range there for a couple of days. We broke that on Friday. Aggressive selling that did come in, but then look at that. We reclaimed that today with 105s coming in as the low of the day here, and 109s and some change. 109.35, 109.40 being the high of the day right off of the open there on NVIDIA. So pretty muted there, kind of consolidating after pulling back down off of that 130 failure to follow through. Again, we cover this multiple times over and over again here on the midday show and the main show as well. This trend resistance that I've been watching here on NVIDIA from all-time highs at 141. We attempt to push up into 130s, can't really make it. And look at that, leg down, consolidation on an anchored, leg down, consolidation. I wonder what's going to happen next, guys. Let's see if we can hold this 100 mark and continue to push back up. That 110 to 104 is still on watch, as it has been a bit of a rangy action here on NVIDIA, in my opinion. So I'll be watching those prices as I like them, but then again, that's just my opinion.
Let's check out, thanks Obi for that. We got everything ready to rock and roll there.
Let's go.
Make sure I'm still, yep, we're still good to go. Ready to go for the after show. We'll be ready to go. So GME right now down a little bit, down 3%. This will be the big name that we're looking at into the close. So we'll wait to see what happens with GameStop. You know, Microsoft was a great trade there at the end of the day. The futures not so much, as we get pretty choppy there to close. So GameStop, just checking in on that one. Quick check on NVIDIA as well. We really like that. Look, we marked down here today. We traded NVIDIA, and NVIDIA is going to be a name for us that we're positive on. But as I look back, we really like that 110 or 105. Oh my God, I just noticed this. We said right here, and again, let's just do what we do best. Look what we wrote down here. NVIDIA, 105 support. NVIDIA, 105 support, right? There it is right there, 105 support on NVIDIA. You know what the low of the day was? 104.80. So there's 105. We weren't here for that trade, but that's the hold. Wow. I was just going to say we did not break through 108 today, or 110, but look at that 105 hold there on NVIDIA. Absolutely chef kiss that one. We'll see if we can pick that again, man. Wolf coming through, play, and GME. So we'll wait to see here what's going on with Wolf. Should be a big mover, play, and then GME coming into play there. Let's see what happens with Apple at the end of the day. If we only have, okay, I think this is about right here. All right, Apple 220 and change. You're going to hit this, Obi?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so here we go. I'm going to get back over to the desk. See everybody. Thanks, Obi, for another great day. We'll see everybody on the market recap show.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, so we got the closing bell here, which is brought to you by Firefly Neuroscience. So thank you, Adara, for ringing the bell. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Here we go. Thank you very much. So thank you again for kind of spending your time with us here today. Hopefully you guys learned a thing or two. Again, every day is a learning day for me. I got to do a little bit better every day, and definitely Palantir gave us a few opportunities to kind of test our mettle and potentially get involved with some of this price action on the day today. JPM absolutely wild as well. Nice V-shaped recovery here happening on the markets as we bounce off of 18.6 on the Nasdaq and 54.50. Here on the ES, recovering pretty much back above opening prices here on both these futures. So should be interesting day going forward. A little bit of volatility, but not really getting anywhere right before CPI. So maybe we're just patiently waiting for that economic number to come out, and we'll see what happens tomorrow. So good luck with everything, guys. But don't go anywhere. We got Sean at the big desk for the market recap. I'll see you guys around. Take it easy. Have a good one.
Hello, everybody, and thank you, Obi, for that sort of throw over here. I want to thank Obi for filling in for Neil today. It was an absolutely fantastic day. However, when I look back here, I do a little bit of because we had some indexes that were downside today. Depends on where you're invested, how good of a day this possibly was for you. UNG up 5% today. Uranium up as energy gets excited again. I have the triple Qs up here. I'm actually going to drop this down for a 1-minute chart. Nice pullback into the end of the day. NASDAQ, though, still up 0.87 today. Real estate up today, XLRE. Let's go to daily charts. Look at the real estate ETF. We had talked about this for a minute. Find sectors that are interest rate sensitive, right? XLRE, of course, with real estate. Nice upside move there today. If you're going to look here, ARC up. So again, another interest rate sensitive spot there. Gold obviously has a little bit of a safe haven, makes that move higher. We saw crypto up with IBIT, IT. Thank you everybody for joining again. This is your market recap show where we'll try to go over as many ETFs as we can. We'll give you a general feel for the market. Tomorrow's CPI expected to come in relatively flat. We'll wait to see where that number comes. The last few prints have sort of been as expected, and the market hasn't moved dramatically. We'll see tomorrow at 8:30 where we go with the CPI number. But GDX up 1.25, gold up 0.44. Look where gold is right here. Maybe we'll zoom out a little bit, give you an idea. These are daily charts. Gold at 233. SMH, no, it's not shaking my head. It's bouncing off the 200 period. I like that as a play for SMH. Nice move there. But you know what? What goes up for UNG? And I said energy. It's alternative energy today with nat gas and uranium, but it's USO making some downside pushes there today. As we talk about these markets coming back in for the day, USO, OYH, the oil holders making a move down in. I don't know if marijuana is going to be talked about there today, but you can see we do have a nice sort of, maybe Neil drew these, nice downside push for MSOS today. Down 3%, kind of par for the course there on this JETS ETF. XLF today, as we get some news from JP Morgan. Look, JP Morgan finishes the day at 205, but a downside push there for JP Morgan. I don't know if the note is in here, exactly what was going on with the banks. We'll get that to you in a couple minutes. But nice downside push there for JPM, followed by BAC as well, down 0.46. Looks like it might be isolated to JP Morgan as they talked about their expenses adding up this year, making that push down. Wells Fargo also down today, 1.1%. We will very, very soon have Brian Shannon of Anchored VWAP fame coming through to us today as well. It looks like the diamonds were down. So DIA is going to be, of course, really affected by the financials as well as healthcare. So some downside pushes today in the DIA, which is the Dow Jones. Dow Jones down 0.21 today. The gold market today up 0.44. NASDAQ ends the day up 0.86. Those are the big markets there. Energy down. KRE, of course, with banks being in focus. This ETF down 0.59 for KRE downside. Not a couple good days, man, for regionals. Downside into 54, the 50 period moving average coming in. Utilities with a nice move upside today as well. Look at this. And this is what we talk about being diversified. It seems like it's like one out of every two charts I'm pulling up are either at 52-week highs or pulling back into support again. So it's really going to matter. GameStop is now out. Right now, GameStop is now out. Let's switch over. There it is, GameStop to the downside. Looks like we'll have a little bit of a downside move here for GME. We'll get it from you on Benzinga as soon as I have it. I'm hearing 4 cents. Estimate on GameStop. We're still waiting for it. It's in my ear right now. So what I have here, estimate of minus 1 cent. So they are reporting 4 cents upside right now for GameStop. Not sure why it flushed there on that early take. That is GameStop. I'm going to try to log into my software as well, see if we could talk a little bit about trading and see what GameStop looks like on a live level 2 right now. So it doesn't seem like it's doing too much. GameStop right now, I'm hearing, here it is right here, GameStop reporting 4 cents beating 1 cent. Sales miss. So that might have been the flush. Sales of $7.98 right there for GameStop. Missing right now. Dave & Buster's is out as well. Dave & Buster's right now, 112, smoking the 84 cents, but then missing on the revenues again. So sales side, miss for both GameStop and for Dave & Buster's. Let's go have a quick look on what's happening. So that's what's happening on GameStop, downside move. What's happening on Dave & Buster's? Look at this, Ramin. Dave & Buster's, huge move to the upside, 30 up to 35 and still going. It's play. Dave & Buster's, take me on a date tonight. Dave & Buster's, nice upside move. GameStop says it will not be holding. GameStop will not have a conference call today. So that's coming through my ear right now as well. So GameStop, here's what it looks like on a daily chart. You're looking for it to break through 25 or potentially hold this $20 area. What is GameStop doing? Flat. So we will slap a fail on it. Look, I'm not here to comment on the quarter as much as it's just out right now, but no conference call today. and a beat on EPS of 4 cents for GameStop versus minus 0.1, but they miss on sales, 798 versus 895. It's an ugly miss on sales. You don't want to miss by 100 million. We'll find out more about the quarter as it comes through, but right now, GameStop just kind of hovering around doing nothing. The reason why I slap a fail is we had an estimate move here of 8% or so on GameStop. Let me double check that. I don't want to confuse it with Oracle. Implied move of 15% on GameStop, flat right now, not doing anything. Is Woof out? Oh man, it looks like this move might be disappointed as well. We are looking for a 20% move in Woof. It goes all the way up and all the way back down. So right now, relatively unaggressive moves here in the after hours, both for Woof, for GameStop, and for Dave and Buster's. But Dave and Buster's was nice, up 10% expected move there as well, 15. So 15% implied move for in play, 15% implied move for GME. Wow, this is a close-up. I like it. Or maybe I don't. And a 21% move for Woof as well. Yeah, let's watch out for implied moves tomorrow on these names. More importantly, GME. So kind of flat. We'll wait. Hopefully it gets going. Let me just check. We said we'd look at this right here. Look at live movement from GameStop. This is a live level 2 right now of GME right here, right now. This is my level 2. This is my platform right here from Real Trading. You can see back and forth GME. Not many parked orders here. Not too much size on the level 2 right now for GME. So we'll see where this movement goes. I got to give a big shout out. I feel like I don't do this enough. What's up to Bears versus Bulls? A big one for you as well. A lot of love there for our moderator, the best in the business. Looks like GME right now will be relatively flat. Remember, this number's just being calculated as we go, so it's not from the close. Today, GME closes at 23.40, so we're right now down about 30 cents, which is a snoozer today for GameStop. We can find out if AMC is doing anything. Oh, wow. See, this is why we look at this. Yeah, a little bit of an uneventful move. Look at the parked orders here. This is what we want to look for. Big time shares being offered under $5 for AMC. A flip back to GameStop. Yeah, so sorry about that. Hey, I am the people's trader, but you are the people's moderator. So shout out to you, Mr. Bears versus Bulls. All right, let's go over some stocks here as we have a second, and we'll read a couple notes here that we had prepared for today's trading. And it looks like this. The markets had a nice recovery after what was a bad week last week. The worst week last week since 2020. See it, Fabian. This guy wears his sunglasses at night. His name is Fabian. He is the Chilean nightmare as he exits the building. That is one from Sharif. Walmart today, nicely up 1.9%. That was helping out the retail trade today. Man, oh man, did we ever nail Amazon. Amazon today up 2.37%. Walmart up 1.9%. Home Depot 1.5%, Lowe's. So a good little spot there for retail. But where was the strength? What about SMH? What about the semis, right? NVIDIA upside. Broadcom. Why did we not look at that today? Broadcom up 5. I believe Adara might have been trading Broadcom or not. She says no, so fail on me on that one. 5.1% up for Broadcom. AMD had a good day today as well, up 3.39% as NVIDIA lifts the stocks, but they all go up, but not all. Texas Instruments down 0.68, Raytheon down 0.71, LMT. We actually talked about some of these stocks as we don't worry, we're thankful that some of the escalations there in the Middle East and in Russia and Ukraine, hopefully dying down a little bit. Qualcomm 0.5. Look at Google, can't get off the mat. Microsoft has a nice run at the end of the day, up 2%. What else? Eli Lilly down 0.7. What does Eli Lilly look like? 902 right now, so thank you, Eli Lilly, for that one. AbbVie with a nice move. XOM, yuckity yuck. XOM back down into 110 right now. We'll see if XOM can withstand some of the pressures coming into that name. Again, lower demand, higher supply. Tomorrow at 10:30, catch oil live at Trader TV as we will have that one. Look at Tesla today, 4.5%. Nice move to the upside there for Tesla. So oil down, Tesla, uranium. You know what? Let me just go check out what was going on TAN today. TAN is the solar ETF. Okay, flat. Oh no, up 0.29 today is tan right now, but getting in that's probably taking into consideration that tick, but relatively flat for TAN. Let's have a quick look at the S&P 500 here on a daily chart. S&P right now still underneath the 50-period moving average. I do want to talk to Brian about some S&P love. He did have a tweet out today. Not here yet, Brian Shannon, but he'll come. When he's here, he's here. And if not, you might have to just put up with me for the rest of the day. All right, I want to give a big shout out to everybody that's still watching. We have not 1,000 watching, OB, not 2,000 watching right now, but we have over 3,000 with no earnings. So we really like that. We appreciate that. I said no earnings, but many of you here are here for GME. Special guest coming up, Roaring Kitty. Nah, we don't have him. We should try to reach out to that guy. I think that would be hilarious. Him and I could definitely vibe on that one. Although I remember the last time, Roaring Kitty, that was one of the most hyped things, man. We all waited for the guy at noon. He didn't come on till 1. When he did, he sat in there. He had a great little intro. The music was getting me all pumped up. I was long GameStop, and all of a sudden GameStop went the wrong way for me on that one. But we had a lot of fun. I can't remember what date that was. I was going to say, let's look at the charts. So right into here, you can always figure out when there's actionable events. GameStop, without any tweets or anything going on, the business might be in trouble, but the action is here for GameStop, but not today. Right now, relatively flat, 23.50. It's actually making a move to the upside here a little bit now for GameStop, but a pretty disappointing overall move for GameStop. We'll check in on our Benzinga report again. I don't hear anything on this name other than what we've told you. No conference call today for GameStop. So take what he made from that. No conference call, not much of a guide. I don't see anything there either. It was a report of 4 cents versus -1. GameStop a better report, but they missed on sales by over $100 million. Rivian Millionaire says over 1 million people joining us right now. No, but I wish that was the truth. Let me check in on Alibaba. Today we had some nice moves for Alibaba, up 3%. We kind of ignored that stock. Obviously mistake here as we look at a 1-minute chart. Really well held down there at $83. Alibaba joins a different exchange there, giving it some more access to public funds over in China. So Alibaba could definitely be one of those plays back up there to the upside. We are now moments away from Brian. Look at this. We took some pictures the other day, changed this picture. All right, they're more serious, now. So we'll. Not bad. Thank you, Ramina. Maybe she likes it. SMR was a good trade. Hey, this is a name that Brian's talked to us about. We get that news today from Larry and Barron's talking about $100 billion coming into the space. So we go in there. How's it going? Out at the end of the day at 820. A take there at 790. Out and out for SMR. But I was trying to show you that I retweeted Brian's tweet today. I want to talk to him about this exact tweet. We'll bring him on in 1 second here about the SPY and anchored VWAP. So we'll get to that. And you know what? No better time than right now. Let's bring it on. It's Trader Talk. Oh, Brian, how are you doing today? Last week you had the don't buy the dip shirt. Seems like you might have been right on that one. For now, the market went out on its lows last week, the worst week since 2022. And I got to give credit where credit is due. You're here every Tuesday, and you told us, be aware, there could be some more downside push, and we ended the week on lows. So congratulations for that one. I hope people did not buy that dip. But that tweet that I just showed, you want to talk about that a little bit? Maybe there is some support somewhere for the SPY.
Sure. I'm kind of nervous here, Sean, because I didn't realize you had 1 million subscribers, viewers here today. So such a big audience that Rivian pointed out. Looking at the SPY, though, the daily time frame, we've got a couple things going on here. We're trapped below the declining 50-day moving average. That's this blue line right here. And what I was pointing out here is these are the days we're going to average out of that 50-day moving average the next couple days. So unless this market rallies, then this 50-day moving average is going to start to really see a negative slope to it like this. You don't want to see that. The 20-day moving average, we're going to get rid of these days by the end of the week. So that's going to make this moving average look like this as well. So we've got, again, mixed messages. We're holding at the anchor from the August 5th low. That's this green line over here on the right. That's also a 38.2% retracement of this low to this high. So that's 38.2%, 50%, 61.8. And then over here, we've got the 5-day moving average. We're above it, but the 5-day moving average is declining. So I look at this and say, we've got the economic reports in the morning, the next 2 days in a row. This thing we're at a critical level, I think, Sean, and I don't know which way it goes. I hope it does something like this, pulls back a little bit, starts to build, the 5-day moving average flattens out, and then it breaks above the anchor for the month, and then we continue to move higher like this never happened. But, it's just too indecisive for me.
It's just, I was also wondering, and I agree with you, I think we are at a very, very important point here. And the reason why we talk about this is I just feel like it's a little overcrowded. I know you and I talked about this, like September, everything I'm reading like on Twitter, it's like, it's the worst month, get ready for all this. Plus we're heading into an election. We've seen energy and oil I wanted to ask you about as well with USO and some names like XOM really coming back in a little bit. I just wonder if a lot of the fear mongering, just because it's September, may be a little overdone. So thank you for some of those key levels. Do we want to touch a little bit about anything in the energy space? I know you and I went back and forth. There was a name last week. It's not BHP. It was...
Yeah, that was a couple of weeks ago. That was Baker Hughes.
Baker Hughes.
And it failed to do what I would hope it had done over here. So last week we spoke about it, and that's what these arrows were, that we were looking for it to get back above this high and do something like this. Instead, it failed. Right. So that one, just like all of these energy names, they're broken. They're going to need time to heal. This is XLE, and we've got lower highs and lower lows. It's just breaking down. It looks like crap, Sean. There's no better way to say it.
Yeah, pretty, easy way to say something. Does not look proper. But you know what I just did? And this is something that you've taught me before. Not an anchored VWAP. We'll get to that in a minute. But I went out to a weekly on Occidental. The reason why we talk about this name is that we have Berkshire. We know that's a name that they're definitely long in, potentially with maybe a bottom coming in. Look how good this looks. And maybe you tell me, I'm a simple man over here, Brian. But if you come over to my screen, Ramin, quickly, on the weekly, this is a 200 period on the weekly. The last time we were in and around there, we danced a little bit before breaking out, not into all-time highs, but close enough. Once we broke it here, we danced as well and fell down. I feel like this is a spot right now for Occidental. Is there anything that you can show me a little bit more support here, or are we not touching this thing until we get some definite confirmation, maybe even back above $60?
This one, it's tough. I can't imagine where this stock would be if Warren hasn't been buying it every day for the last 2 years. But it broke important support at $55 per share, and it didn't quickly recover. So support once broken tends to act as resistance. I think you've got to look for it to maybe do this and then continue lower. If somehow it can just trap the shorts under here and then recover, maybe it does recover. But right now we're below we're below the 50, 100, 150, 200-day moving average. That's not what a bullish stock looks like. We're below the anchor off of this low right here, which is what had been supporting the stock, Sean. And now it looks like we're headed towards the anchor off of the 2020 low. That's this first purple line. And that would bring it down to 47.5, 48. I say good luck, Warren. I'm glad you're in the trillionaire club or whatever it is, but this stock's not helping.
Yeah, I was going to say for now. I think Berkshire maybe gotten hit a little bit downside here over the last couple of days, but a good look there, joining the $1 trillion club. My wife today, I was talking with her on my little walk after the 11 o'clock show, and she reminded me that, hey, in Costco, she doesn't get very good cell phone service. But that means that she's in there spending the cash. If I look at the weekly chart here for Costco, it is straight fire. Straight fire for Costco. Taking out highs right now, looking good. Another name that's hot as well. Walmart straight to the upside. But you know what? We did a little bit of digging on your Twitter feed, and you had mentioned that Target possibly setting up right now with an earnings gap. Have we found some support? Can we put down some anchors anywhere on target? How's it looking? If you come over to the chart, Ramin, you could see not all are the same, man. Everything else is going this way, Brian. Target's hovering around here. You got some good news about target for us, or how's that looking technically?
It's not doing what I wanted it to so far. I put it on radar yesterday, and realistically on the 30-minute time frame here on the right, I was hoping we could get back above this 5-day moving average and then continue to move higher like this. Instead, we've broken down, so it's kind of similar to BKR a couple weeks ago that I was watching it, but it failed to materialize. So right now, it's just kind of broken. We're back below this thick blue line, which is the year-to-date anchor. Let's actually clean all this stuff up. It's below the 200-day moving averages, the 20-day moving average. It's right on the 50, below the year-to-date. It's making still on this 30-minute time frame. It looked like, and this is why you never want to be early to buy. You want to buy strength above the flat to rising 5-day moving average, which would have implied a buy over here with a stop maybe underneath this low or one of these lows. But instead, once it breaks down, the thesis is no longer there from a technical standpoint. It's going to have to recover and rebuild. So for now, I have no interest in target. So thanks for bringing that up, because the setup just simply isn't there.
Yeah, I wanted to also bring up, of course, I want to welcome Brian Shannon once again, a regular guest in Maximum Trading Gains with your anchored VWAP. Everyone can go grab that book again at Alpha Trends on there. So, and that's one thing that I learned from reading the book as well. You talked about stocks can be in the penalty box. You know, you just got to wait for them to get out. You got to wait for something to happen. Actionable events. I really like catalysts. We're coming up, obviously. I mean, I think we all do. CPI tomorrow. You talked about more economic numbers coming through. But I got a question on the main show today, and I'll put you on the spot because they put me on the spot. And I didn't really have a great answer other than what I knew from economics. And that is that we're coming into rate cut cycle, right? I mean, we know that's going to happen next Wednesday on the 18th. We're expecting a 1/4 point cut. What's your experience in the many years that you have? I had thought that rate cut cycle means that we should start to dip buy some of these equities, especially in the tech space. I feel like that should be a strong area, but it doesn't really feel like we should be dip buying anything as this rate cut cycle begins now. Any thoughts about maybe looking to be actionable? And we're going to be on the show again next Tuesday, hopefully before this cut. But are we looking to do anything on this number, or again, let it settle down? Like historically, how do you feel about entering this rate cut cycle?
Well, Sean, about a month or so ago, I posted a tweet, and I'll try to dig that up and bring it on for next week, which it shows the rate cuts overlaid with the S&P 500.
Oh, perfect.
And the last 3 cycles, basically the rate cuts, the beginning of the rate cuts, marked the peak of the market. So we saw the market doing just the opposite of what common sense would tell you, that lower interest rates are good for stocks. Therefore, stocks should go higher on interest rate cuts. But it seems as though, the market has been anticipating this for the last year. We're finally getting it, and we're starting to get a little bit of nervousness ahead of that. I think maybe based on the size of the rate cut, the frequency, but generally speaking, it hasn't been bullish the way most people have been trained to think it is.
I mean, and that's why I'm going to hit this calculation thing here. Now we got some cool graphics going on there, as we'll get that tweet next week. And that's perfect. Some people in the chat saying that as well. The earlier moves generally to the downside on that first rate cut. So we'll see if there's some selling coming into that one. All right. We have a hat that we wear on the show every once in a while, and it says Palantir Investor. We've been an investor in Palantir since its direct listing. Came out at $9.20, actually went below that. I have a weekly chart right here up on Palantir. We are now starting to break out. If we can come over here, Ramin, we'll have a quick look at this weekly chart. Here it comes out at $9. So it comes out in 2020 of October. So it's coming up to its 4-year anniversary. In all of this, we spent some time underneath and then just started to go upside. It's really held this 50 period on a weekly. And now we finally get that inclusion into the S&P 500. To me, overbought, yes. RSI in and around this 75 mark spot looks to be a little overbought to me. but are we still trading Palantir? We holding this long? I am. Where is a spot where we can maybe get concerned with if it does fall back in? What does Brian Shannon think of this recent move on Palantir?
Well, thanks, Sean, that, the stock can be a little bit erratic based on the daily chart. We had, what was looking like and we have a real nice pattern of higher highs and higher lows. Then you got these 2 days here that really, I don't know how you held through that one. That took a lot of belief in the stock. But fortunately for the people who did, it recovered quickly. I would traditionally say that, from an investment standpoint, that this looks like the most recent relevant higher low for an investor, and that you should probably be concerned if it drops below there. So that's basically about $29 a share.
All right. So. Yep, absolutely nailed that one. TT777 in the chat goes, I'm a buyer at 29. So there it is right there. All right, we're getting on in time. It's 4:27 right now. Is there anything that you've maybe looking at to start a position? Anything you want to comment on that maybe you've brought to us before that the viewers can look forward to for the next time we see you on?
I don't know if we mentioned the CYH, but I finally got stopped out of the balance of that one today. And it might not look like much here, but that was a 4.5% move over the last couple of weeks. I got short JBL today.
Okay.
And small size, but here's the daily chart where these circles show the lower highs and lower lows. And let's just back it up to a weekly time frame for a moment. And you can see we're breaking below this anchor from the 2022 low. We're below all those moving averages. So I'm short that one, but I don't have a lot of confidence in it. I just put it on tomorrow, and we've got an economics report that might mess it up. I've got an eye on Box, BOX. I'm not ready to buy it yet. The thing is, this Box looks a lot like Best Buy did after their earnings, but this one continues to drift lower. AFRM also. Up big and just continues to drift lower. And this is why I'm adamant that, with lower highs and lower lows, we don't want to be buying the dip because we don't know how low it can go. We can try to buy at a 20-day moving average, a 10-day, a 5-day, whatever. But until we break that pattern of lower highs and lower lows, it's just not quite ready yet. So I hate to give you this type of answer, Sean, but I think it's better off as a real short-term trader's market, which benefits you and your audience, obviously, with what you do each day. But as far as setting up low-risk swings right here, right now, we've got too much, what we spoke about in the S&P 500. There's just too much indecisiveness to really, put some weight into anything.
I'm going to ask you one more question. If you come over to my screen right here, Ramin, we had SMR today, and this is a name that I believe we've talked about before, of course, NewScale. We had this note today that potentially getting involved, there's $100 billion on the sideline. Larry Ellison talking about this. There's a Barron article. So we just saw the volume pick up here. And of course, like the trader that we are and like that you are, you wait for events to come through. Nice volume there. We bought it. Nice upside move. But you know what I just did there, Brian? I put in here a weekly, and this is from you. We had talked about this, an anchored VWAP right at its IPO here for NewScale, and it's right at it right now. I mean, this 50-period move, the 50 periods, the pink, the purple is the anchored VWAP in and around 770 as we trade 815. I like that we held it. It bounced off of it, finally breaks, gets higher, gets really going. A double up from, or almost triple actually, from that anchor. Now it's fallen all the way back in, and now we get back above it. Is SMR back in play now?
Maybe for a trade, but I wouldn't trust it more than a couple of days, simply because look at this red 20-day moving average and how it's really just trapped this stock for the last couple months. And we're approaching that quickly. So that's what I would call a level of interest that has the potential to maybe do something like this in there. And then, flatten out. And then maybe it could make a more significant run up towards that 50. But, this is a nice move from 6.5 up to 8.5 the last 2 days. That's 30%, 3 days. So it might need to pause a little bit at that 20-day moving average. And that's also on the right. You can see the anchor off of the August 5th low that I have on all my charts. But that's right up in that general area of the 20-day moving average as well. So I wouldn't sell it short there, but I would be aware that if you're holding long, that there's the potential for supply there. Great
talk about NewScale there. We also have, I just saw in the note here, I forgot about that, hurricanes going through. So definitely there as we talk about hitting New Orleans, Texas area as well in the Gulf. So we did see oil and USO with some nice downside moves. We already talked about that. He never asks me to do it, but I'm going to do it one more time. It's maximum trading gains with an anchored VWAP. I want everyone to go pick this up. How's your tree planting program going? Is that still on as well? Can we go over there to the website and donate to that?
That's on forever. As long as people want to buy mugs like this with the anchor.
There it is.
And shirts and stickers and caps and things that say only price pays and don't buy the dip. 100% of the profits go towards that. I'm not in the business of selling merchandise.
Same.
I've killed a lot of trees selling books, so let's reforest the earth.
I love that plan. They can go get that at alphatrends.net. Always welcome on our show whenever you want. And I want to thank you for coming every single Tuesday, right on the nose. Thank you so much. Brian Shannon of Anchored VWAP and, of course, alphatrends.net. Go check that out and give him a big support there. Get that merchandise. I love all of that stuff. Hey, maybe I'll get myself one of those mugs and just keep drinking it on the show. Thank you, Brian, once again for all of your insights. Definitely a friend of the show, Brian Shannon. Be well, my friend.
Thanks for having me on. Take care, everybody.
No problem. Thank you. It's Trader Talk. Simply the best. Roll call. All right, we'll wrap this thing up. It is 4:30 before I get messages from the wife. Wait, is she in the chat? Oh, there it is. It must be Ramin over there. Yes, it is. Right there. The funny thing is, so Ramin the other day, so you have to get into our, right now there is some construction being done to get into our parking. And Ramin right here, she's just spending all the money. She's got herself some new whips. It looks very, very nice. I have to admit that. I told her that. And I get a note the other day is like, Brendan's like, how are you guys getting into the basement? Ramin is stuck up top there. The security guy didn't let her in. I was like, what's going on right there? But eventually got in. You wave to him now. Yeah, that's what you got to do every day. You got to say hi right there and get let in. So right now, we got to fly out of here. So we got to be quickly. It is roll call right now. Shout out to you, Mr. Dan McIsaac. He goes, you're all killing it right now. Thank you, Dan, for that one. Yo, still here, says BJZ. There it is. There we go. Trader Leah says, hey, we nailed Elf Cosmetics. I'll talk to the wife. I'll see what kind of bills is going through on Elf as that made moves downside right there. I can only report today, me and Randy went to Starbucks, so that could be a possible buy, and then Costco, and then Loblaws. That's where she shopped today. Whoop, there it is, says Zion. Kindly Ready, or Kind Ready is here as well. Robbie V, Take Profit, JKA, Bears vs. Bulls, whoop. Dan H, Verisod, Fluffy Hippo. We like that name. We talked about that. Ozan, I don't have the cow here, but you're here as well. Thank you, everybody, for staying with us. Over 2,500. David Dyer, YouTube, Juan, Blue Arrow, Dave B, Hugh, something is here. Michelle Meir says, thanks, Brian. I say thanks, Brian, as well. Brian Shannon from Anchored VWAP fame as well. Hey, Davis the Piper, Ozan, Steve Romero, everybody, Derek Thompson. We couldn't do this without Ramin, without Fabian. Thank you so much to those two for helping us out. Big shout out to my good friend Obi for putting on a heck of a show there as well today. We'll see if Neil's back in the saddle tomorrow. You know where I'll be. Sitting right back there tomorrow. Join us all at 8:30. Go find me at Trader TV Sean. I tweet out that sticky note. Some people like it every single day. Go find that immediately. We had some bangers on there today, including our guys. I'm not going to let this one down. Amazon was such a monster trade. I was really actually proud of myself today for taking this trade. We actually lined this trade up today, and that bottom take was awesome, but it was a maximum position right there, breaking through 178.50. Huge trade, out some there at 180. We eventually lost it. We left it alone, but it closes near some lows at 179, but 180 in play tomorrow for Amazon. Watch me trade that tomorrow live on this show. Thank you so much. Enjoy the debate tonight. We'll see what happens with that one. GME on watch, DJT on watch, but more importantly, Trader TV Live on watch. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. I'm back tomorrow. Ciao, everybody.